One.
Sync.
Okay. Welcome to episode 15 of the Triple Baka podcast. I have a great announcement to make. All of the episodes which are currently late right now are edited. So
Yes.
this episode that you're listening to right now should actually not be from like 4 weeks earlier than it was recorded. The other 2 episodes will go up like this weekend.
Okay,
Nice.
that's good.
But what anime we've been watching? What have we been up to?
I could go first.
Sure.
Watched quite a bit of anime. The first thing, I'll start in order of like least amount to say to like most to say. I watched 2 episodes with one of my friends of a show called Maojo de Oyasumi, or Sleepy Princess in the Demon Castle, which I had no idea what this was going to be. It's a comedy, and it was really, really funny. The concept is that she's like a kidnapped princess from like a JRPG like world, right? So like she's like trapped in a demon castle with like a bunch of people, or like with a bunch of demons, and she's, instead of concerning herself with escaping, she's like, ugh, this bed, it's nasty. I want a good bed. So she's like fucking with all the monsters and like murdering them and stealing their shit and like cutting them up and killing them and just to make a bed. It's a very entertaining show so far. I do really like it a lot. It's just a funny one. Like, she can die, so there's a lot of instances where she will just eat shit and die, and they'll revive her, and she'll go right back to doing what it was she was doing. Anyways, so that is the first one I watched. The other
That
one
doesn't sound like a big robot show.
I'm taking a small break from Mecha, as I mentioned.
Yeah, we can do other things. I mean, as of right now, I've kind of just been watching a bunch of newer shows.
Yeah, speaking of newer shows, I watched the first 4 episodes of Kekai Sensen, known in the US as Blood Blockade Battlefront.
I honestly don't know anything about it.
It is... I haven't watched a whole lot of it. I've only watched a third of it. It is a very, like, disconnected kind of show. So far, in the 4 episodes, there have been 4 new villains that have been introduced, and only one of them has felt like they've been properly dealt with at all.
Yeah.
It's weird. I've been enjoying it. Its cast is pretty good. Its action scenes are pretty good. It's just like a shonen action show. I'll have more thoughts on it by the end, probably, but for right now, it just seems kind of neat. Anyways, so I watched Perfect Blue.
Yeah.
This was a damn good movie.
It's pretty good. I mean, it's not most people, but it's a lot of people's like favorite movie of all the Satoshi Kon stuff.
Yeah. Oh god, where do I even fucking start with Perfect Blue? How do I even start to talk about this movie? It's the story of what's the word? She's a pop idol, that's it.
Yeah, pop
she's
idol turned actor.
Yeah, she's trying to get into acting, and she has like a couple of managers, one of which wants her to like keep this like very sanitary, clean image, and the other one wants her to like is like pushing her, like, yeah, you want to be an actress, so do these darker roles, you know? There's like a whole scene in the movie where she's made to do a rape scene in one of the shows that during the big show she's doing. That the show in this movie is almost a meta commentary on the movie itself, and it's used to like fuck with the reality of the movie, and it's like so cool. I like that a lot. Okay, so in like I think it's towards the end of Act 1. She gets the, like, oh no, it's once she quits being an idol, she gets like this letter that's like, hey, I set up a homepage for you on the internet. You should go to it, and it has the link. And towards the end of Act 1, she actually gets on it, and it's full of, like, blog entries that she didn't write that are, like, from her perspective that contain, like her thoughts, like, actually her thoughts. And it starts, like, fucking with her. She's like, I'm not writing that. But how do they know all that? That's not possible. I'm not writing that. They know, like, what's going on inside of my head, what's happening. And it tears her apart. She, like, is... like, from Act 2 onwards, completely unable to tell reality from fiction in any way. And, like, there's so many, like, disorienting cutouts from scenes where, like, it'll feel like it's ripping a layer forward in the reality of the film. And it's, like, this movie is so good at disorienting its viewer. Like, so good at it. And of course, that's the whole point, because the whole point of the movie is, like, losing yourself in a role and, like losing yourself to, like, who others perceive you to be. That's, like, the whole thing of the movie. And it's a really well-constructed movie in that regard. I liked it so much. I am really looking forward to the next one, which is, Millennium Actress? Is that next?
Yeah, Millennium Actress comes next, and then after that one, there's...
Tokyo Godfathers.
The Christmas movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's Paprika, which is the one I'm the most excited for.
Yeah. Most people's favorite is normally, like, the first or the last one.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's Perfect Blue. It's quite the movie. I really, really liked that.
There was something I wanted to say about Perfect Blue, and I forgot. Oh yeah, like this is kind of just a fun fact. I mean, it's not that fun. But with regards to, like, the rape scene, I think the only thing, the only time, like, I ever recalled, like, Satoshi Kon had, like, a bunch of different interviews where, like, he talked about his movies, and normally he wouldn't talk about, like, you know, stuff like, oh, I thought I could have done that better, or, like, stuff that he would change about the movies, because he normally was one to just, like, leave a movie the way that it was.
Yeah.
But specifically with the rape scene, he expressed, like, multiple times, he was like, I shouldn't have gone that hard.
Oh god, he went so hard on that rape scene. Like,
he thought it was really distasteful, actually.
Oh my god, he went so hard on the rape scene. And, like, within the like, universe of the movie, it's a fictional rape scene. She's not actually being raped, but it is still so uncomfortable. Like,
it was kind of there was kind of, like, this whole thing going on throughout the movie where, like, the conflation of, like, this actor, like, pop idol persona thing kind of, like, ruining her life was, like, seen as, like, a violation, especially because of, like, the exploitative nature of, like, women in, like, the pop idol industry and stuff.
Yeah.
And acting and stuff. And so that's kind of the point of, like, that whole scene, but it goes so unbelievably uncomfortably far.
Oh my god.
I can see what he's talking about.
It's like, its use in the movie is that, like, yeah, it's a really uncomfortable scene, and, like, from your eyes, it looks like she's actually getting raped, which, again, I guess that's the point of the scene, is because it's, like, being shot for a TV show. But there's this moment towards the middle of the movie, or towards the end, I guess, it's a little over halfway through, where she's having a mental breakdown. But it's while she's in the role of her character on the show, where her character is having a mental breakdown, but she internally is also having a mental breakdown, and she imagines herself as her character actually, and they call her a completely different name. Like, her name is, like, Mima, I think it is, and they call her Yoko for, like, a scene, where they're like, Mima doesn't actually exist. She's just Yoko, but she has multiple personality disorder. But then it's just revealed to be that, like, that's her character on the show, and it's like she was projecting onto this scene, and it's like a super, like, oh god, what is even happening moment, like, meant to completely disorient you in, like, a lot of ways. Something I didn't mention is one thing I adore about this movie is its use of reflections in like the way things are handled symbolically.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the movie, so she has this like alter ego in the movie that sort of, it's like a manifestation of like her, like this other person that's like writing these blog entries, and like it's haunting her essentially. She sees it everywhere, and it's like it like kills people and shit. It's a really fucked up thing, but it's just her like still in her outfit from when she was an idol, and it's weird because in the movie it like she can't tell if it's real, like nobody else can see it, you know, it's like super fucking spooky, there are people getting murdered, it's strongly suggested to be by her, and then right at I'd say it's like the transition to Act 4, because, you know, 4 acts, Japanese movie.
Yeah.
Right in the transition to Act 4, it's like they do this like Band-Aid ripoff like reveal where it's like she was real the whole time, but in actuality she is just the other agent that wanted her to have a clean like image, having the mental breakdown that is being depicted in the show. Yeah. She thinks she's Mima, and she's killing people who are ruining, quote-unquote, Mima's image by casting her in rape scenes, or setting her up to be a hardline serious Japanese actress, you know? And she's just like, she's going ballistic and killing them because she wants Mima's image to be like, you know, this pristine image of a pop star. And she's like, it's like 2 killers. She's like setting up this other guy who's a super fan of Mima through like emails claiming to be Mima, and she's also writing the blog entries. And like during the final scene of the movie, it's like a chase sequence between the real Mima and the fake Mima, which this whole time she is presented to us, the viewer, as the fake Mima, but anytime she goes in front of like a mirror, you can see who she actually is, which is the slightly, or the like, you know, kind of overweight, very out of shape office worker lady who has like squeezed herself into like the Mima stage outfit that anyone, like no one can fit in really. And she's like chasing her down on the street. Like whenever you see the fake Mima like running after her, she's just doing like these little hops, and she's like skipping,
essentially floating around.
Yeah, she floats around, she skips, she prances. I fucking love the animation on this character. It's so good. And then anytime she's in front of a mirror, you can see like the fat woman like sprinting frantically after her holding a knife. And it is like such a good part of the movie. Holy shit. Perfect Blue is a 10 out of 10. Go fucking watch it.
I was shocked, you know, for years, because one time I looked up what was the budget of this movie, because I heard that Satoshi Kon's first movie was pretty low budget. It was not like super low budget, but it was decently low budget, compared to what you would think for how good it's animated. But this is just like a tangent, really. For years, I was under the impression that Perfect Blue was animated on a budget smaller than a single episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force, because the place where I found the budget estimate was like a YouTube video, and on screen they had the budget, but they actually mistyped it.
Oh.
And so for years, I just thought, like, how?
By not paying anybody.
Yeah, but eventually I found the real, like, budget.
Was it more or less than an episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force?
It was, in fact, more than an episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
The movie looks, like, amazing, but it is definitely an earlier iteration of that Satoshi Kon style, you know? It's definitely not as polished as something like Paranoia Agent would eventually become.
Well, Paranoia Agent was digital.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Like, Perfect Blue is very, very, like, you can tell it's his first movie.
Yeah.
But it's still amazing.
Was Paranoia Agent before or after Tokyo Godfathers?
Ooh, I don't actually
Because
know.
if whichever one of those was first, that's pretty much where, like, his, like, animation, like, the look is like solidified, and then all of Paprika, like those 3 movies, like those 3 things, they all look the same.
God, I wish we got more. It was Tokyo Godfathers was like a few months before Paranoia Agent.
Yeah, okay.
So
my personal favorite Satoshi Kon movie from an animation standpoint is probably Millennium Actress.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the use of like colors and just everything looks fantastic. There's like a part of that movie where like it's all about these different like acting roles and stuff. And one of them is like a ninja movie, like where they're doing Naruto shit. And for a brief moment, you get to see what Satoshi Kon directing would look like in like a ninja action movie, and it's so sick. I don't know.
God, I wish he didn't die. Oh my god, I'm so upset. Oh, why?
He got literally raptured.
Literally.
Anything else? Anything else from this week?
All of the anime I have watched this week. Hey,
right,
Sayu.
What about you, Sayu? Did you watch more Dragon Ball?
I've had a very busy week. I couldn't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It just wasn't an option.
For me, I watched one more episode of Tenku no Escaflowne. It's pretty good. I haven't watched that much of it though. I should probably just like sit down and watch the whole thing, and then like when that guy I'm watching it with, like when their schedule aligns with mine more, then I'll just like rewatch it basically.
Yeah.
Because it's good. I could just like sit down and watch the whole show really. But I watched all through Odd Taxi in the past couple days.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay, you know.
I've heard very good things about it.
This show's been really, really hyped up. Like, after like it finished airing, there was a lot of people going around. It was in this like weird state where I felt like every single person I knew who like talks about anime online would say that, oh, it's a really under-recognized show that not many people are watching.
It was
but,
recognized
like,
by every single
as
fucking unrecognized. It's like how like back in the day, like everyone would say like Mario Sunshine was kind of not very well received, but everyone thinks it's really good.
You're right. It was not very well received by me.
The same thing happened like back when Made in Abyss aired, like where like, oh, not many people are watching Made in Abyss, but like everybody's watching Made in Abyss, and now it's like a huge property.
Yeah.
Not like a huge property, but it's pretty big.
It literally swept the Anime Awards that year.
Yeah.
Do they
but
do they still do those?
I mean, the Crunchyroll Awards.
Oh yeah, well, it's like Crunchyroll and shit.
I think ANN has their own award thing. I'm not sure, but anyway, I watched Odd Taxi, and it was good. I like the voice acting a lot. I like every character has like really fun like mannerisms to the way that they speak, especially like the main guy. There's one character. He's like my favorite guy. He's like the porcupine guy. He speaks almost exclusively in rap. Like, the background music will sync up to what he's saying. And it's really fun.
Yeah, I gotta watch that show once I have time for it. Oh god.
It's very well written. I like it's a pretty just good little like crime drama thing, but like with more interesting like quirky setup. But
yeah.
It's not like 10 out of 10, you know, it's not even 9 out of 10 or an 8 out of 10, it's like 7 out of 10, you know, it's okay. It all right. I saw the twist coming, lol.
Oh, I do have an update for an anime that I was going to watch.
Yeah.
So, the next show on my list is like something called God Mars, which I've heard is terrible. But the show after that is this thing called Ginga Senpu Breaker, which is a show that is considered kind of a classic as far as mecha is concerned. And I was going to just, obtain it legally. But then I noticed that Discotek Media actually did a big release of it. They released it recently, and it was only going to be like $40 to get my hands on it. And I've heard this one is really good, so I was about to buy it. But when I scrolled down on the page, I noticed it said, all in standard definition on a Blu-ray disc.
Yeah.
What is the point? Why did you put it on Blu-ray? If it's not going to display in, HD. I get that you can't just, straight up upscale a show like this. You would fucking sacrifice the art quality for that. But, I don't know, it feels weird paying $40 for 39 episodes of a show in standard definition. I don't know, it just feels really weird. I decided to skip out on it, so once I get back to Mecha, this will probably be the next one I actually, watch. So...
More about Odd Taxi. I mean, I have a lot of things which I guess aren't, positive to say about the show, even though, overall I was fully engaged the whole time I was watching it, and it was fun. I liked all the characters. It was good. It was a pretty good show. I know it's easy to see why people liked it a lot. But for being a TV original anime, it had really just uninspired, kind of boring, flat image composition. I don't know, it really didn't have great directing. And even though I said I saw the twist coming, the twist doesn't really have very much to do with anything. It's just kind of a weird detail, fucking. And all the character designs, there's only 3 character designs which I think are actually really endearing. Most of them are kind of just I don't know. They're just kind of ways to visually distinguish all the characters from each other. They don't really really look great.
There's this one character design of the show that really bothers me. It's the guy wearing the red and orange jacket with the tuft of hair on his head. I don't know what species he's supposed to be.
The red and orange. Oh yeah, that guy.
That dude just looks wrong.
there is something weird about him. I also thought the best character design is the porcupine guy. He's the best guy. He's the coolest. But yeah. It was all right. Could have been better.
Yeah. All right, we done with anime?
That sounds
no,
like
actually,
anime.
I've played some anime games.
Oh fuck!
Anime games count. I started playing through CyberConnect 2's Tale whatever series, little Tale Stories series, starting with Tale Concerto, and I've already said what I thought of that game. I've played it from start to finish. I didn't 100% it because 100%ing it is just getting a bunch of photographs. It's so quaint.
Did you talk about it on the podcast?
No, I didn't.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, I finished it between last episode and this episode.
I see.
The first game, Tale Concerto on the PS1, is very quaint. At first, when I started it up, I was like, oh my god, this is so nice. This is so cool. How was this game not a success? And then it became apparent by the time I got to the end of the game that it's not very well designed and also has almost no gameplay at all. You're kind of just running from location to location, to get to the new cutscenes, and occasionally you need to grab literally just the same 3 different little cat enemies over and over again by shooting one singular weapon at them. And all of the boss fights are basically the same thing, and there's this fucking weird difficulty spike that happens out of nowhere, where, like, suddenly you need to fight, like, the same boss, like, twice, and it, like, fucking takes all your continues. But the characters were fun. But then it all gets fucking ramped up in Solo to Robo, which I haven't finished yet. Solo to Robo is like everything that Tail Concerto like imagined itself to be realized fully, but on the DS, so the graphics are even better. Solo to Robo seems so cool, and I wish it wasn't fucking like $300.
Oh my god. Literally every game they've produced physically is so much money. Like, they're even responsible for Dot Hack, and those games are impossible to get your hands on.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
I'll have you know, I could find a copy of Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 pretty easily.
Okay, everything but their weird anime fighting games. All of their, like, original stuff.
Yeah.
Solo to Robo has this really weird cutscene style where, like, it's a DS game, and it's I think it's fairly long, so it doesn't really, like, have very much voice acting, but occasionally when there's, like, when they really want to emphasize a scene, they'll like create they'll kind of do this weird, like, 2D, 3D thing, where they'll paint an entire scene in 2D, and then they'll map all of it onto, like, 3D models, including the character models, where, like, they're only meant to be seen from, like, one angle, and they'll kind of, like, jiggle them around. And, like, it kind of looks terrible, but, like, great and cool at the same time.
Yeah.
Huh.
For some reason, everybody speaks like... Have you ever heard, like, somebody try and imitate what French sounds like? But, like, you know, like, that's what the voice acting sounds like. Like, they're speaking, like, a made-up language. Like, even in the fully voice-acted parts. Like, they'll fully voice act just a bunch of, like, fake language, which basically just sounds like an imitation of French.
That's really weird.
But it's not actually French.
That's good. Those are the villains who speak that language, right?
It's all of them. It's everybody.
Oh god,
Fuck.
no.
They're
No.
actually trying to reinforce the stereotype that they're good French people.
There's a couple people who will literally say stuff like "oui oui." But yeah, I don't know. I don't have that much to say about it yet because I'm not done. I'm not even like a fucking fifth of the way through the game yet.
Okay. Well, are we
Yeah, onto the main topic. Are games getting too hard, and do they need an easy mode?
No.
Well, I think before we can discuss this, we have to look up a few things on the dictionary on the internet. We have to look up what is easy mode,
Yeah, what's
and
easy
what are
mode?
and what are video games. That's
Man.
your cue.
Oh, fuck. I thought you were looking it up.
No, you're the one who does it. We're floundering.
Fuck,
We're floundering.
Okay.
That's going on the bingo
Easy
sheet.
mode. Term utilized and popularized by a high schooler as a remark at something that is considered easy.
Okay.
Sure. And what are
Alright.
video games?
Video games. The only thing that's fun to do anymore.
Ooh.
No, that's not true.
Alright.
You're right. You could also
Video games
watch
aren't fun
anime.
anymore either.
Alright, let's get a better definition. Video games. An escape from life, like seaweed. When you get back, the problems of life hit you in the face like a brick.
All right. So what do we think? Are games getting too hard, and do they need an easy mode?
No.
I think, I don't know. I mean, I guess we could just talk about the general online discussion. We only decided that we were talking about this like 3 seconds before we started recording.
We decided this like 3 days ago when we were about to
I didn't understand that's what you meant. I thought you were just said we were going to talk about video games.
I despise this fucking discourse, and it pops up on Twitter literally every like 5 days.
I think there's an interesting discussion to be had. All right.
I don't think there is.
There is an interesting discussion, sort of. I mean, let's establish where are all of our opinions. Lay out your full thoughts, just independently. If you were asked this question on the street, what would you say?
Yeah.
My real thoughts are it's cool if games have it, but they don't have to have an easy mode. And also that
games getting too hard?
There should be some absurdly hard games that no one can finish. That's a good thing, actually.
Yes. I think that artistic freedom is cool, and I think that developers having the ability to make their game brutally hard, like completely fucking unfinishable to an almost absurd degree, which can actually add to the artistry of it. The game that this gets discussed with the most often is Dark Souls. And it's understandable why Dark Souls is the target of this. Except there's 2 problems. 1, Dark Souls is easy. And 2,
just grind, bro. Just grind.
Except, like, not
literally,
even.
It's an RPG. Just grind.
Just grind.
No,
like, that is an option, I guess, but, like, literally just, like, there's absurd tactics you can use at any point in a Souls game that gets you, like, free wins.
Well, the problem is that they're not very well communicated, but, I think that a lot of the discussion gets focused around, like, the Souls games, and I feel like that's, like, really, like, misused. Like, part of the point of those games is that they're hard. Like, that's part of, like, that's, like, kind of, like, part of, like, the core of the series, almost.
I when a lot of people mention, like, I guess I didn't get into arguments about this, but I would occasionally say things about the discussion online, where, like, people would be like, there's a lot more to Dark Souls than just the gameplay, and there's people who just want to appreciate the world, they want to appreciate all the art and stuff. And, like, I feel like most of what there is to appreciate about Dark Souls is kind of, like, outside of the gameplay, and the gameplay is very much in service of this, is, like, the themes. Like, all of the world building is really just about conveying certain themes, unless you're just really, really into the kind of setting that Dark Souls is.
Yeah.
And, like, the gameplay being in service of that is kind of, like, important. Like, it would kind of go against the points that the game is trying to make to a player, like, that's analyzing it.
If a game like Dark Souls is easy, like, that would lead to, like, you essentially not experiencing the same world as anyone in that world.
Yeah.
So, like, I could understand why Dark Souls probably
like,
shouldn't have an easy mode.
You would interpret the game differently, because your experience with it was different.
On top of that, giving it an easy mode would detract from how it feels to just be, like, slapped into the world of Dark Souls, You aren't given a choice in how the world of Dark Souls functions in any way. You're just sort of thrown into the middle of it and, like, told, die.
Yeah.
And, like, that's a really good thing.
That's what it's all about.
But
now I can hear the hypothetical straw man listening to this right now that was going to respond with this point that I'll make for them because I'm so fucking smart. They'll say, that's just elitist, like, cope. You're not being genuine, and you just don't want people who are bad at the game to play it so that you can feel better than them, or something. To which I would say, and I was going to add this when Tom...
that is true. That is actually true of, like, 90% of people who make the Dark Souls shouldn't have easy mode comments.
Okay. I mean, I definitely have seen it. I won't deny. But I was going to add on to, like, Tom's perspective that I feel like the value of artistic freedom of, like, an artist, if whoever's directing these Dark Souls games, Mr. Miyazaki Hayao, if that is his real name, Like, he has the freedom to decide that these games should not have an easy mode. If they are too hard for certain people to complete, if there's people who are literally disabled and they can't finish Dark Souls because it's too hard, then they just get fucked, you know, because that's his game design. You may not like it, but I think any artist has the freedom to make those sort of decisions. Additionally, I think in the exact same way, any viewer of art has the freedom to experience it in any way which they desire. And so if you want to modify the game to literally make it easier, that is within your right to do so. Like, if you're demanding an easy mode, literally changing the game, which would change your experience with it, I don't understand why simply modifying the game and playing with, like, an easy mod would feel any less legitimate to you.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. Like, it's such a weird perspective. Like, okay.
And people are going to make fun of you for modding a game and playing, like, an easy mod, but, like,
people are going to make fun of you
they're wrong to make fun of you for that.
Yeah, for one thing, that's dumb, but also they're going to make fun of you for playing easy mode anyway.
Yeah,
like,
that's also what I was going to say.
Yeah, it wouldn't change anything.
Yeah. I don't know, I feel like modding a game is like something like that's like kind of like out there as like a response to like someone's like complaints about a game, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I think in the case of something like Dark Souls, and I think it would apply to most cases where you're demanding an easy mode for a game, like, they didn't make the game easy because the point was for it to be a hard game, and if you would like to modify the game to make it differently, then you can do so. Like, I don't know. I feel like modding should be just an accepted part of the gamer experience.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Maybe stop being console gamers. Do you ever think about that?
Yeah. That would fix everything, but we're not in that world. But anyway, I honestly think I do still think that, like, probably most games, I don't think that, like, artists should be obligated to, but I think that, like, most games could probably use an easy mode, honestly. Because, like,
I don't know.
unless they're like fucking like Dark Souls, like, normally, like, the core of a game isn't that it's super duper challenging.
Well, I would say that all of the arguments that apply to Dark Souls could apply to anything else which you would demand an easy mode of, to lesser extents.
I gotta jump in here.
All right.
Sayu.
Yeah.
So the thing is, right, it doesn't, like, yeah, sure, it applies very specifically to Dark Souls, but it also applies to any game dev that is trying to make a world that feels hostile towards you. A great example of this is Metroid, which just recently got Metroid Dread, which does not have an easy mode.
Let's get this out of the way. Metroid Dread's not even hard.
I haven't played it.
I don't know anything about it, but I've seen very little of it. I've seen some people complain about it though.
Anyways, so, like, my experience with this stupid debate has always been seeing people say stupid nonsense that kicks it off, and a million people being like, "This is a fucking stupid debate. I hate this," every time. One of my favorite like examples of this was, because it was just so easy to pick apart, was this guy who was like, actually, Dark Souls doesn't need to be that hard to make its world feel like the way they want you to feel. The Firelink Shrine is refreshing because it's set up to feel refreshing, not because the game is hard. And it was, like, the dumbest thing I had ever read in my entire life, and it made me realize that, like, half of the time, the other side of this argument has not experienced whatever the work is that they're criticizing to make it have an easy mode. Like, it's, like, really obvious that they haven't. because the reason the Firelink Shrine works as a location is because every other location in the game wants to fucking kill you.
Now, I haven't actually played any of the Dark Souls games. I've only played... I mean, I played like fucking 10 minutes of Dark Souls 1, but I've only played... For anybody in the audience who would like to know where my perspective is coming from, it's I played through halfway Demon's Souls, and the game was too hard, and it made me too sad, and so I simply gave up. That's where I am, and I probably will not actually ever finish Demon's Souls.
Same. I had the exact same experience.
I never played.
I mean, you finished other Dark Souls, right?
Oh, yes, I finished Dark Souls 1, 2, unfortunately, 3, Bloodborne, never finished. The 2 FromSoft games I haven't finished in that vein are Sekiro and Demon's Souls.
I finished the main 3 Dark Souls, and I basically finished Bloodborne, but then I lost my save.
What was I going to say? It was something that I wanted to say. Oh, yeah. It's been too long since I've like actually been in like a heated discussion about this topic with other people, but I remember getting this impression, and maybe this is I don't know how to describe it, but I got the impression a lot of the time that even though people would kind of present what they're saying as like a moral thing, like like they would kind of try and like dress up this point with like some sort of maybe they're being genuine. Maybe they do think it's an injustice that some people are deprived the ability to play games, but not all games, but like some games. But a lot of the arguments kind of just come down to like marketability almost. So hold up. All right, so in this episode, a few times, you know, the first couple times they were serious, but then the rest of the times I just kind of kept doing it because I thought it would be like a funny, like recurring thing to say. Sorry, I'm sick. I got COVID. I kept trying to make this weird argument that like people have this like reaction to games that are not like widely accessible because they simultaneously think it's a moral issue, but they see it as like a moralistic issue because of like the fact that we live in like a capitalist society or whatever. And I don't know what I was actually trying to say. I know I've explained this point better outside the episode. It's not something I really care about or would argue in earnest. Like, you know, if you put me up on a debate stage, I would probably say, yeah, this is a stupid point, and I just said it because I'm dumb and my brain doesn't work. But I think what I was really trying to explain is that people feel like I guess because we and again, I don't explain anything like this in the actual episode, but this is where the feeling came from. People feel like that the media and everything is like pushing Dark Souls onto them. You know, it's trying to make like, because of like the capitalist society we live in, like the media cycle and everything, they're being like marketed these games and they're getting like a lot of money and stuff, and they paid for these games. You know, they paid for this game because they want to play it. But it was too hard, and so now they had their value has been extracted from them. The game fooled them into like paying for it, or like all of their friends are, you know, paying for it, and they can't get involved in the social zeitgeist along with everyone else because they were not catered to, and you know so the market forces have put them in this situation where everyone around them is talking about this thing. And maybe even they paid for the game. And, you know, money is a useful thing that, you know, is of personal value in capitalist world. And so maybe they feel in some sense that there is a genuine moralistic outrage over this. And I don't think that people would care about games being hard if games were all free or we just didn't live in a capitalist money-based society. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if like marketability and all of these things were not factors in our social lives and all of these other things, then nobody would care about this issue. And that's all I wanted to explain. That like capitalism does in fact have an influence on what we see as moral and immoral. And people in some way think of the easy mode issue as a moralistic issue because it is a capitalist thing. And that, you know, I don't know, fucking that's all I was trying to say. All right, don't make fun of me. Like the game is not accessible to a wide audience.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Like,
accessibility and marketability aren't the same thing.
well, I mean, I don't know how to describe it, but like I've a lot of time when this debate comes up, I'm kind of like disgusted by the conflation that people have between like how marketable something is and like that being a measure of good.
Mm-hmm.
That, I mean, like, I agree that that's like dumb. I still like when people say like accessibility, I don't think they're even remotely talking about like marketability. I think they're talking about like they don't want people to be gatekept because of their disability or whatever.
I'm not nearly together enough to actually describe what I thought I was about to, but I'm going to posit my claim without any backing evidence, and it's a good point because I'm objectively correct. I think that I think that marketability itself, like basically like the economics of what makes a successful product, has kind of culturally integrated itself into people's brains in a way that makes them sort of like justify good marketing is like a good thing, like objectively in like a moral sense, almost against like bad marketability.
Well,
And these things are like conflated psychologically.
I would say I would swap out marketability for accessibility. And
no,
there,
but the
there
reason that accessibility is a good thing in people's minds is because it's marketable, because it makes a more successful product.
No one who's saying I guarantee you, no one who's saying accessibility is considering the marketability.
Okay,
Like,
first off,
except for like
that's not what I'm
maybe
saying.
like
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're considering that. I'm saying the fact that accessibility is good for marketability, like accessibility. Fucking how do I describe this? Like, it's the cultural influence from what is like economically good, kind of like almost trickling down into like reasoning for what is good and what's not. Like they're not thinking about marketability. Like, obviously none of these people are like thinking about that.
yeah.
But the reason why accessibility is a good thing comes from like the market.
No.
Yes, I'm right.
no, you're wrong. It comes from a sense of quote-unquote justice. The reason accessibility is a good thing is because it allows people with physical, mental disabilities to experience the work the same way that somebody else would. Which, in terms of, like, creating controllers for that kind of thing, and, making like certain features available, I guess. I wouldn't say like easy mode all the time, but like things like control binding and stuff like that, you know?
Control binding, colorblind mode's a really common one.
Yes, colorblind mode's a great one. These features are genuinely very good things.
Okay, well, there are also
I'm not saying that it's not a good thing to be accessible.
Hold on. No, I was just like, that was just part of my explanation.
Yeah.
I was just saying that, at least from my perspective, like, these things, as far down as, like, editing the art itself for this sake before it even goes out the door, you know, that kind of thing, like, up to that, not including, like, I think it's fine. I think, you know, adding these good things, colorblind mode, accessibility options, like control binding, companies making extra controllers and things, I think that's all good. But that's, like, sort of what people mean. you know, is they're meaning something along the lines of, like, allowing more people to actually play the game. And occasionally you get people that are like, but what if they're not good at video games? But I think overwhelmingly it comes down to opening the game up to a wide audience so that more people can experience it.
I'm debating right now if I want to continue to try and justify what I just said.
I think it was nonsense, and you should just own up to that, and we can move on.
I disagree with you, so you were wrong, so you should not try to justify it.
I mean, okay, maybe I'm not gonna, I haven't fully formed that idea yet. I'll decide if it's nonsense after the fact. I'll think about that. I'll reflect on my actions and consider if I was wrong. But
tune in next time to find out if what he just said was a joke.
I don't think that accessibility is necessarily, in art has anything to do with good or bad, in terms of morals. It just doesn't.
Okay.
No.
I don't think it has anything to do with morals, other than it is if a developer does it, it is a good. If a developer doesn't do it, it's not evil. People. Honestly, I think people would be, or people with disabilities, particularly physical ones, would be a lot more comfortable gaming on PC as opposed to gaming on a console.
you can modify the thing, and you can
modify
inputs
the game and find the controls. Yeah. Microsoft makes controllers for people who are physically disabled that you can I don't know how deep the custom ordering for it goes, but I know that they have some form of custom ordering for it, which is really good. I don't know how expensive it is. That's the problem, right? Is I want the Steam Deck to succeed and be cheap so that this is accessible to a lot of people, because the PC versions of games a lot of the time are easily the most accessible ones.
Yeah.
Because you have the ability to modify the game. They give you full access to control bindings most of the time. They give you a bunch of control setups. It's good.
Yeah.
Fuck, I had more to say on this subject. But I don't anymore.
Well,
head empty.
Isn't that kind of sad?
I'm too busy spinning about my bizarre, stupid ideas.
Ultimately, I think it just comes down to the artist. I think it comes down to the game director, to the person who's making the decisions. If they want their game to feel incredibly accessible and open to everybody, and everyone can play it, and they want to make Kirby, that's fine. You can make Kirby.
You know what? I'll save this for the Twitter episode. I'll save everything I'm thinking about for the Twitter episode.
All right. I think I might kind of understand what you were talking about, Nyuu.
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing is with a lot of this stuff, it does come down to I don't think that many people are saying that game developers are evil. If it, obviously there might be some articles that are really dumb that everyone thinks is dumb, but I don't think that many people are saying that game developers are evil if they don't add an easy mode or whatever, if they make the game too hard.
Yeah, it's mostly just whining.
Yeah.
It's whining by the ones that set most people off the most, the ones that spark the most controversy and discourse are the hyper casuals who are no, make the game easy for me.
Yeah.
I don't have any disabilities of any kind. I just want the game to be easy.
Yeah.
When it's you are co-opting this debate that has if the outcome is I don't care about the outcome to this debate, but the point of the people on the side of easy mode is to make the game more accessible to people with disabilities, and co-opting that debate because you want the game to be easier and you quote don't care about the gameplay. Real thing I read. Just
I mean, video games aren't art. Just everything else in them but the game is art.
Yeah, there is no such thing as gameplay art.
If I can skip the game and just get to the art, then that would be nice.
One of the things I saw people saying this about was, and I am not kidding, Breath of the Wild.
Yeah?
Wait,
what?
What is there to Breath of the Wild outside of the gameplay?
I don't know. I have no idea. And on top of that,
I can't even think of one thing.
On top of that, like, the thing that fucking drives me insane about all this is you could just watch a Let's Play.
Yeah.
There are thousands of Twitch streamers out there. There are thousands of Let's Players on YouTube, all of which would be happy to have you in their audience. Yeah. And they would love to have a consistent viewer out of you if you only care about game story. That's what they're there for. That's why they make their content. That's why they're big in the first place. Yeah. If you don't care about the gameplay, don't play the game. Watch a playthrough of it.
Oh, yeah. Anyway,
you know what? I'm going to continue to entertain my weird lines of thought because I feel like that makes for the most entertaining podcast possible.
I was about to like kind of almost like justify what you might have been saying, I think.
All right. Well, what are you about to say before I ruin it?
So I was saying like a lot of like the more like reasonable people will like instead of just like saying like game developer or like evil or whatever, a lot of people will try to argue for the some people will like try to like argue for the marketability of something because that's an argument they're making towards like game developers. Mm-hmm. Like they're trying to get they're trying to convince game developers to put more of these accessibility features or like easy mode and shit in their game.
Yeah.
I think also moderately unrelated, but I think that a really good game that did this was Celeste Celeste is really notoriously extremely difficult. Mm-hmm. At a lot of points, but it actually has an assist mode in the options.
Yeah.
It's basically just an easy mode. I don't remember the exact extent of what it does, but it's basically an easy mode. But it makes it really clear that this isn't like the intended experience, and it's just like if you can't play like the real game. I think that's like really good. I think even a game like Dark Souls, if it had something like that, then it probably wouldn't detract too much from it.
The thing about Dark Souls is that Dark
makes
Souls
it clear that it's not like the way to experience it like normally.
Dark Souls in particular feels like it doesn't need it because I don't know if anybody watching knows this, but Dark Souls is one of the easiest games on the planet to just fucking break, you know? This game, it's very difficult if you go into it with, like, normal tactics that a normal person would come up with. But Dark Souls has 1 million items in the game, and you can just use them in any combination you want to absolutely fucking break this entire thing. Like, okay, maybe moving away from Dark Souls a little bit, like, in Bloodborne, I have finished that game multiple times without even using this feature. But do you guys know what Beasthood does?
No.
Oh, doesn't that make you, like, stronger the more attacks you land?
Yeah,
but you also take more damage.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about Beasthood. Well, in Bloodborne, that doesn't matter. It just straight up doesn't. You heal every time you hit someone. So if you're dealing enough damage and you stand next to them, they will die before they can even, like, lower your health bar a little bit. But, so the thing about Beasthood is as you do what's called transform attacks, which is when you transform your weapon in the middle of a combo, and as you do regular hits, you fill up this Beasthood meter that makes you deal a ton of extra damage. And, like, to give you an idea of how ridiculous this is, someone was able to use this along with some ridiculous stat grinding things, alongside the infamous Cum Chalice, as it's known, to straight up just one-shot the Orphan of Kos.
Huh?
Which is the hardest boss, not just in Bloodborne, but every From Software game outside of Sekiro, pretty much. Which is, like, it's ridiculous. And Beasthood is perfectly accessible pretty much at all times. You could just use it if you want. And it trivializes most of Bloodborne and makes it a much easier experience outside of, like trying to figure out area gimmicks, which is the gameplay anyways. Like, I don't know. It feels weird that, like, From Software games are the ones that experience the large amount of like screaming about this when, at least outside of Sekiro, they're the ones that try the hardest to be super fucking open-ended about how you approach things, and you can fucking shatter the game in half by knowing what you're doing a little bit. Doing a little research, figuring out how to kill things, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. So I just want to, like, explain what I meant. I'm not gonna, like, try and, like, justify, like, the specific argument of, like, easy mode thing. This is kind of almost going off topic at this point.
Yeah.
But tell me if I'm crazy, and maybe this is a bit too much of a brainiac concept for our stupid anime podcast, and I'm not smart or educated enough to actually talk about this. But I think
you're
kind
too
of like
smart to talk about it. All right.
in like a social conditioning kind of way, being brought up in like a capitalist society where like everything in our world is like built around these like capitalist, you know, like market economic principles. Things that are good business kind of end up influencing, like, not, oh, God, I'm like looping again. Like, I'll use the example of popularity. People often say that something is good, and then they will cite the fact that it's popular to say that it's like a good thing, right? And like being more and more popular means that we're good, right?
Yeah.
And I think to some extent that's because things being popular is good business. Like, you want to be the largest business possible.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes you perform better in this world.
I think that's less of like, I think that's less a capitalist thing and more of a just like people just appeal to popularity because it sounds like logical, because if like more people agree with it, it has to be more likely correct, you know? Like,
I mean, in terms of
why people would cite
being
popularity.
like a good piece of art.
Well, when you're arguing for whether something's good a piece of art, you're probably like, you can't really jump to much there, you know? If you're like trying to make an argument for it.
Hold on,
I don't know.
wait. People have these arguments all the fucking time.
I know, but they're
I would say arguing about whether or not something is a good piece of art is like 90% of all arguments. like it's super common, and yeah, nobody gets swayed by this ever. People typically only get their opinions reinforced, but like there is, to some extent, like some amount of degree of like goodness you can apply to like, or good versus bad you can apply to like a piece of art using things you like and things you don't like, you know? It's not like it's a completely worthless idea to argue like that.
I don't know. I don't think that, like, I don't know. I don't think that, like, this guy, it's just a weird concept to me, because, like,
Sayu, we do this all the time. We literally do this constantly.
I'm joking most of the time. I don't take any arguments about, like, whether or not a piece of art is good, like, seriously whatsoever.
All I'm going to say is that I'm being genuine when I say that objectively Sonic Forces is bad. Having to
and
bring
I'm
him
being
up yet
genuine
again.
when I say Sonic Forces is, I like it. So, you know.
I think you're lying to me.
Well, I like what I played of it, okay?
But do you kind of get what I'm trying to explain? Do you see how that would apply to, like, the argument of accessibility?
A little.
I see how that would apply. I just don't agree with the premise that, like, that's because of, like, social conditioning or whatever.
Alright, well...
I like, that's a really common, like, fallacy to make. It's just, like, appeals to popularity in, like, any argument.
Well,
I guess.
I don't think that saying something is, like... I think appeals to popularity really changes in nature depending on the context of how the appeal is made. And in some instances, I would say that it's mostly because of, like, the fact that we live in a world structured in the way that we are. Or that it is. and that like influences people's like principles and like what they value as like on a base level, like basically good and bad, and then that could extend into other areas.
I guess.
Like of course accessibility is like not entirely this.
Nothing.
Yeah, accessibility isn't the same as popularity, but I think I get what you mean.
This episode is about nothing. Holy shit, we're floundering. All I'm gonna say is it should really be up to the artist. No, you are.
I'm winning. I'm exerting my intellectual might. No one agrees with me because I'm just too correct and I'm too smart.
You know you won the debate when what you say makes everyone go
yeah.
I guess.
When nobody agrees with you at all, that means you're the most right.
When nobody can even parse what it is that you're saying, you've been the most correct. I don't know. I think ultimately it's really up to the person, you know? It's really up to, like, the artist if they want to include, like, an easy mode. It all depends on what they're going for and, like, what they feel like and stuff. And accessibility options are based when they're there, and when they're not, it's like, whatever, we can just mod them in, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, I agree with that, like, I agree with all that, like, principally. I just, I don't like the, I don't like the attitude, like, that, like, a lot of people have towards, like, the discussion where, like, if you even suggest that game developers should maybe, like, add in some accessibility options, like, you are ruining video games.
This is definitely, like, a both sides problem. They're, like, the people on the side of, like, being accessible are, like, all super fucking insufferable and don't care about video games as a medium.
Yeah.
And the people who are against it are not even considering the merits of, like, what, like, it could bring to the medium. It's just all together really frustrating.
Yeah.
I think it's a like nasty debate altogether, and I'm tired of seeing it on my timeline. The next time I see it on my timeline, I'm going to be very upset.
It sucks because like I do still think like there is an interesting discussion to be had. It's just Twitter's not the place for it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think there's that interesting of a discussion to be had. Actually,
I do.
I mean, what else could the argument be other than what it already is?
What do you mean?
Like the discussion about like how if video games should have an easy mode because they're too hard or whatever. Like I don't know what is said in Twitter discussions that like isn't said that would be more interesting.
Well, I mean, I just like explained a bunch of like reasons for at least one side that like are significantly more nuanced than like most of Twitter discussions. And I feel like Tom has brought up a few from the other side that are more interesting than Get Good. So
it is, yeah. No, there's definitely
like
there's
more to the Twitter there's more than the Twitter discussion to be had. I don't know.
Like, here's the thing.
There's more to the Twitter discussion than you realize.
Here's the thing about like this sort of like thing, right? Is I don't know why it's this way with video games in particular, but like for some reason, like there is definitely entry level anime, you know? Yeah. There's Death Note. There's fucking I guess Soul Eater kind of. Maybe I'm just saying that because that was my entry, but you know, there's definitely entry level anime, and then there's like Techno Lies.
Yeah.
You know, there's like weird shit that like you can dig into if you want. And like nobody would tell you to watch Techno Lies or something similar as your first anime, you know?
Yeah.
Nobody would recommend it like that. And there's definitely the same with movies, you know? If you're not normally a movie watcher, people would probably be like, oh, you should probably watch a couple of these movies instead of, hey, go watch Eraserhead. You know?
Yeah, I mean, like, people don't complain that, like, something like Techno Lies isn't accessible enough, but they will complain about too much, like, booby fan service in their isekais.
Oh my god,
okay.
all the time.
All the time,
and I would say that that's probably, like, the same thing. in a certain way.
No, because there's no justification for that one. All right.
I don't care about having this discussion.
No.
But,
What I mean is, like, if somebody said, let's say hypothetically, somebody made the argument that like Technolize is too hard to get into, because it's like, I don't know, you just don't like it.
Because it hates you. Because it hates you.
Because it's literally just not written to be appealing to like most people.
Yeah.
Why would saying that like fucking the shows with a lot of like anime fan service should be different? Why would that be like a different kind of argument? It would just be the same thing.
It's because it's not an argument out of accessibility. It's an argument out of like this like Puritan feeling, Like, I'll meme a lot about, like, down with booby fan service or whatever, right? But, like, it's mostly a meme. I'm not, like, being serious. I think if people, like, do I wish it was a little less prevalent? A little, yeah. But do I think people, like, have the right to just enjoy those shows? Hell yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I think the root of the quote-unquote problem with fan service is that there's a lot of people who are just disinterested by that kind of thing. Like, they're off-put by it. And I mean...
Well, okay, so I have actually a friend who got out of anime for a while, who now she is trying to get back into it. Yeah. And, like, initially she was very put off by the fan service, and now she's sort of coming around on it a little bit, where she's like, okay, I still don't really like it all that much. Well, like, I can see the merits of shows with it, you know?
If I remember right, both of you were, like, extremely put off by it earlier in life. Oh,
yeah.
It was a different time.
Yeah. And like
I'm still not crazy about it, but I can ignore it when it pops up.
Yeah.
It's whatever. But like that's like the thing about fan service, right? Is that it's sort of like an entry barrier of some kind, and once you're past it, you can sort of ignore it and get back into anime and enjoy it like that. And like
I honestly don't think of it as an entry barrier. It's just if you like it, you like it. It's like one of them like aspects of anime where it's just like
you're being gatekept. You're
being gatekept by not liking the anime.
Yeah, you're being gatekept by not liking hard games.
Hold on, wait, no, you're not being gatekept by necessarily not liking the anime. There are plenty, like, I don't like fan service, but there are plenty of fan servicey anime that I actually really like. Things like Akame ga Kill or Soul Eater are fucking full of fan service, all over the place. Yeah. And they're still great shows. I still love those two shows. So, it's more of a, like, you gain a tolerance for it,
Yeah.
And when it comes to video games,
that's the way it is for a lot of people.
When it comes to video games, people aren't willing to give video games the same level of fucking openness to it. People aren't willing to be like, this just isn't an entry level video game.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not. No. I should play other video games.
The
first.
General attitude towards hard video games is generally way more open to hard video games than the attitude towards booby isekai.
You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Like the from the other side of the argument, because that's where this argument is coming from.
My when I was younger, I feel like most of my issue with fan service is like. It was really, like, social, almost. Like, I didn't want to be seen liking things with a lot of fan service, because it was very easy to make fun of.
Yeah.
And criticize me for. Like, I couldn't recommend it to people. Like, if I liked a show, I couldn't recommend it to, like, my family, or anybody else, except for, like, you.
That is
was a hard sell
about it.
You could say that maybe... they were doing bad business, and it could have been forced.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
That's not it being a social thing. That isn't a business thing.
They're very intertwined. That was just funny. That was just for fun. That was to troll you. You're trolled right now.
Fuck.
Anyways. The response to, like, a hard, non-entry-level video game from the other side is not, I should go play more video games and then get good at this kind of thing. It's, fuck, I should I should fucking whine about it on Twitter for 24 hours, and complain all the time about it, instead of, like, trying to get good at these games. And I don't know, like, it's a weird response, but it's definitely out there, and, Dark Souls is definitely a game that I would not describe as an entry-level video game. You know? I don't know, maybe, if you're persistent enough, because that's ultimately what Dark Souls is about, is persistence. So if you're persistent enough, you could probably finish it.
I think video games are a lot different in this, like, it's hard to compare to other mediums. Because like,
it requires physical skill, yeah.
Yeah, no matter how hard a show is to watch, quote unquote, you are literally just sitting there.
Yeah.
Where there are some people who are just, they simply don't have the years of gamer experience. They are literally incapable of progressing in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. And like, here's the thing, right? Is, like, for every Dark Souls, there is, like, a million games that are going to be a lot easier than Dark Souls that are sort of in the same vein that you can play, you know?
Yeah.
For every, like, hard Castlevania game, there is a Symphony of the Night that you can break as many ways as you want, you know?
Yeah.
This is true of, like, all sorts of games, to, like, people who complain that Sonic Unleashed is too hard, which is a complaint I've seen a couple of times, when you could literally sit down and play Forces and have the game finish itself.
Yeah.
There we go. There's the utilitarian argument for Forces.
Yeah. See, it has done good for the world.
I would argue that it has never been used in this fashion, but okay.
What do you mean? I'm sure literally so many children have played Sonic Forces and loved it.
I wish that I didn't, like, misinterpret the suggestion for this this episode topic, so that I could have, like, written down a lot of things that I wanted to say. Because I know that when I wrote down, should, like, are games getting too hard and should they have an easy mode in the episode, like, topic suggestion list, I wrote that down because I knew I would have a lot to say about it, but I didn't think I was going to talk about it. Now I don't even know what to say. That's why I've been floundering.
We'll come back. We'll have a sequel to this one when the next difficult video game comes out.
Every time this like argument becomes a major thing again, then we'll talk about it again.
Yeah. Every episode of the podcast is just this discussion again.
Yeah.
And it gets, like, more unhinged. You know what would be, like, really funny?
Yeah.
I mean, we're already pretty unhinged.
On that idea, like, what would be really funny is tying this all back into anime somehow. If we did an Endless 8...
Yeah,
Endless 8.
We re-record the Haruhi episodes. Yeah. We re-record the same episode 8 times. We just re-voice it.
We voice all the same arguments.
Yeah.
I think that what people are really upset about with, like, these hard games is the feeling like they're almost, like, missing out on something.
I
like
guess?
The fact that they're popular and they're being talked about, like they're being talked about in the public forum.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
they're receiving that word of mouth spread, and then they have no interest, and so they're just, like, mad. They either have no interest or they feel incapable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is definitely they're definitely like an issue. I don't know.
I'm going to say this right now. I've seen this sentiment a lot from people.
They're being marketed a product that's not for them.
No.
Oh
no.
My God.
I feel like, okay, there are a lot of people out there who feel as though they cannot play. Let's just take Breath of the Wild, for example. Breath of the Wild was extremely popular, and it had a bit of this sentiment going where people were like, oh, but I can't do the things the speedrunners do. Oh, I can't play Breath of the Wild. I'm not good at video games. Oh, you can finish Breath of the Wild. Okay? Yeah. That is something that you can do. Okay?
Breath of the Wild isn't even like a game that you like need to like finish. It's a game that you can enjoy without like doing anything that the game wants you to do.
Exactly.
Like that's like the entire point of Breath of the Wild.
It's so open. You can stop playing Breath of the Wild whenever you want. You don't need to finish that game. That is the really nice thing about it.
Yeah. Oh, but you never save
Breath of the
Zelda.
Wild is literally like pre-built Minecraft.
Yeah. On top of that, you can fucking play Minecraft. Minecraft is such a good game for, like, people who don't feel as though they have the skills, you know?
Yeah.
Like, believe it or not, you know, if you don't think you're good at first-person shooters, Minecraft isn't a bad place to start.
I mean, there's literally, like, a no enemies mode in Minecraft.
Literally. You can just play Minecraft. Like, and there are games for you out there. I encourage you, go out and try them. This medium is huge. It's vast. It's one of my favorites ever. It's so good. Just go out and fucking experience it. I beg of you.
To be fair, I think there is a bit of a problem in video games of like, there's a generation of people, and I'm not talking about like super old. Like there's just people like maybe in their 40s or something. They just never had much interest in this video games thing. You know, they thought it was a toy for babies. Yeah. And now that they're grown up and video games are a global phenomenon, they sit down and occasionally they try and play a video game, and it's just incomprehensible to them because like, I mean, if you pick up Mario, you can figure out how to play Mario, and like Super Mario on the NES. You can figure out how to play Mario on the NES in like fucking 2 seconds. Now, granted, you're not going to be able to beat it, but I think it was made under the expectation that most people can't actually reach the end of Mario.
Oh yeah, no, like the original Mario is like kind of hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But fucking
Hot take: Mario Brothers is challenging.
If you sat down in like, you know, 2011 or whatever, with like whatever the most popular video games were, like, you know, fucking Halo Reach or something, there are so many more elements that you need to figure out, and which is presumed that you've already developed this skill set from like years of other gaming. Like, have you ever watched somebody who's never played a first-person shooter before try and play a first-person shooter with a controller?
Yeah.
They can't do it. It doesn't matter how long.
But I literally personally feel like that like person who's like just learning how to play video games whenever I try to play a first person shooter with a controller.
Okay, yeah, first person shooters are not well tooled for controllers. But Nyuu, I want to point this out because you are mostly wrong. This skill set can just, like, it can be gained. Do you know who Shirley Curry is?
Well, I know, obviously anybody can gain the skill set. I mean, anybody can, maybe you might disagree with me about this, but anybody can just learn a language at any time. But I'm talking, like, the amount of time that it takes to be able to competently play a popular video game right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot more time than it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there is a small amount of games, like, in pop culture right now that are very easy. Like, Minecraft is a perfect one. But how many other, like, really great, like, first video games can you think of right now? That aren't, like, fucking phone games.
Undertale.
There are some people who are just too bad to figure out how to play, like, the some of the bullet patterns in Undertale.
Any modern Mario game, like any of them, except for maybe Mario Maker, I guess.
Oh yeah. Any modern.
I mean,
Mario
yeah. There's
game
still the
this.
2D Marios.
Any Nintendo game actually is a pretty good one.
In fact, actually,
Nintendo's
Mario.
the best. Nintendo's the
Mario.
best about it.
Mario Odyssey specifically, I give that game a lot of shit because I don't like it very much. But if you're just like, if you're a newcoming gamer and you're trying to like gain that kind of skill set, Mario Odyssey is great for that because there's so much you can do to like try out technical tricks and get good with like doing very specific inputs. And none of it's required. You don't need to do any of it.
Yeah.
And it's to the point where like you can sequence break entire sections of the game.
Well, I mean, that's not really like good. That's not really like it's not good, but it's not like helpful to like a first time player. I'm thinking like how good are like the tutorials are,
honestly,
like how good is it at communicating like what kind of things you have to do, you know?
Yeah.
Odyssey's pretty good at like communication to the player for the most part.
I never played
like
it.
You can finish Odyssey pretty much like going from start to finish, just sort of like following what the game tells you to do. There's literally an assist mode that guides you.
Yeah.
There is also just like a lot of the like What are they in Mario Odyssey? They're not stars.
Moons.
They're power moons.
They're moons. Okay, there's a lot of moons that you can achieve without a whole lot of, like, precise controls or anything. Like,
Yeah.
some moons are basically just, like, walk up and grab them.
Yeah, actually the 900 moons is actually, like, a really good choice for, like, accessibility purposes, because literally,
Yeah.
if you
You're
are
not
having trouble with
expected to
something,
100% it. You can just get the easy ones.
if you...
That's...
Yeah, if you're having trouble with it, you can literally just move on to a different thing, and you will have way more than enough to finish the level.
It's a game that scales with your skill. It's like the perfect game, like Tetris.
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild is the same thing. It's super accessible in that way where, you can go for all of the Korok seeds if you want. There's 900 of them, so good luck.
For the record, no Mario game is a perfect game in the way that Tetris is.
Yes. Tetris is, like, actually the best video game ever.
One of the most interesting things I think I ever heard from Matthew Matosis is that he pointed out that Tetris is a game which conceivably, like, you could imagine an alien race creating in isolation in almost the exact same way.
Yeah.
Like, if they created computers that function in the same way as ours, they would probably make Tetris.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, the whole, like, argument with gaming and accessibility is, like, a weird one, and I do think more accessibility options are due, like, colorblind modes and other such things that are just generally good for the gamer. But I think, overwhelmingly, if a game is not meant to have an easy mode, then it's not going to have one. And I think having modding on console could solve a lot of this problem.
Well,
that way you could just click the easy mode mod.
If a game isn't meant for colorblind people to play it, then it's just not for them.
If it's not meant for colorblind people to play it, then it's just Splatoon. Get over it.
I mean,
Wait, does Splatoon not have colorblind options?
I don't know if it does. I'm just joking.
Oh my god!
Speaking of accessibility, if a game is just not for colorblind people, John Blow actually got a little bit of shit when he released The Witness. You know how The Witness is structured? It's like a puzzle, like an open world puzzle game. Yeah, it's like
a big, incomprehensible puzzle.
Yeah.
That's the game.
There are certain puzzles that have to do with color, where, like, you'll stand in different lighting conditions, and the colors will change, because, like, if you're in a red room, like it being illuminated by red light, then the colors you're looking at will not actually be the colors that you're seeing. Like, there are different swatches of colors painted on the walls, but the red light will, like, change the way that the color appears. And the way that you're supposed to, like, figure out all these puzzles is by, like, thinking about, like, the different, like, color relations. And these puzzles are literally impossible to make a colorblind mode for. Like, if you play The Witness, you can't finish it without assistance if you're colorblind. And there is no accessibility options for it, because there's no way to design around it without just, like, literally, I guess, getting rid of them. And the Witness is, like, one of those games that's, like, kind of pure mechanics, but also, like, the mechanics and all of the puzzles that you're doing kind of thematically, like, mean something. So, like, John Blow didn't want to get rid of the color puzzles because the game was about seeing, you know? So if your eyes don't work, then you can't play a game about seeing.
Yeah.
And a lot of people got mad at him for that. But I think he was justified in creating the game in that way.
I mean, you could just look up the answer.
Yeah, lol.
Like, guides are always an option if there's, like, something that is physically impossible for you to, like, do in terms of, like, sight. I wouldn't say in terms of, like, physical disability, which is a whole other question, you know? Physical disabilities come in such a wide range that it's really hard to, like make sweeping statements about them, because there are people who, like, they have both of their arms, but they have absolutely no coordination using them at all. They have, like cerebral palsy is a good example of this. They're very shaky. They're very wiggly, as I've heard them describe themselves. They're very... You know, they move a lot. They don't exactly have control out of all of their motor functions, and so they are, like, they wouldn't be able to play a game with someone who, as well as someone who has, like, full control over at least one arm.
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah.
I don't know what disability this is, but I hear that another really common one is like some people have like trouble like specifically with like mashing buttons really fast. Like they just like can't do that. Like it's really bad for them or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. But,
I think consoles. The solution to this is controllers need to bring back turbo buttons.
That and fucking. I'm pretty sure Devil May Cry 5 actually had like an option that let you literally just like
Hold the mash.
I think so. I'm pretty sure Devil May Cry 5 had like an assist mode with for like the combos, so that like people could like more people would be able to do like the like intense like combos and shit. And like be able to like play the game well. And it's cool. Devil May Cry 5, from what I hear, has like good options like that.
Yeah.
I mean, we're probably only like a decade away from people being able to like map controls to intent to press a button instead of actually needing to press it. So you know what? All of their problems will be solved soon.
Imagine how crazy Project Diva could get.
Have you guys ever seen that like pro gamer glove? I'm not sure if anybody like actually uses it, but I remember seeing advertisements for like a pro gamer glove that will like try and like read the neurons in your wrist, not your neurons, but your nerves.
The
intent
in your
to
wrist. Click.
Yeah, and so like before your finger actually moves, like it'll click the thing.
Damn.
Oh god, that would be crazy. I don't know. I think like. My biggest takeaway from, or my biggest, like, leaving point from this, I guess, would be, if you are physically incapable of playing the video game, or you are mentally incapable of playing the video game, there are options out there for you. Don't give up. If you can do it, and you're just lazy and don't want to get good,
Minecraft is better than Dark Souls.
True!
We're not getting into that. I will give you at least Dark Souls 2. We can compromise there.
I will give you Dark Souls 1 and 2.
Dark Souls 1's better than 3, fight me.
No. To both of those.
Oh god, fight night. Fight night!
What were you actually gonna say, though?
Was it me who was talking?
You were the one talking.
Oh, yes.
It's over.
Fuck. Oh god, you've destroyed me. Oh yeah, I was saying, they're like, if you're just like lazy and you don't want to like get good at the video games, and you're one of those I only care about story people, there are options for you too. Get out there. There's a
lot of options.
Just fucking like do it.
Just be.
Oh my god.
There's especially a lot of options if you like indie games.
Literally, just be a PC gamer.
Yeah,
if you
be a PC gamer and play indie games.
If you can sit on Twitter and whine, you can play Minecraft.
You can give me $5.
It runs on your phone. You can give me $5.
You can give me $5.
True. Like you can give the 3 Baka podcast $5 on Patreon.com
you
right now.
You actually can't. You can't.
You can't. No, we don't have a Patreon.
You can send it to me though. I have a PayPal.me address. You can give it to me.
I'll be expecting $1.30 if anyone sends you $5.
If I receive any money through PayPal, I will set up a Patreon. So I have incentives. So you should do it to me.
I'll set up a Patreon when I hit 1,000 subscribers. Speaking of which, I wanted to touch on this before we end the episode.
Yeah.
I released my first AniTube video.
He did.
Yo.
It's out. Go watch it. Editor, quick. Put in the thumbnail right here. Link will be in the description. It's about
mecha anime. Do you like giant robot? Do you have any inclination to the idea of big robot?
If you like big robot, you'll like this video.
And he's gonna make more of them, probably.
I have scripts being written for the second and third one. The third one will be waiting for as long as reasonably possible because it has to do with a date in February. But whatever. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say on that. If you haven't watched that video, go watch it. It's my magnum opal, as they call them, right? That's the word?
Yeah.
All right, good. Glad I got that right. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
All right. Is that? Are we going on to comment responses?
Comment responses.
I guess so.
All right. So, Robert Anderson on the Too Deep for You episode, which is the last one that we've uploaded as of the time of recording. The comment sent twice. When you mention Too Deep for You games, there's the obvious elephant in the room. Y2K. That is actually how you pronounce the game. It's Y2K.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I feel like talking about it would make your arteries build up with a peculiar foam. So maybe dodged a bullet there. I actually love Y2K. I've never played it. I'm the world's biggest Y2K fan, and I'm very excited to play it for the first time.
I don't think any of us have played it, but I will say that I from everything I've heard about like the drama surrounding it, the developer's kind of dumb.
Oh, the developer's one of the smartest people to ever live.
In response to people not like
when the game like didn't do well, didn't he literally like put out like one of those like Twitter posts where like you post an image of text so that you can say more?
Yeah.
And like he was like, it was my mistake for thinking that video games are art.
Oh my god, so much fucking hope, dude.
Let me actually I want to read this.
I just want to say real quick that I am like afraid of Y2K on like a primal level. Like I don't want to touch it. I want to be as far away from it as possible. Actually,
all right. This is a real quote from Andrew Allenson, director of Y2K, a postmodern RPG. My mistake was thinking that video games are art. I wanted to make a game about a guy who's a piece of shit, unlikable character who by the end of the game has to transform. But too many gamers, when they look at this, they immediately get triggered by it. So the thing is, games aren't art. They're toys for children, and it's considered in bad form to talk about anything meaningful, impactful, or thought-provoking. Genius mind. Andrew Allison.
What?
He's almost right. Games are not toys, but they are like primarily consumed by children who cannot process art.
No, he's completely everything he said was 100% true.
Okay. I actually don't know the extent of what the complaints were about the game. From what I heard, they were mostly about the fact that like the like video game sucked.
The game part of it. The game was basically a visual novel. Like, I mean, it's an RPG, but it's one of those, like, you know, indie RPGs where, like, the RPG takes a back seat to just walking from cutscene to cutscene.
I see.
Yeah. It's,
And also the game's not fun.
Yeah.
I don't know. Y2K is weird.
And also, all of the art is bad.
It does look very ugly. That's what that's my take on it.
Yeah.
It's my informed take. Is it looks ugly.
My informed take is that the 3D models that they use don't look like anything. They don't like. Yeah. They like I don't know what they're going for. They're like trying to go for like this weird like almost like simplistic style, and it doesn't feel like anything. Like I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm never thinking about Y2K again. I don't want anything to do with it.
No new voicemails. How could this happen?
So sad.
We don't just expect Robert Anderson to keep uploading voicemails, but hopefully someday, you know, there will be a few repeat voicemailers.
Hopefully. Should we pick our topic at the end of the episode, or should we just
you know what? We should pick it at the end of the episode. You know, next time on 3 Baka.
Or next week is Halloween, kind of? Yes, Halloween. It's next week. So, we do an episode on fear.
Fear? Just fear?
Even though these... Yeah, that is the episode topic I have written down.
Alright. We're talking about our greatest
that'll-
fears.
Keep in mind that this will be
Yeah.
recorded on Halloween, but uploaded like 2 weeks later.
Yeah, it'll be uploaded way later. You, if you want to pin the fear episode
All right.
or the fear thing, so we can remember.
All right. We'll have like a next time. Next time.
Yeah.
Currently fear. And that one will be pinned.
Yeah. And then we go.
We can get rid of your original one.
Yeah.
Wherever it is.
It's
That'll be fun. I like talking about fear.
Yeah. All right. Next time.
Are we done?
Yeah.
no.
We're done.
It's
We're done.
over.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
It's
we're
literally
done.
over. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching the least accessible podcast on the planet.
3, 2, 1.
Sync.
Test. I don't know why I said that.
I don't know what you said. I was too busy saying sync.
Welcome to the Triple Baka podcast, and I do believe this one is episode 16.
The final episode.
That's the
No.
amount of pixels on one direction that's in a Minecraft texture.
That's the amount of pixels that was on the entire NES.
Is that true?
Yeah, actually, it was only like one time you get to display 16 pixels too, and then it's just over.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Amazing that they launched a video game industry off of that.
yeah.
The Super Nintendo started the video game industry.
It only displayed 8 pixels at once, so that way it at least got some gameplay. That's why it's called 8-bit.
Actually, the Sega Genesis launched the video game industry.
No.
We've got a podcast to record, everyone.
Yes.
Simmer down. Anime. Any anime this week?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Name an anime.
I've finished Kekai Sensen.
How was
Season
that?
1.
Well, season 1, yeah. It kinda sucked. Being real. Okay, here's the thing about Kekai
Shonen.
Sensen. Is that it had, really good production values, 99% of the time. Its music was amazing. It has the best ED of all time. No, exceptions, just straight up the best ED ever. And, all of the weird, it's 12 episodes, and most of these episodes are, weird one-off filler garbage that, are actually enjoyable, and then the final 3 episodes are all quote-unquote main plot, and they're all horrible. Just everything about the main plot of that show was absolutely terrible. None of it made any sense. The directing was really weird and all over the place. Characters will cut between physical locations without any warning at all, just so that the scene can look cooler, I guess. I don't know. And they did such a poor job of pacing the season that they had to extend the final episode to an hour just to get it all in. It was just really underwhelming. I've decided that someday I'm going to track down and read the manga because it's probably better, because I looked it up and all the stuff I didn't like was seemingly anime original, so whatever.
I don't think there is one, it's like a shonen action series, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that there is one shonen action series which is actually better in anime. I think normally the manga's always better.
You don't know. The fucking Demon Slayer looks really good in anime.
Okay, first off, I've been warned over and over again that Demon Slayer should be watched, not read. So I'll leave you with that. But also,
maybe Demon Slayer. Maybe I'm wrong about that one. I just have literally no interest in Demon Slayer at all.
Yeah, that's fine. You're just
I have interest. I'll watch it eventually. Anyways, Soul Eater. Soul Eater, I have heard back and forth opinions on. There's some people who are like, the anime's ending is stupid. And then there are other people who are like, the anime's really good. But that manga ending is hot garbage.
Oh, another one. Now I'm against me too. The only good piece of Full Metal Media is 2003.
Otherwise known as Brotherhood.
No.
I am against both of you. I don't think there's any good Full Metal Media. Full Metal Alchemist sucks.
you have consumed every piece of Full Metal Media except for 2003.
Wait, did you watch Brotherhood?
That is true. I watched an episode of Brotherhood and hated it.
Okay, the first episode is the worst episode in the entire series. Like,
care.
Not just Brotherhood, like, out of everything that happens in all of the entire franchise, episode 1 of Brotherhood is probably the worst thing.
Don't care. I'm not watching more.
Yeah, I mean, it should mean something about the series Brotherhood that episode 1 is the worst thing ever made.
I mean, episode 1 has nothing to do with like the entire rest of the series. It's literally completely.
It's not like it was produced by the same people or anything.
Oh my god!
Not like you can extrapolate qualities that might extend through the rest of the production.
I'm not stepping in on this. I don't care enough about Full Metal Alchemist to do so. However, what I will step in and do is end this argument by talking about the movie I watched today.
What movie? Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, I watched Millennium Actress, continuing my my journey through the works of Satoshi Kon, and oh my god, this was so good. Oh, Jesus Christ. I will say at first that to anyone who's going in without having seen any of Satoshi Kon's other works, this is probably not your best entry point. This movie, at least as far as I could tell, was considerably harder to follow than Paranoia Agent or Perfect Blue.
That's saying something.
Yeah, no, that is really saying something. Millennium Actress is a little bit much to really wrap your head around when you start it, especially if you're like me and you went in without reading any of the plot synopsis, any of like the like seeing any of the marketing material or like doing any research. I just sort of put it on and watched, and like the movie. Okay, I gave it a 9 out of 10. I'll just say that much. It was really, really good, but I don't necessarily know how productive it would be to sit here and discuss the themes of the movie when I don't think I could put it any better than Satoshi Kon does in this movie. Like, literally watch this movie. Oh my god.
It's probably one of the, like, strangest movies from Kon in structure, but I think it's probably his best one.
Nyuu?
Like, I like it more than all the others.
We lost him! No!
Yeah. Well, isn't this unfortunate? Do we want to, like, pause the recording? Or not, like, pause the recording, but, like, cut this out? Or...
I don't know. We did indeed lose him, though. He's back! He's back!
Hey?
Editor, we're back!
Wait, are we?
Okay. Yeah, we're back.
Yeah, okay.
What was the last thing I said?
I don't know.
I forgot. Start from the top. We were talking about Millennium Actress. I said that you couldn't put it any better than Satoshi Kon does in this movie.
Yeah, I said even though it's probably one of Kon's strangest movies in structure, it's probably, in my opinion, his best movie.
Yeah, I personally preferred Perfect Blue just a little bit more because I like the psychological horror aspects of it, but Millennium Actress was seriously just incredible. Like, the whole thing of the movie, to help someone who's just going in, I guess, spoilers for Millennium Actress a little bit, is like, they're sitting down and interviewing, like, this old film actress, and it's, like, walking you through all of her films, but the details that they're including are, like, extrapolated from her real life. So she's, like, constantly chasing this love that she had once and, like, lost it, and she's, like, going after that in every single one of her movies. And the two interviewers, one of the interviewers is a big fan of hers, so he keeps jumping in and like being one of the parts of the movies. And there's this really great moment that like made me smile really big when like they cut away from that for a moment to go back to the room the interview's happening in, and like the interview man and the old woman are like playing out the parts together and like yelling all melodramatically, and it was really good. And this movie, more than any I've ever seen, has a lot of, like, heart to it, you know?
Yeah.
It is, the emotional through line of Millennium Actress is unlike anything I've ever seen in my life.
It's a really positive movie in like a
I wasn't
way.
expecting it. I major spoilers right here for Millennium Actress. Even I am advocating for people to go watch it, so I don't want to just like drop it without a warning.
Yeah.
The end of the movie, she is like on her deathbed, and like the interviewer is there, talking to her, and I had this moment when she was being rushed to the hospital where, in the scene where it's rushing to the hospital, it's cutting back and forth from her ambulance ride to, like, her chasing the man she loved, like, and, like, finding the canvas, like, with the painting on it that he was supposedly was going to leave her.
Yeah.
And it was cutting back and forth between these two things, and I was like, oh, dang, that's kind of sad. Like, internally, I was thinking, she, like, spent her whole life just, like, chasing after this guy, and she didn't really get a chance to, like, fall in love or do anything else or whatever. And then, right at the end of the movie, there's this just amazing line where she turns to the guy who is obviously thinking the same thing I was. And she goes, "It's okay, don't worry. I'm going after him again. After all, it's chasing him that I really love. I don't care about reaching him." And it sort of recontextualized the whole movie, and I was like, holy shit. Oh my god. The movie is like an absolutely wild experience. Seriously, just
Yeah.
oh god, this movie is so good.
It goes further than any of Cohn's like other movies in terms of like the blending of like the fantasy and like reality, because it's because it can with like the framing of like memories.
Yeah.
And I forget where I read this, but apparently the thing that the movie is kind of like framed through, where like this really old actress who's like acted her entire life, and like a lot of her like real world memories are almost like tied into the like plots and settings of like movies she's had to act in. For people who get like very, very into their roles and like stay an actor for like their whole lives, that's actually something a lot of them have like talked about happening, like where they can almost not separate like these like fictions that they've participated in from like how they view their own life.
Yeah.
And I thought that's interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if like Cohn knew a lot of people in like film industry and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if he like took direct inspiration from like hearing that from others.
Yeah. God, it's seriously like it can't be like understated how much I loved this movie. Go watch it if you have never seen it. If you've seen it, go watch it again. It's amazing.
Yeah. Also, like, in terms of production, it's like a traditionally animated film, right?
Oh, and it looks so good.
Yeah, like, the color choices especially are so great. Like, for, like, it's kind of difficult to, like, get a film to have that variety of, like, color palettes and stuff. Like, when you had to, like, manually get all the paints and everything, but it looks so amazing.
Yeah, she's in, I think they say it's like, 7 different movies throughout her life?
Yeah.
And each one of them looks so distinct and yet so accurate to what they would look like. Yeah. They put her in so many different areas, you know? They put her in, like, a traditional samurai movie for a little bit, and, like, there are so many good shots in that section. There's this one animation cut where it's like one sustained action sequence where she's like sword fighting a bunch of dudes, right? And if you compare it to like anime action sequences, you know, it something about it feels like not quite up to par to what anime normally does. But if you compare it to like what a movie would do,
they're framed around these live action ones.
Yeah, it's framed and shot and like it's basically recorded like a live action shot, but it's done in animation, and it's so cool and impressive, and the movie is full of things like this. There's just a whole lot going for it, and it is so good.
I distinctly I mentioned it already on the podcast before, but I always remember like the one shot or the one cut in the movie where like She's in like sort of like a ninja focused movie, and there's like almost like an action scene that plays out. It's like, oh, I wish there was some kind of like action anime that could be framed that way the whole time, because the animation was so cool.
Yeah.
Some of the coolest fight animation I ever seen.
That's it for the anime I've watched, but I have read some manga.
What's that all about?
Okay, so I read Yu-Gi-Oh! GX and Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Tokubetsu Hen, which is a one-shot that wrapped up the story. And it was okay. It was fine. It's way better than the show, I will give it that. It has a lot more interesting character dynamics going on. Characters actually feel like they're going somewhere over the course of the series. And, like, there's a villain that feels like he's worth a damn within the first, hour or so of reading, as opposed to the regular show where you have to wait until episode 130 for a good villain to show up. GX the manga is significantly better than the regular show, but it does have some weaknesses. Like, it leans really heavily on you knowing what, like, the character dynamics are from the original, which is very unfortunate, because I don't recommend the original. And that means I can't just tell people, go read the manga instead, because you have to kind of know the original and how things sort of play out in that series to, like, really get anything out of the manga. Yeah. Also, I think it's really funny, I would like to mention, that there is a series of cards in it called the Masked Heroes, which are, like, these guys whose gimmick is they can fusion with one monster. Oh, so fancy. That's gonna mean nothing to anybody who doesn't play Yu-Gi-Oh! But, the thing that makes the Masked Heroes funny is Jaden changes to them with the, like, express purpose of, like, creating his own deck, because the deck he uses for most of the series is, like, a deck tied to, like, this other character. It was their deck first. And he's like, I'm gonna make my own deck, and I'm gonna show the world that I'm good, too. And then the Masked Heroes have, like, a damn near 100% lose rate in the series. It's really funny. Anyways, I read a couple of other things. I actually went manga shopping, and I bought a handful of manga. 3 big volumes, actually. So I guess I'll talk about them in order. The first is Ramina by a little-known author. You might have heard of him, called Junji Ito.
Who?
Yeah.
Famous
exactly.
author of Naruto.
I had never heard of him before. So anyways, this was my first foray into Junji Ito. I had always been sort of like curious, but I never really wanted to go all in on him. So I was at a bookstore with one of my friends who was really, really, really into Junji Ito. And so I was like, they had, a bunch of their volumes lined up, and I was like, all right, which one do you recommend for, like, a beginner? And he was like, Uzumaki, and they didn't have it. So then he was like, get Ramina, I guess. And Ramina is a lot to talk about, holy shit. Have either of you heard of Ramina before?
No, I haven't actually heard of anything of Junji Ito's directly except for Uzumaki and, like, that, like, short story collection.
Yeah, Ramina's full title is Hellstar Ramina. And it's about, like a scientist discovers, like, a planet, and, like, he's like, ooh, I'm gonna name it after my daughter. But it turns out the planet is, like, hurtling towards the Earth and destroying stars along its way. And everyone's like, oh, Jesus, fuck, it's gonna kill the Earth. Quick, kill Ramina. And thus, the whole story is this, like, really absurd cosmic horror where, like, the whole Earth is trying to kill this one girl, and there's, like, this looming threat of just this completely incomprehensible being the whole time. Yeah. And it's very entertaining. I highly recommend giving it a read if you've never read any Junji Ito before.
I've read one Junji Ito, and it's the one that everybody's seen, the something of Ari, whatever, the one where the guy goes in the hole.
Oh, okay. I have seen a little bit of that. I have not read it, obviously. I would really like to pick up more Junji Ito manga, but of course that requires buying more manga, and I have a problem. I'm cutting myself off for now. But that actually is a perfect segue into the next thing I picked up. It is called All You Need Is Kill.
Hey, that one's a movie.
Yeah, it got turned into a feature American film called The Edge of Tomorrow that I've never seen and never will.
Yeah. People actually say people always bring it up in talking about good anime adaptations into live action film. But a lot of people who watch the movie don't even know that it was based on a manga.
Yeah. I don't doubt that it's, like, fine, but I would much rather experience the story through the lens of Takeshi Obata.
Yeah.
Who, if you at home are unfamiliar, illustrated Death Note.
Yeah.
Obata doesn't really write their own manga. They get, like, writers to do their work.
Yeah, I mean, he's just an illustrator.
Yeah, he's just an illustrator, but he's really good at it. And I've only read 2 chapters of All You Need Is Kill so far, but the art quality is definitely up there.
For some reason, I've always been under the impression it was illustrated by the guy who did Blame.
You know, I can't really blame you for that, especially with the cover being the way it is. But no, it is indeed Death Note person.
Oh, the cover was Yoshitoshi Abe.
Oh, holy shit, really?
He did the character designs for Lane.
Sick.
Or just a lot of the art direction in general.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, once you open up the manga, though, you can definitely tell it's Obata. Obata only has one protagonist, and it's Light. Not L. L's the antagonist, obviously, but he only has one protagonist, and it's Light Yagami. And this guy is no exception. Hopefully it'll keep up the good quality. I've heard it's really good, so I'm keeping up my hopes. And then I did pick up one more manga that I have not touched yet, and that is Space Battleship Yamato.
Yeah.
This is a sci-fi manga by
Neiji Matsumoto.
Yes, I was looking. There they are. So they are a really prolific science fiction, mangaka, and, their work to this day is still sort of brought up as a really good example of, everything science fiction can be in manga.
At the very least, they're very iconic, mostly because of their distinctive art style.
Yeah, which leads to the same protagonist every time. I thought Yamato was Harlock for a bit, because he just looks like Harlock. Like, he's the same dude. He looks exactly the same. But yeah, I want to read Harlock someday, but getting your hands on physical Harlock manga is kind of hard, and it's all really, really pricey, so, you gotta take what you can get. I have not touched this one yet, though, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Is that everything from me? Yes, that's everything from me. Sayu, have you watched any anime this week?
Watch any Dragon Ball? He's dead.
No.
Sayu has not watched any anime.
Did I ever actually send you the legal way to watch the high quality sub?
You did not ever send me that.
Okay, well, I know at some point I was looking at the download for it, and I was like, yeah, I should send this to him. And then I just didn't, I guess.
Well, it's the thought that counts. Thank you.
Well, I've watched some things.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Please start with the good.
I'll start with the good one. Well, I finished, quote unquote, finished, the first season of Ashita no Joe.
Finally.
And, I certainly have some thoughts. It was really good. I'll just say that right away. It was definitely good.
Yeah.
I was on an emotional roller coaster. You know, every time Joe is, mostly when like the episodes that aren't filler are playing, I'm so invested. Despite the fact that this show's production values are admittedly really low. Like, there's a few episodes where not only is the animation as limited as it always is, but around like the later half of the series, there was a few episodes, mostly the filler ones, that had just animation errors like nonstop. Like there were shots. Oh wait, I didn't put this one in the material channel, but like there was one shot of Joe that I noticed where like they didn't even finish the cell. Like you could see the edge of the painting on Joe, where like you could see through him around the bottom of the screen. And there was another shot in the same episode where like one of the big guys, like there's a scene where a couple people are talking, and in a scene where they're supposed to be standing still, they have the background scrolling as if they're supposed to be like walking. Is a lot of animation errors like that. I noticed around the end of the series that when the series started, it was all really, really like cartoony almost. Like nothing really like made sense. Like why does Joe get away with what he's supposed to be able to get away with in this show? And like the fighting styles were just kind of like nonsense. But as time goes on, it becomes less and less cartoony and more like grounded in realism as like all the characters start to get a lot more like serious and stuff, until in like this final fight there's a lot more thought given to things like physical stamina and like the maneuvers that people are actually capable of pulling off, and like the weights at which punches actually like connect with like the opponent. And there's just a whole lot more like three-dimensionality to like the way that they actually move around the ring and stuff like that.
You know what I bet happened?
What?
I bet that the director was like told, "Hey, let's do a boxing anime." And the director, Dazaki, right? I think.
Yeah.
This was Dazaki.
Osamu Dazaki. It was his first directing job.
Yeah. Like Dazaki was like, "Yeah, I'll do a boxing anime. Why not?" And he set up like a very simplistic like storyline for a boxing anime with like Joe, or no, it was a manga, wasn't it? So he was most likely contracted to do an adaptation of the manga.
The manga wasn't finished yet, by the way.
Okay, he was most likely contracted to do an adaptation of the manga, and was like, yeah, I could do that. And about part of the way through, he was like, I'm actually gonna start caring about boxing. And then he started getting into boxing and like learning as he went as to what to focus on,
Yeah, I definitely want to look up some interviews with Dazaki, because he's a really interesting guy. I would want to know what he has to say about the show, because he's done episode directing before this, like on Dororo, but this is his first actual like full production that he's directing.
Yeah.
I mean, he does a hell of a good job. I wanted to say, the final few episodes of season 1, where there's like this climactic fight, the fight lasts like 4 episodes or something, and not once in the entire thing did I feel like my time was being wasted, or like I was impatient, like, well, when's this gonna be over? Like, it was thoroughly engaging. Some of the last episodes of the series are like some of the most like well done in the whole thing.
Yeah.
Specifically, the directing just becomes on like another level, which is why I wanted to talk about how this is his first like actual production directing job, and he is already like on such a higher level of being able to like get the most out of like the resources he has working on this show compared to like any other production from this time period.
Yeah.
Like,
it's kind of unreal. Like just a few of these shots that I posted in the material channel, like most of the show has to be made out of like purely like still shots, and they can't be anything like too crazy. And there's just a few scenes where it's like really, really highlighted, like how Dazaki just knows the exact way to frame something and like kind of sequence stuff with like the progression of a scene through nothing but like dialogue and specific images. Like the first one, this scene is genuinely like unsettling. Like the weird like off color like dark lighting on like the girl in the front as she like fucking. So there's this guy. His name is Rikishi Toru, and he's this big fucking giant tall man. And nothing stops this guy. He wants to do something, he's doing it. And he wants to fight Joe. Because you know what? Back in juvie, he made a promise to Joe. He said, I'll fight you in the big leagues. But, you know, there's this thing called weight classes in boxing. And Joe's a little tiny twig man. And Toru is this fucking huge, like, wall brick man.
Yeah.
So, he decides, I gotta go down weight classes. And he does this by, like, depriving himself nutritionally and just, like, everything. Like, he fucking spends all day, like, in a, like, sauna room, just, like, sweating so much and, like, dying and, like, killing himself. And at some point, the press kind of, like, catch on to this. And this girl, she's, like, the rich girl that I mentioned from the beginning of the series.
Yeah.
She's, like, weirdly complacent in all of this. It's not made clear what's really going on inside her head, and when the press come to, like, see Toru, like, Rikishi, I mean, he's like a skeleton man. Like, he literally looks like on the verge of death, and at some point he starts locking himself in this cellar, like chains around it and everything, so that if he freaks out and starts asking for water, that nobody can give it to him.
Oh my god.
And he's, like, literally on the verge of, like, dying, almost. And at some point, the press are standing in here, and they're like, is he locked in there? And it just cuts to, like, this single sustained shot of this, like, woman standing here. Everything's, like, out of focus. She's not, like, centered in the frame properly or anything. She's just like, yeah.
Oh my god.
And so, like, the insanity of this woman and, like, the situation is, like, starting to sort of, like, show. And, like, all the press, like, come out of there, and it's like, isn't this place supposed to be, like, professional? It's kind of like an insane asylum in there. But in the final fight, where, like, Toru finally is in the weight class and, like, he's, like, started to, like, drink and eat again, he gives Joe fucking the beatdown of a lifetime. And, like, some of the... I'm probably gonna put more in the actual episode to highlight what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. But, like, this shot of, like, Joe in the boxing ring with his fucking, like, gloves up between the legs of Rikishi, like, this is iconic.
Yeah.
This is a fucking iconic shot. And, like, there's so much... You would assume that a still... Like, a production that can only be still shots, like, for half the time, wouldn't make for a great boxing show. But somehow, some way, whoever is doing the fight direction on this, and Dazaki, they know how to fucking make something climactic. Like, this... In the clip that I sent called Limited Animation, it is... limited. You know, like... But it's fucking, like, when you're watching this, the way that every single shot is, like, framed, like, specifically, like, after they're starting to throw the punches, it's so clear, the lines of action. You can, like, picture all of the movements they're doing properly. Whenever they do, like, that, like, off-color, like, still shot thing, where, like, you see, like, oh, he ducked to dodge the punch. That's so cool. It's so cool. And then when Joe finally throws, like, the super fast punch, just, like, the simple way that they kind of, like, shake around the stage, it emphasizes the power, like, so much. Like, these people are moving at, like, inhuman speeds right now. And the fucking, like, the weird, like, artsy way that, like, the sweat, like, angularly just, like, floats off them. It's so creative. It's so cool. I don't know.
Yeah, no. It's a good scene.
Yeah. And now, it's worth noting, this studio was, like, on the verge of collapse in the production of this show. Like, despite the fact that they were making, in my opinion, like, the best stuff of the entire era, they weren't exactly that successful. Like, Dororo was their last thing, and it was a failure. Like, they had to cut it off early.
Yeah.
So, for them to be making stuff like this quality, I think it really does speak to, like, the talent of Dazaki. And I think it's kind of where Dazaki got his entire ethos, because a lot of people attribute, like, minimize everything to Tezuka. But Dazaki was the one that emphasized that it doesn't need to look like shit. You know, it doesn't need to look like a little fucking dinky cartoon. You can tell mature, engaging stories with high quality drawings and good good use of the camera and image composition. Dazaki went on to do that for, like, the rest of his career, where, like, Dazaki's kind of the guy who defined what animation looks like. High quality drawings, good directing.
Yeah. And, you know, his influence can really be felt because one of the people who also worked on this is another director who really believes that you can tell very mature storylines with very limited animation, Yoshiyuki Tomino.
Yeah.
Who was an episode director, although there's no stated list of episodes.
Although Tomino comes a bit later. Because this is 1970. Tomino wasn't until the late 70s.
He wasn't.
Well, yeah, but he was
in the industry, but he wasn't directing yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah,
not yet. Almost. Actually.
I mean, Tomino
Tomino
even worked on Dororo somewhere.
Yeah.
It's weird, like, how many major talents converged on Dororo for the show itself to be almost entirely forgotten until the remake happened.
Yeah, it's really strange, actually.
Oh yeah, but I have another show I watched, and I'm bending the rules a little. It's not anime.
What are you talking about?
It is High Guardian Spice.
Oh my god, it's Sayu. It is an anime. We're ending this discussion here.
You say it is an anime? I agree.
It isn't anime.
Just like Avatar,
hold on,
it's anime.
Shut up.
Oh my god.
You know, we'll leave the what is anime topic for another episode.
Yeah,
No,
that is the episode. That is the episode I kill Sayu.
We're not doing that as an episode ever, please.
You're like, just the other day you were talking about you never want to choose the topics that we could argue about, and now here you are like, oh no, I don't want to do the one anime.
I don't actually disagree with either of you over anime. I just like being funny.
Well, be funny.
No,
be funny. You're literally refusing to be funny right now. That's literally
you are literally denying the entire character dynamic we have outside of the podcast. When that dynamic was part of the reason we started this.
You gotta be true to yourself.
Yeah.
But anyway, it is a fundamentally bad idea for an anime streaming service meant to bring Japanese animation to a Western audience, Crunchyroll, to use their money to fund and produce in-house a American animation production. Let alone one that seems to not take any cues from anime stylistically or in philosophy at all. Like, there is pretty much no Japanese influence on this show, other than occasionally, like twice in the first episode, a character will make an expression that I might have seen something in an anime before. But other than that, it's not like there's no influence here. I don't know why they made, like, if this aired on Cartoon Network or something, that would be like one thing. But they are shooting this animation studio in the foot by putting it on Crunchyroll, first of all. So, that's not the fault of the animation studio. So I gave it a decent chance, you know. I didn't have high hopes, but somewhere in me, I almost kind of, in a chaotic sort of motivated way, wanted this show to be good. Like, 'cause imagine if the anime watcher landscape just gets fucking totally messed up, and now people are talking about all these Western cartoons on, like, the same avenues for watching anime, and now, like, you have all these normies who don't even know what anime is anymore. Like, they'll be watching Avatar and they'll be calling it an anime. That's the chaos world I want to live in, just so that normies will stop pretending that they're in the same circle as me. However, it is with a heavy heart that I report. This show is so bad that even if it aired on, like, a normal cartoon thing, I think it would fail pretty much immediately. I don't think anybody would like this show at all.
Yeah.
Like, first of all, the character animation is just not expressive. And it's also animated like shit, like, 90% of the time, which is weird because they're not doing anything which should require, like, a lot of talent to animate. Like, there's no Sakuga moment in episode 1. It's literally just people, like, standing around and occasionally walking and, like, holding objects. And half of the time, they're just not drawn well. Like, they're not in the same perspective with the backgrounds. Like, none of their facial expressions really say much. It's just, like, really, really boring, uninspired, pretty talentless character animation. And it's not helped at all by the fact that the background art is unbelievably shoddy. Like, you know, I've given shit to shows like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood for having shoddy background art. But, like I said, they're not even... The backgrounds aren't even in perspective with the fucking characters half the time. And they don't have an internal perspective within themselves. Like, there's just fucking random shit everywhere. Like, half of the time, like, a road that a character is walking on is clearly just, like, a 2D texture that's kind of been, like, skewed and distorted in, like, what's vaguely perspective. And so you can literally see, like, the pixels on the textures they're using getting stretched in ways that they're not supposed to be stretched. Like, there was this one time where they had a static shot of a mountain range, and look at this shit. I'm posting it in materials. Open this in your browser, so it's, like, high res. I was watching this in full screen. Look at that mountain range. Look at it. It's like a fucking Nintendo 64 billboard texture.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
This was a static shot. It was on screen for 5 seconds.
Oh my god.
And that's not... Unfortunately, I didn't take too many screenshots, so I'll just have to throw them in the episode later. But in episode 1, there was times when, like, it was like all the characters would sit down at, like, a table, like, the people who are giving them a place to stay are like, here, we got a bunch of food for you. And it's literally just, like, photographs of bread with a filter over them. Like, they're not in the same style as the environments at all. And this isn't like a Hidamari sketch thing. This is not like Studio Shaft, oh, we're playing with the styles sort of thing. It's literally just like they didn't have time to draw food. So they just took fucking pictures and they put it on the table. Again, not even in perspective. And there's, like, several times they'll have these objects that are literally just, like, photographs in the center of the frame, because they don't know how to storyboard anything in a way that actually plays to the strengths of the production. You know, I guess it's a bit
God.
hard when you have no strengths at all, but, you know.
I found it. I found the bread. I am going to get a screenshot of the bread.
Show me the bread.
Okay, let's get that bread.
Put in material.
Yeah, give me a moment to start cropping
All
some
right.
of these. As you've been talking, I've been scrolling through the episode and taking screenshots of things. Keep in mind, I'm not sitting down and just watching it. I'm just clicking on random moments of the episode and just finding things that look like shit.
So, this is all production, but I'm sure
Yeah.
we've been in the place before where you can say, all right, yeah, sure, you know, the animation team's not doing great, but if the story is good, if the characters are fun, if you're invested in the characters, then, you know, you can get away with a lot in terms of production.
That is true. You can. I mean, we just got finished talking about Joe.
I mean, I just mentioned Hidamari's sketch.
Yeah.
But there is no intrigue to the setting of this series at all. Like, it doesn't even begin to attempt to make you interested in the setting. Like, the character is just like, oh, I'm gonna go to magic school. And that's all they really mention about their motivations or anything, like why they're doing what they're doing. And then they just kind of, like, run around and they, like, look at these shitty backgrounds and they, like, smile and laugh with each other about fucking nothing. Like, you're not properly introduced to anything. You're not introduced to the characters, you're not introduced to the setting, so you don't really know what the setting's about. You don't know anything about the characters at all. You just have no reason to care. Additionally, it doesn't feel like there's anything more, like, it doesn't feel like they're not revealing something to you, because all of the characters are just flat. Like I said, they'll just kind of, like, look at each other sometimes and laugh about nothing, because they wanted the shot to end on somebody laughing. Just,
Oh my god.
like, I don't know, it's just, like, unbelievably poor writing that's not thought out at all. Like, none of the character interactions feel human at all. The most human any of the character interactions ever felt was when, like, this one of the pink girl had, like, a necklace. And
Yeah, a Netflix.
a necklace, and it gets stolen by some rat or something. And she's, like, almost panicking about losing this necklace, and, like, the other girl's like, I thought you said it was, like, a cheap necklace. Like, why do you care so much? And the girl's like, it has a picture of cheesecake my dad made or something. And the girl questions why she cares this much about a necklace containing a picture of cheesecake. And the girl's just like, it was iconic.
Wait, is that the line?
Yeah.
She says it was iconic?
Yeah, because it was in a contest.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Not a very good joke, but
No.
You know what? It at least felt like there was, like, some sort of character there, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. And the part where, I'm gonna end soon, but the part where this lack of character writing is emphasized the most is that the main character and, like, her girlfriend or whatever are staying at this place where, like, these two people are kind of, like, giving them a place to stay while they're away from home and, you know, about to go to school or whatever. And it's made clear that these two characters are, you know, romantic partners. However, you would know that only because they basically throw every single, like, generic symbol to you about, oh, these two love each other. Like, they're always standing right next to each other. They're always looking each other in the eye. They're always holding hands. And they're always basically just saying, I love this person. However, there's no actual character interactions between either of them. Like, is this what a relationship looks like? Maybe I just don't know true romance, you know? Wouldn't be the first time. But like, you would assume that these people have been around each other for a long time, that they know each other. You know, they're out of the stage of their life where they think romance is just standing next to each other and saying I love you and holding hands. Like, it's so shallow. It's so upsettingly shallow. Like, I didn't even really care about this show. But the fact that there are writers out there writing characters this shallow upsets me.
Oh my god. Okay, real quick, I wanted to talk about the 3 screenshots I posted. First off, the bread.
I wanted to talk about this bread one. There's one that looks like a photograph with like a filter over it. This looks like an AI generated bread.
No, to the left.
Yeah, look at the one under the pink girl.
Oh, yeah.
That is
picture.
just a photograph of bread.
Okay, the stuff in the basket looks AI generated though.
Keep in mind that this shot, like the one with the photorealistic bread, this was held for, I want to say, a good 7 seconds.
Yeah. Oh my god. And then the one right below it is just... It really shows off how astonishingly shit not only the character designs are, just
the image composition,
just the composition, the way that she's holding that plate doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like it's completely weightless. It's like it's not even there. Like, she just has her hand placed flat, and she's balancing a plate on it.
I'm looking at the one on the bottom. I'm looking at the one on the bottom, and it's like...
With the guy leaning against the wall?
Whose decision was it to, like, lay out this shot like this? Like, there's no focal point.
No, there is not one.
I really like the shadow that like has like it like curves for the corner, but like it's like halfway through like a bunch of grass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's so bad. Oh, this show looks fucking awful.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, and it's not going to improve. And the thing about High Guardian Spice is people got mad about this when it was first announced, like multiple years ago.
Yeah.
And it's been in development hell ever since. And this is the end result.
I wonder why it went into development hell.
Hold on, they put a content warning on this show?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the comments. Why?
I don't know. It's probably gonna be like a secret horror movie or something.
Oh my god, if this turns into, like, actually good horror, that'd be really funny.
It was only pretending to be shit.
Yeah.
No, I think it's just gonna get dark so that people can, or they can assume that the audience will be like, oh man, it looks like a kid's show, but it gets dark. But
it's like what you Doki Doki Literature Club.
You know, that Doki Doki shit.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy how similar
it's actually
this
incredible
game is
how
to
similar
Doki,
this is to
the same things
Doki
kind of
Doki.
happen, but it gets changed.
I am going to overlay that.
It's a little
clip
bit
on
different.
it.
I know we're going through
Guys,
some
just like Doki.
I don't have time to read an
80-hour
80-hour
visual novel, okay?
That guy gets what he fucking deserves.
I love that guy. I can't believe he sat down to Let's Play an 80-hour visual novel and then said out loud, I don't have time to play an 80-hour visual novel.
No, to read it. You played it.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Speaking of Doki Doki Literature Club, today's topic is fear.
Yes. Yes. My element.
Now, I didn't prepare for this topic.
Neither did I.
So, you proposed it. What are we talking
Well,
about?
first of
What do
all,
you fear?
actually,
What is scary?
Wait.
I do have something to say about it.
Yeah. Illuminate to me.
According to Urban Dictionary, fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. Which I think is a quote.
From something.
I'm not sure from what.
Oh, from Frank Herbert's Dune.
Dune.
Okay, I watched like half an hour of the new movie of Dune and didn't feel at all invested.
Well,
so,
this definition
I'm going
is
to
from
ignore
2004, so I don't know if that's the same thing.
It was a book.
Yeah.
It was a book.
Oh,
like
I
a
see.
cult classic book.
The book is allegedly really good, but I don't read, so.
Yeah.
Unless it's got pictures, sorry.
Light novels got pictures.
Yeah, which is why I've read approximately half of one.
Oh, okay.
Oh yes, but fear.
Fear.
I figured that a good direction for this topic is we can start discussing horror movies, because
Horror
that is
movies.
the primary way in which our capitalist machine has decided to dispense fear.
I don't have a lot good to say about horror movies because I haven't watched many of them. And the ones that I have watched kind of suck.
The only horror media I've consumed has been video games, and they've ranged from like the worst things ever to like okay. Some of them being really
I can't
good.
play.
Rarely.
I can't play horror games. Straight up can't.
Why not?
I'm down to watch people be put into those kinds of situations, but if you put me into one of those situations, I crack under pressure within 5 minutes. I just can't do it.
Tom, you should play Prey.
I did play Prey, and I was really bad at it.
Oh, oof.
Which is a shame because I really liked what I played. As I've said, BioShock 2 is one of my favorite games of all time.
Yeah.
And Prey is a very much so a bio/System Shock game. And it just, I couldn't do it. Oh my god, I am so bad at it. But, I've watched a handful of horror movies, and I've read a few horror novels, and I have weird mixed opinions on them that would make people within these communities kind of upset at me.
Oh, like what? State your controversial opinions.
The It remakes were good. Both of them.
Well, I've never watched the original.
I thought that was like the opinion among people who like the horror movies.
From what I've seen, it is not.
It's the opinion amongst normies who like to watch like scary movies, you know?
Yeah.
So like our friend Tom here.
It's a horror blockbuster, not a like film, you know?
Not cinema.
Actual like horror buffs don't tend to like that one. They tend to prefer either reading the book, which I do own, but it has no pictures, so I have not read it. Or they prefer to watch the original movie starring Tim Curry. And first off, I've never tracked down the original like miniseries. I've never even tried to. But these new ones, the main thing about it for me, right, is the movie. I guess the books too, to some degree, or the book too would, I guess. But it really sells that villain, you know? And that's the thing that ultimately I'd say I'm looking for in a good horror movie. Is a good villain that is either fun to watch or absolutely fucking terrifying in every way, you know? Like, I would never like a Friday the 13th movie because Jason is not scary. Jason has never been scary. I will never think of Jason as scary.
You know, a piece of media that did make me feel fear was Soma, a video game. It's the only horror video game I've ever liked. Though in retrospect, I don't recommend it, because it's by the Amnesia guys, and it kind of plays and is structured exactly like Amnesia, but if it was more like dumbed down, where like you don't have an actual inventory or anything anymore. And I think their formula of like, oh, you get locked in a room with a spooky monster and you gotta hide in the corner until you can find the exit sucks. I think it's lazy and bad, and it's not even scary in Soma because all of the monsters are like really easy to get around. I don't know, like, but the scary part of Soma was it was literally just the teleporter predicament. The video game is what it was. And it was kind of about like the progression of like technology and like what it means about like the nature of human cognition and sort of like how like humans are slowly like reframing the way that we even think of ourselves as like living beings. 'Cause like your only partner in the entire game who you thought was a person is actually just like a computer program, and it doesn't sound...
Yeah, me to play someone, don't spoil shit.
Fuck, whatever. I thought you guys were never gonna play horror games.
Soma looked really interesting, I thought.
Okay, well, I won't spoil anything then after that. Don't worry. That part doesn't matter.
Okay.
I think the reveal actually comes pretty early anyway.
I see.
And it doesn't sound that scary, but something about, like, I guess this is kind of what I wanted to say. Horror media doesn't really, like, psychological horror. There's a lot of concepts which you can say are like, oh, that's kind of spooky. But to actually be able to present them in a way where, like, the ideas will permeate into, like, your subconscious enough to produce fear, I feel like that's really difficult to do. And Soma did a good job. Despite the fact that the actual game part of the game is really, really disconnected from the story and honestly gets in the way of even appreciating the story. Soma should have been a movie or a book or just anything else.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say about Soma.
Should have made it a walking simulator.
No, they should have made it a movie.
Yeah, same thing.
It was a walking simulator.
Like, I don't know. The thing about, like, horror and, like, fear to me, right, is, like, it's a fun emotion to try and go out of your way to experience. I myself have done a couple of, like, haunted house walks, including a full contact one, by the way, where people were allowed to, like, physically assault me as much as they wanted to.
Yeah.
The only thing that really happened that hurt me was a guy slammed me into a wall and, like, pinned me there for a while, and then called my skin bad and threw me away. That story's actually really fun, because that guy's thing was, like, he skinned people to, like, make a face, and, like, you could see that, like the makeup that they had done, he had, like, a bunch of skin sewed to his face. And so he pinned me against the wall, and he was like, you know, he was a slam. He slammed me against it. It was like metal too. And he looked at my skin really closely and was like, nah, your skin's bad. And he threw me away. And, I was there with 3 other people, one of my friends, and then, his dad, and then his dad's girlfriend. And his dad's girlfriend, she's kind of heavyset, and she decided, nah, I don't want to get slammed against that wall. I'm gonna run into the next segment. And the moment I walked away was the moment she decided to do this plan.
Yeah.
So I hear her take a few steps, and keep in mind, this is mud. I hear her take a few steps, you know, like very fast. She's obviously trying to run. And I hear the guy yell, and then I hear like a thudding sound, and then a wet smack into the mud.
Yeah.
And he had, like, sprinted at her and fully, like, tackled her to the floor.
I've been to horror houses, houses of horror. Excuse me. I'm not in with this new language. I've been to them before, but I've never been to a full contact one.
Yeah, full contact ones are, interesting.
I would probably be more afraid of a full contact one, because I think my disconnect with a lot of horror media is when it's normally about, you know, giving you scares, you know, not like making you unsettled and like fearful of, like, you know, your situation, but rather like you're feared of the ooga booga.
Yeah.
Because it's really easy for me to, like, think, like, oh, well, he's just gonna go ooga booga. So then it becomes, like, a try not to laugh challenge, but, like, in reverse, where, like, it's, like, try not to feel bad. And I think I've always been good at the try not to laugh challenge.
Yeah. Yeah.
I kind of have, you like, to be scared by, like, a horror piece of media that's all about, like, making you go, like, woo! You know, it's...
Yeah.
You kind of have to, like, allow yourself to, like, get into the mindset where you can be scared. And you know what?
Yeah.
I will. Like, you know, when I was at the houses of horror, the haunted houses. That's what they're called. Like, you know, I don't want to be a fucking loser. I don't want to be that guy who's like, oh, I didn't even get scared once, you know, like, so, you know, I'll play along.
Yeah.
But it's the real scary shit. It's that fucking like I'm I don't know how to describe it because I haven't actually watched that many pieces of horror media, but it's like that Perfect Blue. Like there's not that many jump scares in Perfect Blue, but Perfect Blue made me scared.
It's all about that psychological horror.
Yeah.
It's all about, like, to me, there's a couple of different things that horror movies can do to, like, or horror media can do to really get you feeling scared, you know? One of the things it can do is psychological horror, you know, where a lot of the horrors are coming from within your head.
Yeah.
Whether or not they turn out to be more practical or something along the lines of, I don't know, what's like a psychological horror that goes like supernatural?
Mario 64.
Yes. The Mario Brothers movie.
The Babadook.
Doki Literature Club.
Oh, yeah, The Babadook is a great example.
Yeah.
I was thinking of that one earlier. The Babadook, most of the scares from that are psychological. If you've never seen The Babadook, it's about, like, a woman who's raising a troubled child on her own. It's never really stated what's up with the child. You know, just various developmental disorders, obviously.
Yeah, the scariest thing of all.
Yeah. And she's, like, on her own, and she's, like, stressed. She's, like, working a full-time shitty job that she can't leave because she has to put her kid through school and, like, keep them fed. And, you know, she's just not having a very good time. And the kid's acting up all the time and being difficult at school and shit. And she just, like, she has this complete psychotic break where, like, she tries to, like, you know, kill the kid.
Yeah.
That's the entire second half of the movie. It turns out, like, the root cause of all this is this fantasy creature that they never really dive into called the Babadook, which is, like, it's a ghost, essentially. It's an evil spirit that, like, possesses people. By the end of the movie, you know, it's just sort of it's a presence in the home, but they're maintaining it and monitoring it, and, like, they can't get rid of it. And at the end of the day, it's just, like, an allegory for, like, you know, troubled home environments and stuff. And it's, you know, it's a really, really good movie. And The Babadook is very effective horror. The Shining, another great example. No one's really quite sure what's going on in The Shining, but you know that, like, it's
the movie
fucked up and
specifically
scary.
we're talking about.
Oh, yes. I've never read the book. I never will read the book. Although I don't dislike Stephen King. I'll say that right now. I've actually read some of his books and really liked them.
Wait, did he put pictures in some of them?
Believe it or not, there was a time period before I adopted my no pictures, no read philosophy.
Dude. Cringe.
It was mainly when I was trapped in school all day, and the only thing they'd let me do is read, so I'd just do that.
When I was a child.
Did you know that 1,000 pages of a book will last you about a semester?
Huh.
That I read Under the Dome, by the way. That was the big one that I dedicated a bunch of time to.
Yeah.
I liked it. The ending was shit. I'll say that. But no, psychological horror is definitely, like, a route they can go down. My favorite route that they can go down, though, is the wouldn't that just be fucked up kind of idea?
Yeah.
Where, like, the underlying message behind the big monster is not, ooh, be afraid of this. Ooh, don't do this. It's, wouldn't that just be fucked up if that happened?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that just be, like, crazy? Wouldn't that just be, like, super spooky?
There's the Saw movie effect.
Yeah. No, the Saw movie, I've never seen Saw, but, like, a lot of people like Saw for a reason. Saw initially takes this approach, where it's like, wouldn't it be fucked up if you just got abducted and were forced to dismember yourself to free yourself? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Dude.
The Twilight Zone, I think, used to delve into that, and the Twilight Zone wasn't necessarily, like, scary or anything, but, like, there's just a lot of really good examples of, like media doing this and it making a more entertaining experience, or in the opposite, media very clearly missing the opportunity to do this and trying to do other things with a setup that would instantly get better if they gave up on trying to explain their monster, you know? Nightmare on Elm Street, that's it. Nightmare on Elm Street is a great example of this. Because it's like they're all getting stalked by like a dream demon that they can do nothing about, right?
Yeah.
He just shows up and he murders them in their sleep, and like everyone leaves the movie like really, really, fucked up and all that.
Yeah.
And towards the end, I think it's the end of the first one, they try to explain Freddy Krueger by saying, oh, he's a guy who like was accused of being a pedophile and he died in a fire and now he haunts people's dreams. And it's like, This is stupid. I much preferred when Freddy Krueger was just the guy who looked really fucking weird, who just showed up and like started fucking with people and killing them in their sleep. And that's just the character.
Yeah.
I think there's an approach to this that was taken in one of the side movies. I think it was Wes Craven's Nightmare on Elm Street, right? Was that the name of it? Wes Craven's New Nightmare. That's it. Do you know the like setup of this movie? Either of you?
No.
This movie takes place one layer of fiction back from the initial movies. It stars like the actors playing themselves, and they just got done filming the movie. And it's like it's got this really weird approach to Freddy where he's just like followed them into the real world. And he's just decided to start killing people like for real now, and it's just a really cool setup for a movie. It doesn't appear to be received very well.
That's a really fun like conceit of a sequel to a horror movie.
Yeah, no, I want more people to do this. I want this to happen more often.
You know what I really like in terms of like spooks in media, and this is really something that you can only get from video games, and it's like. The feeling that there's, like, something unseen, and then when you do see it, it's like, you're not supposed to see that, Like, I like the meme of, like, Mario 64 being, like, a weird, like, spooky evil game, because, like, I'll admit, it kind of has that, like, what's like the funny Reddit term? Like, the liminal space quality of, like, a lot of things in Mario 64 are just kind of, like, odd when you examine them further. But there's never the shoe drop moment. It never goes Doki Doki, It's just like it's just like a funny little, like, fun game. But when you start inspecting it and dissecting it, there's just, like, weird little details in it. And like Kanye Quest? You guys remember the Kanye Quest thing?
Yes, I do actually. That was like it turned out to be like an ARG trailhead, right? That like led people to a cult that nobody knows if it was like real.
It wasn't an ARG.
Was the cult real?
I don't know. And that's the spooky part is like Sayu. So like Kanye Quest is just a funny meme game. Like there's no like hints or anything in the game as to like a darker, sinister nature for it. It became a big like let's play like flavor of the week like meme game that a lot of people would play because it was like, oh, it's like Kanye West, but it's like an RPG. It's like the new Barkley or something. But there's this guy in the game that asks you like, what do you want to do? And then you can like type in anything there. And eventually people discovered that if you type in ascend, it just, the game, like, just everything in the game is dropped. The meme pretense is totally gone. And it just starts asking you a lot of, like, personal information. Like, you can at some point, like, put in your street address and stuff. And it's, like, a way to enter a cult.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like, oh, it had the appearance of like, oh, this weird meme game that blew up was actually a way to like recruit people into a cult. As far as we can tell, though, the game didn't actually like send any of that information anywhere, I think. And there was no cult. But the fact that it was just left at that, like the fact that this is just hidden in this otherwise like innocent game, like I imagine the first person to find that was very unsettled. Because that sensation of like going beyond the veil and like finding something you're not meant to see. Like that's a spooky feeling, and video games can have that a lot. And whenever there's like stuff in like otherwise innocent games like that, you know, that's a good spook.
Yeah. God, are there any other really notable examples of that happening?
There's a few that I can think of, but you know what? I honestly don't want to spoil them.
Okay, I'll leave it at that then.
I mean, Undertale had like something like that, didn't it? Like, had
only if you did
moments
genocide.
like that.
When the game, I guess like the Gaster stuff is kind of like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Gaster.
Undertale does really play with that, but now
And,
that
like,
the game is out
and, like,
and the
some of the
most
fun
famous
value
game
stuff.
of all time, now that the game is like really famous and everybody knows everything about the game, it can't really recapture the intended feeling.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Recapturing that is a near impossible thing to do once it gets out that it's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why it, you know, there's a couple moments in the Pokemon games that actually do this, where like it's just like Pokemon, you know, and then like something really weird and fucked up will happen involving a ghost, and it'll never happen again. You can't recreate it, and you will never get the answer that you want ever. The best example of this is in Generation 4, which is Sinnoh. In the middle of Eterna Forest, there is this like building that you can enter once you get like the gym badge. Like you can cut some trees and get into it, and it's just completely like decrepit and old and like falling apart.
Yeah,
and it's just filled with like ghost type Pokemon. And you know, ghost type Pokemon aren't spooky at all. But eventually, there's like, once you get to the back of the manor, there's this row of rooms, and when you enter one, it just puts you in that room, but you can see all the others, and you can see people in the other rooms, and they'll be like there's like a little girl that'll like leave, and I think there's like one or two more that can show up, and if you go over to the rooms they're in, they're not there, and they won't ever come back again.
Yeah.
There's no way to get them to, like, re-show up. And then, if you check the TV I think it's between 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. and 8 a.m., somewhere in there, which is, you know, later than most kids would be playing the game. Like, you'll get attacked by a ghost-type Pokemon that, at the time, none of, like, the rest of the game does not make reference to. And to this day, I don't think there's a consensus as to whether or not people count Rotom as a legendary, is there?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's like, and Pokemon games are full of stuff like this. Oh, there's that moment in Gen 1 where if you talk to like the girl in Lavender Town, she asks you if you believe in ghosts, and then she goes, and if you tell her no, she goes, then what's that white hand on your shoulder? And it's like so out of nowhere and weird.
Yeah.
And I like that a lot. And, you know, when Pokemon's doing stuff like that, I like it. Was there even a ghost in Gen 8?
Don't know.
What?
Sayu, was there a ghost in Sword and Shield?
There had to be.
I'm Googling Sword and Shield spooky.
You know, I just I like out of bounds like secrets in games, whether they were like intentional or just like random things that get left out of bounds. Like, do you guys know about the weird monkey men in Halo 3?
No.
Let me see if I can find this. There's a place sort of out of bounds, like not that out of bounds, but it's pretty hard to like get up there. In Halo 3, there's just like these weird monkey people hidden somewhere that have like human faces, and they're like holding this like fucked up doll.
I'm looking at them. What the fuck?
Stuff like that, when you get out of bounds and then you actually like find something that's like weird.
Yeah.
I love that feeling.
One of my favorite feelings is actually being able to play a game that was completely canceled and scrapped, that like doesn't
yeah.
work right and nothing feels like it's working.
Yeah.
And it like in your brain you're thinking this should be a video game
Like
that works.
the video game exists in this weird like limbo hell.
Yeah.
Like all of the I've played a lot of the Half-Life 2 beta, and like yeah, a lot of people have like sort of like memed up that like, oh, the Source engine is kind of spooky, kind of feels lonely, you know. But like trying to play through the Half-Life 2 beta, which I've done like a lot, all of the characters that you encounter are like really sparse and weird, but whenever there's like an actual scripted sequence with like voice dialogue, it feels like you're finding like a weird lost soul. Like this character is not complete.
And they've been abandoned here in the middle of this like space that does not or should not exist, you know? One of my favorite examples of something like this, and I haven't played a whole lot of it myself, is the Halo DS prototype.
Oh, yeah.
Where, like, the game just looks really weird. It's like, it kind of looks like Halo, but, like, wrong? You know? It's like, really low, like, poly, you know? Everything looks weird. I'm pretty sure, like, a lot of the stuff in it, it's, like, very empty feeling, you know?
Yeah.
And there's, like, sparse enemies around occasionally, but, like, you know, they're obviously very basic.
Yeah.
And it feels really weird. And I like that. I really like Halo DS for, that aspect. Oh, there was another example I had. Sonic Extreme. That's one.
Oh, yeah.
Where, like, it looks like you're playing a Sonic game, but, like, none of the rings work, and, like, the platforming isn't real, it doesn't, like, work.
Yeah.
And, like, you have weird, unnatural abilities that Sonic has never had and will never have again. You know?
Yeah.
And it's just full of really weird shit like that, and you have to, like, manually move through all the areas, like, you have to switch them using, like, like, the program that's being used to run the game.
The most scared I've ever been in like a game was, and again, it was when I was pretty young, so more easily scared back then. But you know how there's like a bunch of like little G-Man sightings like sprinkled around Half-Life 2?
Yeah.
There's this one which is really weird. And it again, this ties into like the seeing something you're not supposed to kind of feeling. Where like a bunch of like combined weird wall pounder things like go like, and so like the whole place is like filled with like dust and stuff, and you can hear faintly like a weird like fucked up kind of like creepy radio song playing in like a corner somewhere. And if you walk towards it, you know, and it gets louder and, you know, you kind of, like, find it, it's, like, hidden in, like, this weird little corner. And on the TV, you can see, like, G-Man, like, in the middle of, like, a lake, standing on, like, a boat. And he's just, like, looking at the TV and, like, adjusting his tie. It's the weirdest G-Man sighting in the whole game. Because in the other ones, he's, like, watching you. But in this one, he's, like, fucking with you.
Yeah.
Not only was that weird, but I picked up the TV, and, like, I guess, like, a little me, like, when I was playing, again, this is the first time I was ever playing Half-Life 2. It was on the original Xbox. And, you know, I'd never played a game that presented itself so seriously like this before. And I noticed that, like, all of the other TVs in the game, you know, they have, like, a cord, and they're plugged in somewhere, and if you rip the cord, then they turn off. This one had no cord, but it was still on.
Yeah.
And when I picked it up, then it kind of, like, you know, turned off, and I threw it down, and I broke the TV, and then my controls inverted.
What?
Like, I would move in random directions now. And I was like freaking out. I was like, oh god, the game's literally haunted right now.
Oh my god.
As far as I can tell, that last thing, like, where the controls invert, is just part of, like, the Xbox port. It's not in any of the other
yeah.
versions of the game, so it was like really weird because I like would Google it and like that didn't happen to other people.
You directly angered G-Man as a child.
Yeah, though that is actually in the original Xbox port.
You know, that brings me to one of my other favorite kind of horror games, the secret ones.
Yeah.
The ones that you don't know are gonna end up being really fucking terrifying.
Yeah, like Doki
And
Doki
they're-
Literature Club.
Oh my god. Doki on its Steam page tells you it's a horror game, okay?
Yeah.
It's
And so does,
but you know
and
what
so does
doesn't-
Sucker Spirit. What do you mean?
Okay, you boot up Doki Doki Literature Club, and it gives you a trigger warning saying, "Warning, this game's really scary. Don't play it if you're easily scared."
yeah.
Prove it. Idiot.
No.
Boot up the game.
Anyways,
What were you saying?
one of my favorite examples of this is one that to this day many people don't really talk about, but as far as I can tell, it is a horror classic, quote unquote, and that would be Halo.
Yeah.
The original one, too, to some extent, but it's lesser. But the original Halo, a lot of people still don't really talk about this, is straight up a cosmic horror game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, in Halo, you're fighting against the Covenant. Everyone knows that. You're fighting against the alien dudes. You're shooting the aliens. And, like, the alien guys, they're on the big ring. And then if you go, like, a step below that on the iceberg, you know that the ring is, like, it's like a weapon. And then, anything below that's whatever. But, like, the thing that, like, makes Halo a horror game is about a little bit more than halfway through the original Halo, you get this, like, drop moment where you realize that the Covenant are fighting something else that isn't humans in the area you're in. And you're like, what? What are they doing? What is happening? And so you get closer and you watch them, like, die, and then eventually this, like, creature dies in front of you. And it's, like, one of the Covenant, but it's all fucked up and, like, weird looking.
Yeah.
It's, like, green. And then eventually it turns out this is, like, a zombie fungus that is, like, contained on the ring.
Yeah.
That, like, they don't really think. They just, like, infest every life form possible and then start, attacking more things to infest them, and they're, like, an almost unbeatable force. And, like, eventually in Halo, you realize that the Halo ring is actually a weapon to kill these things in particular. And it's like, you get this, like, moment where you, like, the whole game clicks, and you're, like, you realize what's going on. And it goes from, ooh, I killed the space alien bad guys, to there is an existential threat threatening the entire universe, and it is absolutely fucking terrifying. It's like a force of nature that the player is, like, completely unequipped to even process. And Halo 2 adds even more to that by giving them a brain.
Yeah.
The Gravemind is genuinely really terrifying.
Halo
and
does have some good spooks in it.
Yeah, and it's the fact that Halo is never marketed as a horror game that really sells you on all of them,
I think
really
the strongest part of the original, like, Bungie Halo games is, like, the world and a lot of the concepts that are presented.
Yeah. It's really cool. I like that. I don't like how they're designed. I think their game design's genuinely very bad.
I think 3 has a great campaign. But outside of that, it's all multiplayer, baby. It's all about the multiplayer.
Which, growing up as a child with no siblings.
ODST also has a great campaign. In fact, arguably, it's the best one.
We'll see when I get there. I finished Halo 2 today, so we'll see.
Yeah.
What are some other games that made you guys afraid? Sayu, have you ever been made afraid by a video game?
Yeah. No. I'm strong.
I played, like, a good chunk of Prey, and that was, like, the scariest experience of my life.
Yeah, Prey's a spooky game.
Prey is very spooky. That is true.
It's extremely spooky. But I don't really like.
Yeah.
I don't really like look at like horror things. I with like horror movies, it's just I'm not that interested, and horror books don't generally have pictures. So,
You should read some Junji Ito.
oh yeah, I read Uzumaki.
Yeah, was that spooky?
I have the hardcover book on my shelf.
I request no spoilers for Uzumaki.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm honestly waiting for the anime. It looks so
I'll
good.
be hyped. I'm hyped for the anime, but I will have read it most likely by the time that it actually releases.
I want to read other Junji Ito stuff, but honestly, like, that anime looks like it's going to be produced so well that I am valuing the blind going into it.
Yeah.
I'd like wait and see if like people think it's good though. By the way.
I just thought of a game that fucks with like horror aesthetics, but I wouldn't necessarily call it like a scary game or anything.
Yeah.
Danganronpa really fucks with like that kind of like horror-y aesthetic.
I wouldn't say that Danganronpa is ever spooky, but it's
not spooky.
It's
like,
fucked up.
It's just like atmospherically very like tense a lot of the time.
Yeah. Little fun fact I discovered today. It's, well known that Monokuma is supposed to sound like Doraemon.
Yeah.
But I actually looked it up, and they are the same voice actress.
Oh, that's so funny.
She's doing the Doraemon voice again, literally. She's just playing the same role, and I think that's really funny. Really adds to Monokuma.
Doraemon 2.
Like, if they were to try and do something similar over here, they would need to get whoever voices, like, Winnie the Pooh or Mickey Mouse to actually do Monokuma.
Winnie the Pooh Monokuma would be funny.
Oh, God, would it? Might make the dub worth it.
Yeah. But I was going to mention, and I'm going to talk about VR again. Because VR opens up some interesting avenues for spooks. And both of my biggest VR spooks have been in Half-Life Alyx on separate occasions. The first one was intended. There is a specific chapter of Half-Life Alyx where there's a big spooky monster, and oh my fucking god, like, it is the most effective horror set piece in any game ever, and it's amplified all the more by VR, where, like, every single time you think, like, okay, I'm away from him, and then you slowly realize, like, it's not like the game directs you, oh, now you gotta go back in the room with the guy. It's like, you realize, oh, I didn't know what I was doing, like, I locked myself in this room with this thing, and then I locked myself in the new room, and shit, I left something in the other room again, and I gotta go back. So, and then eventually you get locked in like an elevator with it, and it doesn't know you're there, and you have to walk over in front of it and like press a button right next to it, which is going to make it really, really mad, and you're like, oh fuck. It's so good. Unfortunately, it's not as scary the second time. Like, it really is all about that first time. Unless you're really, really susceptible to scares. But like the sense of, like, there's a big spooky monster that's literally right in front of me, and I have to go right next to it, and it's gonna fucking kill me, is so good. And it's designed well enough to the point where it works the whole time.
Yeah.
The other spook was not intended, and this is the interesting one. I think this one's really, really interesting. Tell me if I've mentioned it before, but VR has a really, really interesting avenue for body horror, because potentially you can have like a phantom sensation thing with VR, where like if it's immersive enough and your like in-game hand is like good enough at imitating your actual hand movements that like your brain sees it, and like specifically with the Valve Index controllers, when you grab something in the game, you feel it, because like you're not pressing a button to grab, you're physically grabbing the controller. And so you get that force feedback of like, oh, if I'm grabbing like an object in the game, I can feel something in my hand. So eventually your brain kind of draws that connection between like in-game hand and your real hand. And it's been like established that our brains use sight and visuals and interpreting things that way, in addition to our actual nerves to interpret touch and feeling, right? That's why the rubber hand illusion works. So I was playing Half-Life Alyx, and I had a mod installed for my pistol, where it changed the pistol. And it changed the animations for the hand so that it would more accurately interact with, like, the pistol model. Unfortunately, they forgot to take into account something. There's a part in Half-Life Alyx where you pick up a flashlight, and you attach the flashlight to your other hand. When I grabbed the flashlight, the animations were broken, like the poses, and my entire hand, like, fucking contorted itself into some terrifying shape, and I felt it. I felt my hand destroy itself. And I, like, flipped the fuck out. Like, it was the most fucked up VR thing that's ever happened. It doesn't help that I'm actually weird. I don't know if a lot of people get this, but when I see, like, a fucked up, like, character model, like, have you ever seen, like, the vertices on, like, a character model just, like, explode in, like, a video game?
Yes.
Sometimes when that happens, I get, like, a physical negative reaction to it. Like, it makes me deeply unsettled. And it doesn't always even have to be character models. Sometimes it can just be, like, weird things. Like, one time I had a shader in Minecraft, and it was supposed to have, like, bump mapping on it. And, like, the water got really fucked up, where it looked like a bunch of, like, weird spikes. And when I looked at those spikes, I was like, oh! So, like, I don't know what caused that to happen to me, but, like, that sort of stuff normally unsettles me. And so, the combination of seeing my hand do that, like, my actual hand... in addition to the physical sensation which I felt in that moment, it was like, oof, like the biggest oof I've ever had in any game.
Yeah.
And I think in the future, as VR gets, like, more immersive, that kind of thing is gonna be doable if you have the right game dev and you have the right technology, because, like, we're getting better and better hand tracking. Eventually we're going to have force feedback, and so that, like, rubber hand illusion, unavoidable eventually.
Oh my god. Looking forward to that.
Hell yeah.
Anyone else want to bring up anything about fear?
I can't think of anything.
No, I don't have anything anymore.
We're floundering.
It's over.
We're floundering.
I mean, we've been going for an hour and a half.
True, but most of that was, like, anime.
Yeah. I don't know.
We were talking about High Guardian Spice, like, literally 40 minutes in.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it warranted it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have much to say on the topic to begin with.
I mean, I think we talked about enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was, I don't know, it was an okay episode.
It was alright.
Yeah.
Or what's comments?
Comments, voicemails. Have we even published an episode since
Yeah,
last time?
we have. I think.
Holy shit.
What, are you not subscribed to the 3 Baka YouTube channel? Reminder, everyone.
I am. I don't
that you
check
should
it.
subscribe.
Oh yeah.
Statistics
actually,
say that only a lower percentage of you are subscribed than the people who watch the videos.
That is actually not true. More people are subscribed than actually averagely, like, average.
So we have a couple
episodes.
comments. Did we already read the Robert Anderson School comment?
Yeah. I
Did
think we did. Wait, did we?
No, we would have, wouldn't we?
No, that was 1 week ago.
All right, because we got two
published?
comments. And
No. We have not read that.
all
one.
right, so from Robert Anderson on the school episode, my experience with school went like this: was generally okay with it up until 3rd grade, minus the occasional meltdowns. You know, been there, buddy. 3rd grade, I began to feel more pressured. 4th grade made me afraid that my life was going to end. My brain could not handle school anymore. And I'm pretty sure the teacher resented me for it. Yeah, they do that. She seemed to hate her job anyway. A lot of them do.
Yeah.
I did somehow pass, but my parents took me out of school and tried homeschooling. Despite my mom's best efforts to not pressure me, it just wasn't working, and eventually we silently agreed to give up. Hearing other people's school experience always made me realize how easy I had it comparatively, and that's kind of scary. It sounds like you had a lot worse of a time than I did.
Same. Like, look, like, at the very least, I was able to do school at all, you know? Like, I may have hated my entire experience with school for the most part, but, like, you know, I was able to, like, make it through the day and go home and be fine.
I would not say you had it easy.
No, definitely not. At the very least, you had very understanding parents who knew what to do with you.
The worst part of school for me, in addition to, like, it was really just that one friend that sucked a whole lot that I hate.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
And it was the parents. Like, the amount of pressure put on me by my parents is what made school bad.
Yeah.
Nyuu, I don't necessarily know if you want me to, you know, fully say this on the podcast, but, like, both of our moms are teachers.
Yeah.
Both of them. And, like, the insane amount of pressure that teachers put on their own kids is stupid.
Yeah.
Like, it's unreal.
Not only that, in addition with the fact that, like, because I did really well on, like, state tests and stuff, and, like, I don't know, various other things, I was one of those kids that got sent to the talented and gifted, like, extra classes and stuff.
Oh, God,
Like, early on in my life, a lot of the older people, like, treated me, they told me that I was, like, a genius and that I'd achieve amazing things, that, like, you know, they basically, like, tried to make me the most arrogant person they possibly could. And what that really ended up doing was making me feel like I have to appear like the smartest, most together person ever, which, if you haven't noticed, I'm not capable of doing. And that put a lot of pressure on me in school.
Yeah. Nyuu, before we move on from this comment, we realized after the episode there was a really good story that we did not tell.
What?
And I would love for you to tell that in this episode.
What was that all about?
That would be the story when you went to that, like, I think it was a private, quote-unquote, like, Christian school.
Yeah. In second grade...
Yeah.
I had this strange teacher. Now, my memory has faded somewhat, but you know, the gist is good enough. In second grade, I had this odd teacher. Like, I went to a private school, and at the time, I didn't understand that it was supposed to be, like, a weird, like, Christian school, where, like, they would teach me, like, Bible stuff and things. Because I just thought, like, when one of the people in the school told me that it cost money to go there, that, like, I was paying to go to school, I was like, isn't school free? And so, in case you didn't know, I didn't have a lot of context into why I was here and what was going on, but beyond all that, most of the teachers in the school were totally fine. I liked all of them, except for my main teacher. My second grade teacher was just fucking insane. Like, downright clinically, like, they had something going on. Where, like, regularly, classes would descend into these weird, unhinged, like, ramblings about, like, God and, like, heaven and hell and Satan and, like, how fucking, like, sometimes she would get so into it that she would, like, collapse on the floor and be, like, crying about all the sinners and, like, stuff like that. She would sometimes, like, yell at students, like, about things. I don't remember, like, what, but I distinctly remember that she would, like, yell at students, you know? Yeah. And fucking, like, she was so bad at teaching because of these weird outbursts that I don't even, like, remember what I really learned there. Like, distinctly, I know that there was a time in this class where I was supposed to be learning, like, the months and, like, the days of the week and stuff like that. To this day, I still don't know, and then this is my fault, I still don't know the order of the months. If you told me to list every single month by name in order, I couldn't do it. So, wasn't a good teacher. And this is the fucking worst part. This has nothing to do with the insanity. This is just kind of, okay, actually, no, never mind. It does have to do with the insanity. One time, at recess, I broke my arm.
Oh?
I was playing Frisbee with a lot of the older kids because this class was a mix of 1st through 3rd grade. And the older kids were playing Frisbee, and I got in on it. And at some point, somebody threw the Frisbee at me. And it was like one of those games where, like, oh, you gotta try and be the one that catches the Frisbee. I was getting close to the Frisbee. It was kind of close to the ground. I kind of went, like, dove to get it, right? You know, and I almost got it. But then everybody else had the same idea, and they dove onto my arm.
Oh my god.
And so, I could no longer move my arm properly. Like, unless I held it in a really specific position, I would go through excruciating pain.
Oh, yeah.
And I was kind of whining about it. Like, every time I would move my arm or something, I would go like, ugh, you know? And at some point, my teacher just says, stop making pain noises. Just stop. Like, she didn't ask me what's wrong. She said, stop. And then I said, I think my arm's broken. And I was like, I should go to a doctor, you know, somebody should patch up my arm or something. And she was like, pray about it. She told me to pray. She told me don't go to, she specifically told me do not go to the doctor. Implying that doctors were bad. She told me to pray about it.
Oh my god.
I don't know. By the way, this school is closed down now.
Yeah.
They didn't follow, like, any safety regulations or anything. Like, the year before I went there, the entire cafeteria burned down. Just, like, yeah, it wasn't good. And it was because of lack of safety regulations.
Awesome.
There was a lot of things that happened at this school. But basically, yeah, she was the worst person ever. She was fucking insane.
The one that I distinctly remember is, like, a 1st grader asked what atheism was.
Oh, yeah. The fucking weird, unhinged atheism rant. What did I say about it?
I don't remember. All I remember was, like, you described it as a slow devolve into madness.
Yeah, like I said, it was one of those moments where she just, like, start talking about, like, sinners and stuff, and it would eventually result in her literally on the ground, just, like, crying her eyes out, like, unable to even say anything coherently. Like, this was not a one-time thing. This happened a lot of times with her.
Oh my god.
She was not fit to be a teacher. She needed professional help. I don't know if she ever got it.
No, she wouldn't have gotten it because her response would have been to just pray about it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that kind of ruined my second grade?
It's fine. 2nd grade is shit anyways.
No, it wasn't 2nd grade. 1st grade?
Then what grade was it?
It was 1st grade.
Whatever.
It was 1st grade. Yeah.
But yeah, there we go. Story has been told. It's out there finally.
Yeah. Very good school experience.
I thought about that like a little bit, like a while after we finished the school episode, and I was like, "Oh god damn it!"
We had another comment. This time from a learned man, Yuki the Snowman, 314, who is a real otaku. And they commented on our 2000s anime fandom episode, and they specifically said, I became of age during the 2000s anime era, and I gotta say, you guys are right on a lot of things mentioned, especially the impact of Haruhi Suzumiya had on the anime community in the mid-2000s. Now, personally, I didn't get into Haruhi until I started my 2nd year of college in 2009, a few non-normie college mates gamed me up on anime that wasn't airing on TV, such as Elfen Lied. You see, that's a big one. Welcome to NHK and Higurashi. But I do remember seeing a lot of people using Haruhi's smug face and Kyon's facepalm as reaction images on various gaming and anime forums 2006-2007. This was also the time YouTube got started. So it was commonplace to see people making videos of the Hare Hare Yukai dance, including the famous video of the female inmates and convicts doing the dance as well.
Gotta look that up.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. When I got into Haruhi, it was pretty much the peak of her popularity. I remember going to my first convention, and the very first thing I saw was a group of Haruhi cosplayers doing Hare Hare Yukai dance in the corridor of the convention center. Most of the people whom I talked to at the convention said they had watched Haruhi and loved it, or was told by a friend to watch it. Hell, even after the Aya Hirano scandal and the Endless 8 bullshit, you still had people displaying as Haruhi for a bit until the series died in popularity.
Yeah. It's a shame that Haruhi did end up dying like that. I mean, it had to eventually.
I think I said on like a couple episodes back, like I'm in the middle of like re-editing the one that we recorded in person. And in that, I said something like, certain people say that, like, Toradora, which came out in 2000-something, like 2008, I think. That's, like, kind of where people draw the line between, like, new and old anime. But I would definitely draw the line at, like, Haruhi. Because Haruhi is what, like, it had so much influence on the coming style of anime that Haruhi kind of defined what new anime would look like throughout the 2010s. Even though Haruhi itself looks pretty different from 2010s anime, it was that influence.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty interesting recounting of what it was like to live in Haruhi's world. No voicemails, by the way.
No voicemails. Dang it. Nobody ever leaves a voicemail.
So, what about next time? What's our next topic?
Yeah, normies.
All right.
Next episode.
Next episode is normies re.
All right.
Okay, we can just be normies.
Fucking normies.
All right. See you next time.
See you next time.
I'm proud of you.
3, 2, 1.
Sink.
Sink.
Thank you.
I gotta take a sip.
Yeah? This is how we're starting the episode?
Yep.
No. We gotta do the intro and then we cut in.
The sync is the intro.
Oh
Yeah,
fuck.
it's normally the intro. Welcome to episode 17 of the
Wait.
That's not what. Okay, should. That was an honest mistake. Of the Triple Baka podcast.
Don't sue us, Ben.
Ben will be pressing charges. He needs the money.
Yeah, he needs the money to go stock They Who Will Not Be Named. If you don't understand what we're talking about, consider yourself lucky.
I hope you never understand.
I hope nobody does.
What anime have you watched?
I'll start because I have a mid-sized list.
We're floundering.
We're floundering, except we're not. I read All You Need Is Kill, which is the adaptation of the thing that got adapted into Edge of Tomorrow.
The light novel.
Yeah, there's a light novel, and then it's this one, All You Need Is Kill, is a manga. Then there's a movie that came out from the U.S. that's called Edge of Tomorrow. And it was...
None of us have seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I don't plan on it.
Me neither.
The manga was pretty good. It has really good art quality all throughout. The plotline's interesting enough. I think it kind of ends a little suddenly, and it doesn't do a whole lot with its whole world building. But overall, as like a 1-volume manga, I got pretty much what I expected out of it. I liked it. So that's the only thing I've really had time to read. I am currently reading Junji Ito's Shiver, which is a like short story collection, and I'm a little bit into that. So far, I've read. Hold on, I'm going to actually grab the book so I know what the name of the story is.
I wonder why that light novel specifically was chose to be a live-action Westoid movie.
It's because it has a really good premise for a film like that.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of, like, adaptations of just, like, random light novels.
Yeah, I don't know. It's strange.
I wonder what led to that.
Yeah. I hope the movie's good. I don't plan on seeing it anytime soon.
It's always brought up when people talk about, like, oh, what if there was a good anime adaptation, and normally people list that one, so it's gotta be at least a little good.
Yeah. It was Used Record that I read, which is a Junji Ito story about, just some general spooky concepts.
Did it spook your pants off?
Not really. I thought it was just kind of neat. Some fun stuff happened in there, but, not crazy about it. Hopefully the rest of the book will be really good. So, hanging on that. Anyways, let's see. Let me open up my anime history real quick. I have watched... which one was this? What was this? Oh, okay. So that's actually where I was. Alright, I have watched 2 episodes of the next mecha on my list, Rokushin Gatai God Mars. And I'm gonna be honest, I saw the episode list, I looked up some of the reviews, which are unfavorable to say the least. I saw one of them even make the claim that, oh, this is the worst mecha anime in the entirety of the 1980s. And
well, was it?
no. Not even close.
What a fool.
This show
what
is...
a fool that person was.
This show is pretty damn cool, actually. Very happy with what I've watched so far. I'm planning on watching more. I was expecting to just skip it, but, it's good. It's a super robot show, and if I finish it, this will be the first super robot show I've actually finished. Like, that'll be cool.
I've encountered quite a few super robot shows from the 70s, which I probably won't talk about because they're all boring and I have nothing to say about them.
Super robot as a genre is not very good until Real Robot takes over, and Super Robot is like pushed to do better,
They start getting more creative with it.
And nowadays Super Robot is I'd go as far as to say Super Robot is one of the more dominating forces in mecha, because
Probably.
They're like, the arms race between them is like always been on the side of Real Robo for a lot of years, but with like modern anime and stuff, it's a lot easier to depict the fun side of mecha as opposed to the gritty, horrible dark side. So, I don't know. God Mars is like good though, so we'll see. I also watched the first 7 episodes of Trigun, which I certainly hope you guys have heard of at some point.
Everyone knows Trigun.
Right, Sayu?
Wait, is that a mecha?
No.
Why would you be watching it? What are you doing?
Because for fun.
Yeah, I'm just watching Trigun for fun. I like...
Watching anime for fun? What?
Yeah. I really like Trigun so far, though. I will say, the show feels like a Watanabe show in a lot of ways. If it weren't for the fact that the currency is double dollars and not woolongs, I would be suspicious. It's just sort of like he's wandering from like place to place, and there's like consistent characters that like go back and forth. But for the most part, episodes are sort of one-offs. They're one and done, and you get everything out of them from there. And there's a couple, like, recurring plot lines that are sort of going throughout it right now, but so far it feels very Watanabe-esque, and I'm hoping it, like, keeps up the quality. Otherwise, let's see. Is that
I
it?
really gotta watch Trigun.
Oh, I am currently watching Kaizoku Ojo, or translated over here, Fena Pirate Princess.
How was that? What's it all about?
It just finished airing like a month ago. I'm on the last.
Oh, it's recent.
Yeah, I'm on the last 2 episodes. It is. I'm watching it with a friend. It is a production IG show, and I'm gonna be honest. The show's a tech demo.
That's like a lot of production IG things.
It's written very weirdly. Like, okay, in the last episode next to last episode that I watched, episode 9, up to that point, the show had been fairly straightforward in terms of its plot progression. They go to a place, the place gives them a clue, they take the clue, and they go to the place that the clue is, and it's like a big treasure hunt, and they're going between these places. And at episode 8, they realized that they fucked up when writing the show.
Yeah.
And they just didn't provide the group with the next clue. So they just made it up. They gave her, like, they made, like, a flashback scene, and, like, Fena started suddenly singing, like, this song that she didn't remember the lyrics to, but, like, her love interest knew all the lyrics to it, and, like, it was, like, a oddly specific, really convenient answer to, like, oh, where do we go next? And it was really stupid, and I was like, wow. But then, once they got to the place, they did, like, this really beautiful dance number where, like, Fena was dancing on these tiles to, like, open the way, and it was, like, a dance she had practiced, like, all the time throughout the show, and it was like, oh, wow, they're actually doing this right. And, like, I don't know, it's really back and forth on the writing like that, but the thing is about Fena is that it is consistently one of the most beautiful shows I've seen that's come out in the past, like, 5 years. It, like, there's this part during the backstory segment where they explain, like, the origins of Fena's mother, where they do all of the backgrounds as though they're painted. They're all paintings. And it's because it's through the lens of a guy who just paints, like, things. He's a painter, you know? And there's some really uncomfortable stuff in this backstory. Like, he starts crushing on this girl, and then this girl decides, I'm gonna fuck the king, who's this guy's dad, and then she has the king's baby, and then the guy is like, no, I don't care if you're carrying my dad's child, I love you. And it's really uncomfortable. But otherwise, like, if you want something that's really gorgeous, watch Fena. And the only other thing I've watched is Digimon Ghost Game, which is still Digimon. And
Digimon.
I wanted to bring to everyone's attention Gammamon. Editor, Gammamon.
Gammamon.
Gammamon. All right.
Gammamon.
That's all. Okay, I'm done with anime.
Okay. How about you, Sayu? Have you watched any anime?
I have not.
Okay. Well.
I apologize.
Literal fake fan.
I'm sorry.
I have watched things. I've seen a few.
Yeah?
Let me look at my list. Because I pretty much have gone... After I finished Ashita no Joe, or at least I stopped watching it, I kind of just, like, went through from the beginning of 1970, which is where Ashita no Joe was, and I think I'm in, like, the end of 1974 now.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you what, the early 70s are pretty fucking bad. Old thing bad, actually. Before I get into, like, talking about a few of the shows, which I have, like, something to actually say about, I've noticed that while the 1960s were not good, because it was kind of like a new medium, like, there wasn't a lot of, like, animated TV productions from Japan, or there wasn't any actually before that point. People were trying new things, and a lot of shows were kind of like, at least stylistically, trying to like find somewhere to be. And in the 1970s, people have basically figured out what works, and it has gotten unbearably formulaic. Like, there's pretty much nothing interesting in almost like any of the shows. Like, the few that stand out, like Ashita no Joe and like Attack Number 1 and like a few other things that people like still remember, those are pretty much the only actually watchable shows. And I think something that really sucks about like early 70s, and the 60s had this too, but it was a little more bearable, is that anime in the 1970s thinks that what viewers want to see is like an aspirational figure, like a hyper idyllic, like, oh, I want to be like that guy kind of thing. Where like every like little boys show is about like some guy who's the most manly man in the world, who's like fucking, you know, the most masculine cool guy ever, who always like saves the day. And then there's always like in the shoujo anime try to be like a little more relatable, but it's still kind of like, oh, look how pretty she is, I want to fucking buy a bunch of fucking cool dresses like her. I don't know. Yeah. Stuff like that.
And it
all sucks.
This is the kind of like climate that gave us shows towards the end of the decade, like Gundam.
Yeah.
Which were able to capitalize on this weird formulaic, like, ooh, all anime characters are the best guy ever, and make like this deeply flawed protagonist.
Yeah. There's a few shows. I mean, the shows that people really remember, like Ashita no Joe, they are more about like these relatable human stories about like people who are going through like developments and are kind of like Joe in Ashita no Joe is a fucking he's a rascal. He's stupid. And he gets into a lot of trouble, but not in a cool way. He just like legitimately is an awful person at the start. But like, you know, he goes through some developments, and even by the end of it, he's like still struggling to like really like grow up. They're like, Joe, for all the toughness you put on, you're a child, Joe.
Yeah.
And he can't, and he's like he's trying to move past it, but you know, he's an idiot. So like, you know, it's like stuff that people have actually, you know, gone through. And I think that's why Ashita no Joe like stands out so much beyond just like the really good directing and intelligent use of like, you know, shot composition and stuff. So that's like the most interesting thing I have to say about the 70s so far, is that it just fucking sucks. But you can see the beginnings of like creators who would later go on to make like actually cool stuff. Like, I specifically wanted to point out Hayao Miyazaki, where I am so far, has not yet actually directed anything. Like, he's not a director yet. But the first project that I think he pretty much had most of like the animation work in, where he was like animation director basically, is this. It feels more like a 2-episode OVA, but it's technically a movie that was just like divided into like 2 parts, but each movie is only like 30 minutes. It's much more similar to what would later be like the 2-episode OVA structure. But it's just like this little like thing that's obviously for like little babies called Panda Co-Panda. It's about a big panda and a co-panda, a baby panda, a little small one. And if you Google it, the artwork's really cute. I love the little tiny panda. I think I already went on about this for like a half hour to you in like a voice call or something at some point, but it's already obvious at the beginning of Hayao Miyazaki's like career in like directing animation that he was like kind of legitimately like an animation genius, at least like within Japan, because a lot of other like even higher end animations coming out of Japan at this time really focus about more like moving from manga panel to manga panel. I mean, like, animation in Japan used to literally be called manga movies. And so it was normally about, like, a movement would tell, like, a story of, like, what's supposed to be happening. If, like, a character was losing balance, they would just kind of, like, wiggle around to, like, symbolize to the audience that they were losing balance. But in Miyazaki's earliest, like, animation work, you can see him actually putting in consideration to the weight of the characters. Like, when a character loses their balance, you can legitimately, like, feel, oh, they, like, are off balance and they're correcting it that way and then the other way. In a lot of other productions, whenever characters are on a boat, even if it's good animation, like I said, whenever they're on a boat in some, like, a river or something, the boat basically just slides from one point to the next. Whereas in this short OVA thing, or movie, these couple of movies, there's several parts where, like, there's, like, the whole town floods, and now the panda and the little girl are on, like, this boat. And as they walk around, even though it's not important to the story, per se, you can see the boat shifting its weight and, like, the water displacing from in front of it. Even though it's not that high-end of animation, it's really choppy. The illustration quality is a little all over the place. But the amount of consideration given to, like, a sense of realism and, like, weightiness through animation, you can see that in Miyazaki's work when it just hasn't really been that way elsewhere. Like, you would get maybe one or two animation cuts from just, like, some guy, but Miyazaki, when he was given control of this project, was really one of the first animators to animate with that kind of mindset in Japan.
Yeah.
And I think that's cool, because a lot of people have said that Isao Takahata is kind of like the original Miyazaki, and that, like, because Miyazaki trained under Isao Takahata, and I think there's, like, been some people in, like, anime fandom that have kind of tried to be, like, these weird know-it-alls, where they're like, Miyazaki's not that special, because he just trained under Isao Takahata, and Takahata's the real genius. But Takahata was, like, the guy in early anime. Like, he was there right next to Tezuka. And I do think that Takahata himself eventually was influenced by Miyazaki's style of animation, where it wasn't this narrativist thing. It was more about, I don't know, like, expression through the animation itself.
Yeah.
And I think that's cool. You know, the protege influenced the teacher, and I think that's pretty neat. Other than that, I watched Lupin the Third. It has a really funny OP where, like, the guy just goes Lupin the Third like 20 times. Like, that's all of the lyrics for the first Lupin OP, where he just goes Lupin the Third. And he pronounces it really funny because he's a Japanese man.
Yeah.
Lupin the Third, the first 26 episode series, isn't that amazing or stand out, and I was shocked to realize this. Like, it's still fun, and I'm slowly watching through it. I'm not watching it all at once, because Lupin is really not the kind of series that's meant to be watched all at once.
Yeah.
But so much of what has become the Lupin identity really did not come around until, like, the following few seasons, where, like, it doesn't have the iconic music style that it went on to have.
Yeah.
Lupin and all the characters themselves have less defined personalities that are just, like, less interesting. Even, like, stylistically, a lot of the, like, animation cues that Lupin repeats all the time, like, with specific, like, facial expressions and stuff, they're just not there yet. So Lupin, I guess, is just kind of like an okay, like, slightly better than the rest show when it first came out, and I thought
Yeah.
that was interesting because I always assumed that Lupin was just like a genius move that like blew up out of nowhere.
No.
But not the case. Okay, this is unrelated. Like, I don't have anything actually interesting to say about this one, but I watched a weird, like, little TV special. It's not like anime. It's not like a 2D animation. It's like a weird little like stop motion thing, with like traditional style like little dolls.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the point of it was. It was supposed to be like a Christmas special or something. But the story is as follows. The little girl walks around and she asks people to... Oh yeah, it's called Match Uri no Shoujo, or the little match selling girl. Or the match girl, or I don't know, there's lots of translations for it. And she's trying to sell a bunch of matches. She's got like a bunch of matches for some reason, and she's trying to sell them, and nobody's buying. And she just progressively keeps getting beat down more and more, where like, oh, she loses her shoes, and so she doesn't have shoes anymore, and like, oh, nobody's buying her matches, you know, they don't even give her the time of day. Like, one girl takes interest, and she's like, yeah, sure, I'll have a match. I'll give you a little money. And then her bitch son is like, why are you standing here talking to this dirty little girl? Go buy me a toy for Christmas right now. And she's like, okay. And then doesn't buy anything from the match girl. And progressively, you know, she gets like almost hit by a car, so she drops all her matches, stuff like that. And then, you know, nightfall comes, and it's really cold, and she's apparently homeless. And then she lights all the matches to try and stay warm, and she like hallucinates her grandmother or something, and is like, oh, it's my grandma. And then fast forward to the morning, she died in the cold, and everybody was like, wow, I can't believe the girl died. Wouldn't it be fucked up if a little girl died on Christmas? That's the whole special.
Oh my god.
Like, just absolutely nothing. Nothing good comes out of this. There's not even, from what I could tell, any sort of positive takeaway.
Yeah.
It's just like, wouldn't that be fucked up?
Jesus.
Another wild. Crazy dude.
Oh yeah, and I already mentioned this to you too before, but Doraemon Season 1 is apparently completely lost media.
Yeah. It's
Like,
gone.
Yeah.
The only episode which is still watchable in some form at all, to anyone's knowledge, is episode 26, the last episode, but it's not online, it's just in some, like, person's collection or something. And nobody has ever seen it. It's like occasionally shown at conventions, I think, but nobody's recorded it.
Well, here's the thing about Doraemon, right? When it comes to that, is with Dragon Ball, it was specifically that like an episode, or like all of the episodes had been recorded by otakus. But Doraemon, we looked it up, and it aired.
It was before VHS.
VHS happened.
There's no VHS yet.
So nobody could have really recorded it at home without, you know, like there was no way to, unfortunately, at least as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
And it's just like kind of sad.
Yeah, we still have the OP and the ED, and there's apparently audio for a few episodes. I think like 4, just like random ones throughout.
And for the viewers who are inevitably curious, like, oh, how did this happen? It wasn't that like, oh, they threw it out or something. The studio caught fire and burned down.
From what I understand, it literally aired one time. It had like a single run on TV, and then like the studio caught fire or something, and all of the Doraemon was lost.
Yeah, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Doraemon is a huge part of a lot of people's like childhoods in Japan, and a very important piece of anime history. So.
It would be like if the first season of like The Simpsons was completely lost media. Like, that would just be weird.
I'd say it's close. It would be closer to, like, for our generation. Imagine if you watched the first season of SpongeBob growing up, and
that too.
It turned out that it was just lost media. You know, it's something along those lines.
Except the thing is, like, Doraemon. Japan has so many more, like, long-running TV shows that have been going on since, like, fucking forever. Like, literally, Sazae-san has been going on since the late 60s, and the airing has never stopped. It's been one episode a week all this time. Where, meanwhile, it's like, oh, what's the longest-running animated television show in the West? The Simpsons in the 90s? Wow, so long.
And even then, The Simpsons has gone downhill so hard in quality that it might as well
people
not
still
even be on the air.
People still like Doraemon. They still like... I mean, people really like Lupin. People still like... people still like Sazae-san. It's always been good.
Yeah. It's...
Additional note for the 70s. I have started to come across subs which I believe were machine translated. Like, a couple of shows, Kick no Oni and Umi no Triton. Both of these shows have subs which are so incomprehensibly inaccurate that they are basically unwatchable. I don't think either of them were good. Umi no Triton, I think, if I remember right, that was the one that was the first... It was the directorial debut of Yoshiyuki Tomino. So it's weird that one doesn't have full subs. Yeah, because he's pretty notable.
I looked into this a while ago because I was curious. Where did Tomino start? Where did he end? The answer is he has not ended yet. He's still working.
He's still going.
He's not, like, directing anything directly anymore, but he is still working in the industry to some degree. But Umi no Triton was his start, and as far as I know, people don't tend to like it very much. It's pretty short. It's not very long. I'm amazed it's never been subtitled, to be honest, like, properly.
I mean, maybe it has, but at least on the couple of, like, sites that I looked, both of the subs were, like, machine translated, just unwatchable.
Yeah. Maybe someday it'll get a re-release over here.
Maybe. It did seem, like, really boring, though. Like, it just wasn't notable at all.
I mean, who knows? Maybe that's because you couldn't read the script. You never know. It is Tomino.
Maybe it just had expert writing.
No, it's Tomino, though. So, like, you never know. You really don't.
Yeah. What else did I have written down? Did I have anything... nothing particularly important. So I think that's basically it for anime on my end.
All right. Finally.
All right.
All right. Now we're into the topic, I guess.
The topic.
What is it, Nyuu?
Normies.
Oh.
What do we all think a normie is?
I wonder if there's a website we could check.
A person gravitating to social standards, accepted practices, and fads of their own time and geographic grouping without broader cultural perspectives from which they draw.
Is that it?
Normies possess a lack of interest in ideas not easily accessible or being outside of theirs/society's current range of acceptance. A straight, a follower. Most normies adopt a popularity is the only measure of good or bad mindset at an early age.
All right.
It sounds
normies
like
typically have a sense of cultural superiority over counterculture movements and foreign cultures. They will often try to discredit out cultures or choices falling outside of their majority claiming those of other dispositions are mentally ill or out of touch with reality.
Is that
anymore?
By perspective, normies of this generation would have been the social outcasts of the uber-conformist 50s.
All right.
Is that it?
Most normies don't believe they are, so a deep generational delusion has since persisted, allowing them to believe they are defying a system of social rules long since defunct. This group can easily be molded to suit virtually any desired value system. In America's capitalist system, norms have been adapted to consume what's easily attainable with little to no resistance. Popular is good, therefore all that has been perceived to be vetted by their peers, that is accepted.
I would say that's accurate.
As their majority cultural definitions are rooted in shallow concepts and facts that soon expire, they're often then called old.
Alright, so let's put this in terms people can understand.
Example. Johnny thinks he's cool and open-minded because he listens to Katy Perry, but he's just got normie taste in music.
To me, a normie is someone who has, like, what's the best way to put this? Like, almost no personhood.
Just a downright fucking troglodyte.
Barely sentient.
In my opinion, academically speaking, a normie is a fucking retard.
Oh my god. Let it
I
be
think
known.
I think what?
I was not the one who said that, let it be known.
Speaking seriously, I think I have a somewhat, like, unique, or, like, I've always felt like I probably should find a different word than normie, because most people, when they hear the word normie, they just think it's, like, a catch-all term for somebody who relatively doesn't know their shit. Like, if you are a gamer, you would call, like, people who don't play video games that much and just, like, oh yeah, I like Mario, you would call that person a normie, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'll use it that way too. But
Yeah.
I feel like normally when I say normie, what I'm trying to imply is that somebody has, like, a normalcy complex. That, like, they psychologically just need to be perceived as a normal person. Like, they don't want to be weird. And this leads to people kind of trying to never leave their comfort zone. If they have, like, a unique interest, which is abnormal or easily made fun of, then they'll kind of try and, like, steer them. They'll be, like, demotivated from pursuing that interest. They'll, like, it kind of leaves them with, like, less. And so they just take interest in things that everyone has already accepted and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think both definitions kind of work. The thing is, right, like, normie, you can sort of come at it from two fronts. You can come at it from the front that someone is normie when it comes to a specific hobby or subculture, or a normie in general. And I think, there's the first one. So many of those, it's way easy to be like, yeah, that person's a fucking normie. They only play Mario Brothers.
Yeah, but a normie in one category could be a complete not normie in a different one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have plenty of friends who, like, they're like, oh yeah, I'm not really into this. I just sort of, I don't really watch a whole lot of movies. I just watch the Marvel ones or whatever.
Yeah.
And then, like, you actually talk to them a bit and they're, like, fucking crazy weirdos in their own right. And I say that in the nicest way possible. Full endearment. And it's like, you can find, like, everybody's at least a little bit like that, Yeah. Not everyone is going to be like, oh yeah, I'm into these, like, 4 hobbies, and I've thrown myself headfirst, full-on, deep dive into all of them. No.
I feel like normie is like a concept just kind of, like, fits, like, literally everyone.
Yeah, at least coming from it at it from this angle.
This is why I think that the first definition of normie isn't one that I like to use a lot, even though I still do, because it's so convenient
it's funny. It's so funny.
I feel like it's much more useful to use normie to describe people who have, like, a complex of some sort.
Yeah.
Because there are many people who, like, literally genuinely don't give a fuck what anybody thinks, and they'll just dive into whatever interest they have, and they'll kind of become like a wizard of their domain. Mm-hmm. And then many people, to varying degrees, pretty much the vast majority of people, have some tendency to be like, oh, but I don't want to be seen as weird, though. And the normie would be somebody who has a very high degree of, like, dependence on the idea of being perceived as a normal person.
Yeah. I like that definition a lot. I have a different definition for that kind of normie typically in my head, but I will get to that when I get to that. When it comes to the first kind of normie, I think
the relative normie.
Yeah, I think it has its use as a, I guess, like a sort of an explanation, like an immediate knee-jerk reaction to someone either criticizing your hobby or poorly criticizing or poorly referencing your hobby.
Yeah.
Let's just say if a leftist streamer who will remain unnamed will say something along the lines of something dumb about anime, you know.
Specifically leftists, you know, no one else does that.
I want you to know that this applies to all leftist and liberal streamers.
Yes, all of them. I have no particular ones in mind when
it actually
I'm
applies
saying
to all
this.
people involved in politics. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah,
Yes.
pretty much most political heads are just absolute fucking normies.
I'm making a Voos joke. You're ruining it.
I'm sorry. The comedic timing.
Anyways, if you have, like, let's just say, you know, leftist streamer who will remain unnamed and an unspecific example says some stupid shit about anime, just the dumbest shit imaginable. You can just write it off as, oh, they're a fucking normie, and you don't need to take their opinion seriously because they don't understand or get the subculture.
If somebody says that if somebody says that Avatar: The Last Airbender is an anime, you know they are a normie.
Yes.
Definitively.
Undeniably, they're a normie.
And if they say
in all categories, in all aspects of their life,
and if they say that Teen Titans is an anime, that is irredeemably normie. That is dangerously normie.
I would argue
Hold
that
on.
like the normie status kind of underflows, and then they're like hyper chads at that point.
Hold on, no, reverse those. Avatar, they're seeing, oh yeah, it's got like action scenes and it's a cartoon, that means it's anime. But like with Teen Titans literally has a Japanese opening, okay? You can't get mad at someone for just assuming that. Okay?
But I mean, like, in terms of the show itself, like, stylistically, it's less anime than Avatar.
Yes, I mean, Teen Titans is kind of a weird one. I wish more shows looked like Teen Titans, honestly, but whatever.
Okay, but I think we can all agree, and I have heard this before, I'm not making this up. If you call Steven Universe anime, then that is like black hole levels of normie. That is like critical mass normie.
I can't even process that.
You are
what
like you're so much of a normie at this point that it's abnormal. You are bizarre.
You're weird and I don't like you.
What the fuck?
Stuff like this really makes me wonder, is there like an audience of people who thinks that like Bob's Burgers is anime?
Japanese people who call it all anime.
Yeah. Imagine being so much of a normie that you were Japanese.
Probably sit down and watch Sazai-san every week. Oh yeah. So the second definition of normie, the non-relative normie, this person is a
the
normie.
absolute normie.
This person is a normie from all angles.
Yeah.
I found that there's two good definitions I found of it. There's yours, Nyuu, which is what if people think I'm weird? Oh.
Yeah.
And those people can be redeemed. You can fix them.
They can learn to grow out of it.
Yeah. The second kind is like you look at this person and you speak to them and you interact with them. There's nothing going on up there. They're like it's not normiedom from like choice or from fear. It's normiedom from they're just not smart enough to engage with like media on a higher level than that. And
I think this is just a dumb person.
Yes,
I wouldn't call
but
that
like
a normie.
it's like
per se.
like a dumb person who's fallen in super hard with like the what is popular, you know?
Like following the normie tendency is just what works out the most for them. So
Yeah,
they've like
and they do
developed a habitual, like it's become part of them.
Mm-hmm. Like there's like I've met a handful of people like this in my life. Maybe they got smarter. They grew out of it. Most of them probably not. I'm gonna be real with you. And this has nothing to do with like mental disability or whatever. I'm talking like genuinely like this person straight up like never paid attention in English class, never even learned how to interpret any forms of media, has given up before even trying it.
Yeah.
The only video games they play are multiplayer shooters, They go see the Marvel movies.
There is a third rare normie.
Mm-hmm.
This is the person who is just actually naturally kind of falling into what most people would call a very normal person. And typically, they're actually kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I know that you disagree, but or at least on the cool metric, but
Yeah.
I would say that Josh is a pretty normal guy, just like naturally.
Yeah, Josh isn't that cool.
Make sure he hears that one.
Make sure. Josh, you hear me? You're not cool.
I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you.
Fuck you,
Josh,
Josh.
you're just like your mom.
I need to find that video again.
Oh god, I love
Fuck
that.
you, Nathan from school.
Fuck you, Josh.
Mom, you wouldn't buy me an Josh!
I'm getting sick of getting made fun of,
I love
Josh.
that video so much. I really hope you can find it before this one goes
I'll
out.
try and find it.
So that we're
this
not
one will
insane.
have this one will lend itself very easily to funny edits.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, there's another kind of normie that I touched upon.
We have like a
little
normie
bit.
database.
Yeah, we're building the database. You gotta interact with all the kinds of normies and see which ones infuriate you the most. But on that note, I sort of touched upon this, but there is an infuriating element to normies that people bring up a lot. There's a reason normies is like a meme.
Yeah.
Fucking normies, that audio clip.
Yeah.
There's a reason that's a big meme, and it's because normies have this really bad tendency to just invade spaces that they don't belong in.
I know I've been over this before with you. It's like there's this weird tendency where the normie, and I would call this the absolute normie, the person who has that complex.
Yeah.
They have unique interests. They see online communities that look cool, that they would like, and they enter them, and they kind of have this weird thing going on where, like, they like the community, but also, like, they want to be a normal guy, So they just try and, like, normalize up the community, and they fuck everything up.
Yeah. And it happens, like, a little bit at a time is, like, no big deal, There's just that one person in the community that's a little bit, not there with everyone else. They're probably complaining a little bit more than others.
Yeah.
And it's whatever. And then it happens when you start congregating them. When your community starts picking them up over time, and they have any sort of say in like how the community is perceived.
I think we've been over this in the gatekeeping episode.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure everything like we're about to say has been said in the gatekeeping episode.
I won't retread a lot of it. I will just say this is why people have an intense backlash to these kinds of things, and why gatekeeping tends to be an important thing in communities.
Yeah. Additionally, weirdos who have been rejected all of their lives like to cope hard and feel superior to the normies. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of normie aggression.
Yes, and I would like to say to our audience listening at home, you are superior to the normies. Yes, you. You who is listening to this right now.
Even if you are one. No, especially if you are one, because you've overcome that to surpass the normies by watching this video and giving it a like and a subscribe.
Yeah.
Like and subscribe, guys. Like and subscribe. If we say it enough, YouTube will start pushing our channel.
Hell yeah.
Wait, don't say that.
I think people need to actually do it, though.
Oh, fuck. Nobody does that.
Damn.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him subscribe.
Be honest. When was the last time a YouTuber told you to like and subscribe and you actually did it?
I've never done it.
Uh-huh.
I think, maybe a Hazel video, probably.
Yeah.
I don't ever like YouTube videos just because I don't really think about it, but
I only like YouTube videos when I basically want to like pin them.
Yeah.
I have subscribed to channels that I would have otherwise just closed and forgotten about because they told me to subscribe. That is a thing that I've done. Those do also happen to be channels that I tend to unsubscribe from fairly quickly, though, so I don't know.
Oh shit, I'm floundering. I don't know what to say.
We're floundering.
I want to talk about a few things, but I know we've already basically gone over them there's too much overlap. There's too much overlap with the gatekeeping episode.
Yeah, stupid topic. Fuck.
Because I would say you agreed to it. Okay, you could have disagreed and chose any of the other like literally dozens of topics we have.
I don't remember being a part of this decision.
I know you signed off on it. I have the receipts.
I don't. And you legally have to ask me if I want a receipt. Okay, so checkmate. You're going to jail.
Oh my god.
No, but I was gonna say, I think a good example of how like normie influence can sort of change like a subculture is the way that. Now again, I do think the true otaku community still exists to some extent, but like. Anime fandom in America has definitely become more and more of a normie acceptable sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And I know there's a lot of people who genuinely just don't like fan service because often it is put in a way which does not assist or mean anything to the story at all and is occasionally genuinely detrimental to certain moments. Where
impossible.
It's mostly because of manga adaptations. It's mostly like a consequence of the way that you can write a scene in a manga and then it just gets very directly translated to anime and it just like sucks because the same sort of thing happens all the time with just like jokes in general.
Yeah.
But a lot of complaining, a lot of whining and like weird moral grandstanding in Western or American anime fandom about how bad fan service is mostly, I see, as a result of people wishing that shows were more easy to recommend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, oh, my friends are gonna think I'm a fucking loser if I recommend the show with the boobs in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
and the otaku community of old wasn't really that way. I mean, there's always been debate about fan service, but it's not the same.
The otaku community of old was less. they'll think I'm weird, and more, you want to watch something cool I've got on VHS? Like, I'm telling you.
That's old.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. I mean, what, you want me to say DVD? Because DVD... but, like, the current community is oversaturated by streaming services that offer anime.
Yeah.
So it's like, why are you showing me this show when we could watch any number of other shows that probably don't have this stuff in it?
It's also like the influence of like social media. I mean, social media is the quintessential normie internet site. Like,
yes,
it basically preys off of the normie psychology. That's what it's all about, is
Twitter
socialization through the internet.
The thing, you know, I as much as I don't like how the platform handles itself nowadays, I think Tumblr was really good at encouraging non-normiedom. It was really good at encouraging you to become a fucking little weird gremlin goblin idiot who just sits in your room and, like, memorizes all of the different Gundam models all day, you know? Like,
Tumblr was really good at creating just absolute, like, insane people.
Yeah, which, you know, at the end of the day, turned it against itself. But still, I think that the structure of Tumblr was much better than the structure of Twitter.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, in fact...
I really wish that I had any sort of first-hand experience with something like MySpace, but I think MySpace would have been pretty cool. Because from what I understand, MySpace was kind of, like... It's kind of like a Tumblr thing, but like the extent to which every individual MySpace page is basically its own miniature website was even like more.
Yeah, and Tumblr was already really customizable.
Yeah.
There's going to be a MySpace sort of like recreation, I guess. It's like it's a different website, but it'll essentially be following the blueprint of OG MySpace.
Yeah.
That's going to be popping up soon. So hopefully that'll be cool. I really want the individuality to come back to social media. You know, I'm tired of, like, everything in social media feeling so cold and corporate, you know?
Yeah, okay, I recently made an account on Pawoo/Mastodon. Pawoo is just like a version of Mastodon, or an instance of it for, like, Japanese artists, basically.
Yeah,
I'm
you
invading.
mentioned it was a Pixiv thing.
Yeah. But Mastodon itself, it's... like an open source, like very like customizable version of like Twitter, basically. It's very much taking after Twitter, but it's not like that customizable. Like you can't change up the way that your page looks. It's still really restrictive in the way that a lot of modern social media is in terms of like self-expression. And I think that's so lame. Yeah. You can change like the home pages of individual Mastodon instances, but an individual user can't change that sort of thing for themselves. And it's pretty lame. I would like to see like a Mastodon equivalent of MySpace. That's what I want.
Yeah. Like the thing that's really neat about earlier social media, and I believe Tumblr is still like this to like a very large degree, is that you go to your page and it feels like your page, you know? At the end of the day, MySpace was really just an extension of the whole internet homepage, like, fad that was around, where you made your own homepage in, I think, the early 90s. Or no, late 90s?
People wanted to make websites, but they didn't want to host them.
Exactly. So MySpace was like your homepage. You made
then you get the NeoCities and stuff like that.
Yeah, Angel Fire as well. There's just a lot of cool stuff with that, but the thing that's really lame about Twitter and stuff is, like, I log on to my Twitter profile, and, like, yeah, I can customize my header and my profile picture. I can post what I want, but it's so cold, you know? It's like, it's light or dark theme. It's the rest of the website is exactly the same on every page. It's just, like, very corporate, very cold.
Yeah, recently I've been thinking a lot about making my own site just to serve as a complete archive of like all of my art, including my my commissions and like everything. And I have like certain like Patreon drawings. I would want to figure out a way if I could like I I don't know, make like a key system almost where like all of my Patreon drawings are like on my website, but you still need to be a patron somehow to access them. I don't know. But the idea of making your own website is cool, and we're getting off topic from the normies. The fact that all of this shit has like sort of gone away and everything's sort of been like homogenized so that everybody kind of like you don't go to somebody's page and it immediately is like radically different from like other people's. I think that's the result of the normification of the internet, which resulted, and this is my personal 9/11 when the iPhone released, and all of the normies flooded into the internet. Now I was only 8 years old at the time. Much like many, I should probably stop comparing the iPhone release to the 9/11.
No, keep doing it.
You should instead compare the Industrial Revolution to 9/11.
I have a lot of like directly nostalgic memories of like pre-iPhone internet because I started using the internet when I was like 5.
Yeah.
Very healthy for me. And a lot of what I remember doing when I was really young, a lot of how cool I thought the internet it's nothing like that anymore. Like that experience can't be replicated. And it's sad. I still have a lot of like I really want to have my own website and want to host it and I want to make it cool and I want to look at other people's cool websites and when I do think it's the result of like people like customizing stuff, right? Like I feel like the only reason that maybe it would be bandwidth or something or like storage, but I'm not sure if that's a massive thing. I feel like a lot of the reason why social media, like I said, the quintessential normie type of website has gravitated to this homogenization of like styles and like people expressing themselves is because that's what the majority of the people using those sites, like that's what gets them to use it easier. Like it makes it easier to approach for this absolute normie mindset of like, oh, I see something and I'm put off by it because it's unexpected and I don't know. What if I'm seen liking a weird page? I don't know. I that's kind of a stretch, but I think I'm onto something. I think I don't understand why it would be beneficial to make a completely homogenized, uniform internet, unless it like literally caused a lot of people to have an easier time using it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I fucking hate normies. Are there any specific things in your interest fields that normies have just ruined beyond anime?
I mean, yes.
What are some of your personal experiences with normies?
We're not having this discussion again, but Dark Souls needs an easy mode because this
Dark Souls has not yet had an easy mode. All right.
Yeah, they haven't won yet. They haven't won yet.
Untrue. You can put on Smo's armor in the original game and finish it without even like dying.
Dark Souls has not added an easy mode since the controversy.
No, but it was trending again, which I think, like, it happens constantly, and it's annoying.
It will keep happening. It won't stop until after Elden Ring has been out for a year, and then whenever FromSoft announces the next game, which is like Dark Souls, it will happen again.
Yeah.
Even if they add an easy mode, it'll keep happening.
Yeah.
Why Dark Souls is easy mode isn't good enough.
Dark Souls may have added some accessibility features, but they weren't enough.
Like, because it's been going on so long, this is just the Dark Souls easy mode again episode, but I don't care. It will keep happening. Basically,
to Dark Souls, even if Dark Souls already has basically like a cinematic mode. Like, you know how in like Death Stranding there's a literal like I just want to play this game for the story, make it impossible for me to lose mode.
Oh,
Yeah.
Soma added that in an update at some point.
Yeah,
too.
they're going to keep railing on Dark Souls just because it's like a habit at this point. Like, it's been built into the culture.
God, I hate that this is the legacy one of my all-time favorite games is leaving behind. Do it with Dark Souls 2. Fuck, drag that one through the mud.
The
more.
Gamer Media orchestrated this, okay? They brought Dark Souls up to the very forefront of culture by literally comparing every single game that came out after Dark Souls released to Dark Souls, even when it didn't need to be compared at all. Like, so everybody felt like they had to play Dark Souls because it's so important. Everyone's talking about it. And now, like, people are like, oh, I can't play Dark Souls because it's too hard. And now all of the media is cashing in, and they're trying to rail against Dark Souls, make it have an easy mode. The Dark Souls gravy train in the gamer media never stops. They're gonna keep it going for as long as possible, for some reason that I literally don't understand.
I mean, to be fair, Dark Souls is a very important video game. Like, if I had to write an essay on, like, the progression of video games, you know, like, everything from, like, leading up to Dark Souls, I would present it as culminating in Dark Souls, you know? Like, the game is just, like, such a weird, like, perfect embodiment of everything video games as a medium can build to.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like, it's a very important game. But anyways, yes, Dark Souls is, like, the big one. Sayu, do you have one?
Yeah, have you ever encountered a normie?
Never. Oh no, really, honestly, most of my annoyances with like normies is mainly just like the fan service stuff with anime.
Yeah.
Most anime related controversies, to be real. It's like 90% of it is just born out of people who like just don't like anime and are just looking for reasons to be upset at something that they're not into.
Yeah.
Like
they're trying to justify their hatred of something that more and more as the days go by, anime like gets bigger and bigger. So they're just looking for a justification to hate it so they don't have to leave their comfort zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're losing ground, you know? First, they're going to claim anime and it'll be theirs. And then we're going to have to start reading manga. But then they're going to claim manga and it'll be theirs. So we have to start reading light novels.
No,
I don't think
anime is immune to total normie takeover, because once anime starts becoming, like, absolute normie territory, a lot of Western productions are just going to be accepted as anime now in popular Western culture, and the term will become totally meaningless, and then it will revert back to people who specifically just like Japanese animation.
Yeah.
Or otaku works.
I give this phase that we're in probably another 2 years.
I mean, this is exactly what happened in, like, the 2000s anime boom, is, like, all of these anime-influenced shows started coming out, and the market just, like, totally crashed.
Yeah, and, you know, if for those diehard anime fans who are like, oh, I don't want the market to crash, let it be known that the market, like, it did recover pretty well, and we got some really amazing shows in the recovery period.
Yeah. Also, it's the anime industry's fault for crashing by making themselves reliant on the Western market.
Yeah.
Fuck them. They deserved it.
Hopefully they're not doing as much nowadays, but you never know.
Right now, the anime market is reliant on the Chinese market. It's not the Western market at all.
Yeah. Which, that'll lead to a whole host of other problems.
China's probably way less accepting of fan service shows. That's probably why it's been like going away more.
Yeah.
Has it really been going down, like the amount of fan service in shows?
Fan service is nothing like it was in the late 2000s.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
It used to be fucking everywhere. Like literally, like every season. Like there were just like a bunch of shows that were just full of it.
Yeah.
And now it's just like you'll still get it. Like there'll still be like one or two shows.
There's still a lot of fan service.
Yeah. I would
like,
honestly, I would argue that what we've seen is just fan service changing shape. Because it's no longer your boobs are so big, and then she makes the anime girl noise and tries to hide them, and there's the one in the back of the room whose boobs are small, and she's upset. It's not that anymore. I think what fan service is nowadays is they're really capitalizing on the cute aspect of. Like,
I mean, that's been a slow
they've always
progression
done
since
that.
the
It's
mid-90s.
Of course, yes, but it's like really taking over now, where if you notice, one of the most popular genres of shows at this moment is the cute girls doing cute stuff kind of thing.
I mean, I think that transformation completed in probably even the mid to early 2010s almost.
Oh, I never mentioned this at all, but I did want to mention it at some point. The other week when I was doing research into manga and getting into it and learning about the genres and all that kind of stuff that's going on in it.
Yeah.
I watched a video, I believe it was by, let me find them real quick. But the video was essentially just showcasing a lot of good manga that's out there. And what is that genre of manga that's it's like the healing kind? What is that name?
Iyashikei.
Iyashikei.
Yeah.
I witnessed my first Iyashikei manga.
Yeah, what's it about? Or which one is it, rather?
I don't remember. It's in the video Lines in Motion, 14 manga recommendations you need to read.
I'll look that up later. I watched that video at some point.
I believe, is it this one? It's
Flounder.
Our Wonderful Days, I believe. That was the one. Anyways, they were just talking about it and flashing up images, and I don't know how they do it. I genuinely it is it works. How do they do that? How does it work?
Years of practice. The anime studios have been folded 1,000 times.
Literally, how does one manga have consistently just artwork that makes your whole body just decompress?
Decades of artistic evolution at work.
Yeah. This is what anime was made for.
Yeah.
Manga. This is what manga was made for.
Yeah.
Anime as an art style.
Oh yeah. I wanted to mention on the topic of normies kind of invading subcultures that are very non-normie in nature. I want to talk about the phenomenon of the rejected normies. People who will come to subculture basically in pursuit and creation of a new normalcy. They didn't get accepted into the actual normie sphere of popular kid in school, etc., etc. Get a normal fucking 9 to 5 stuff like that. People who are just a little too on the spectrum or something to really fit in that world, and have to go to the furry community or the inner otaku circles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This happened bronies too, where they wish that they could be accepted as normal. So they reject normalcy and they find a new normal. And so the entire community slowly evolves into this thing which has the same social mechanics as the normie sphere. It's just in a new configuration with new tendencies and new accepted things. And that's why I hate the furry community. That's all I wanted to say. A lot of online communities, specifically the furry community, are just cut from the same cloth as normies, as I describe it.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate that happened.
How do you escape such a thing?
You don't. That's just it. You have to somehow establish your own community and, like, filter it really hard from there. Which, you know, unless you're, like, the biggest feature, like, or the biggest creator in that community, you do not have the option to do.
Yeah.
You just don't.
Yeah.
You know, that's actually something really nice. I mentioned already a couple times that I joined Pawu. I have a couple of Japanese artist friends who were already on there, which is why I chose that instance instead of, you know, a normal English-speaking one. And they were like really happy that I joined it and stuff. They were like talking to me about like how cool Pawu is, and specifically the thing that they mention is that it's like a lot of artists are on there, but it's so incompatible with kind of like this more like normal mindset of wanting to gravitate towards popular things or like only accept, you know, like what, you know, is already familiar to you, that a lot of artists who are far more like willing to do just like weirdo things, they've all gone onto Pawu. Like Pawu has a lot of like really popular artists. That's why I joined it. But it's like just artists. And it was like, they were talking to me about how nice it is to just have a really, really small community, but still have like all of these like great artists in it. And that's pretty cool. So, you know, it's nice to be a part of like an actual non-normie community. Join a Mastodon instance right now. That's what I'm saying to all of you. But not Pawu, it's already mine.
Okay, I'm considering rejoining Tumblr and making that my main.
But they don't even have porn.
Oh, they banned porn though.
Yeah.
I'm sure that there's still goings on Tumblr. I mean, people still use it a lot.
Do they?
Yeah.
I thought it literally died immediately.
Pretty much most artists kind of moved off of it, but it's still active.
The reason most artists moved off of it is because it was marking things that weren't porn and auto-deleting them.
Yeah, so artists basically like couldn't be on it for a while.
Yeah, and now that they can, they have no way to rebuild that community because the art community's already moved off of the platform.
Yeah.
Which is a shame because Tumblr was a much better place to post art than Twitter.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you just have like interests, Tumblr is still completely usable and probably cool.
Yeah. That's probably what I'll do at some point. I'll probably still keep up my Twitter for, the, just, like, content. And, like,
yeah.
I don't know. I still have, like, a few Twitter accounts that I follow that I like. But, like, otherwise, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Probably gonna be, like, I have a YouTube Twitter and a personal Twitter, and I spend almost no time on the YouTube Twitter. I just post stuff. But I'm considering, like, melding these two accounts. Just making my personal Twitter, like, all of it.
Is it time to move on to voicemails?
I'd say it's time to move on. We've been going for a while.
I think we've had a good discussion.
Fucking normies!
Get the fuck off my board!
This topic sucks.
I'd make the but like I literally physically can't make the noise that guy makes.
Yeah.
Editor. Editor, quick.
That was not an edit. That was real. That was
live. Real. Sayu just made that noise. I wasn't prepared for it.
What was the name of the thing? SpeakPipe?
SpeakPipe. You're the one who made it.
Yeah. Josh keeps telling me he'll send a voicemail and never does.
I keep telling my friend Jacob to send a voicemail and he never does. Because, you know what? I'm just gonna insert his thing into this. Because, like, goddamn, just... I keep telling him, no, send it in. But fine, I'll do your job for you, Jacob. Jesus.
I'm not asking Josh to watch these episodes or send a voicemail. He just keeps saying that he will, but does not.
Is he actually watching them?
Yeah, he has been occasionally watching them. That brings me to the only comment we received on the Pokemon is not good episode. Josh Rob 1 says, okay, but what about Pokemon Conquest? I have no idea what this is.
I know what it is.
What is it?
Pokemon Conquest is a strategy game with Pokemon, and it uses like Japanese historical figures.
Is it good though?
I've heard good things. I don't like strategy RPGs, so I've never actually
I wanted to try it, but I never did because it's
really
a DS game.
Yeah, it's not really super emulatable as far as I know, and it's kind of expensive, so whatever.
All right. Well, I would just like to clarify. Maybe there are individual pieces which comprise Pokemon, the franchise, which are good. But Pokemon, scientifically speaking, is not good. And that's just a fact. You can't disagree with me.
Yeah.
We're leaving
I
it
disagree.
there. Well, you're
With both
just
things
wrong.
you just
You're just
said.
anti-science. Get the fuck off the podcast right now. You're banned.
We're now the Two Baka podcast. Sayu has been killed.
Damn.
All right, you're unkilled. I revived you.
I can still hear his voice.
Pog.
Nobody dead named this episode.
Oh my god,
No.
nobody dead named.
Good job, Adam.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, I think. Oh wait, we also need to decide on next topic because we're doing that on the
Yes.
episode now, so we can actually.
Yes. So this
We're allowed to cut out the floundering that happens, but
Our next topic will be money versus passion.
all right.
Who will win in this rumble?
We have to find a winner at the end.
Yeah.
My money is on passion.
It would actually be kind of fun to do more like structured episodes where like we have to do like money versus passion. We have to come up with the most amount of like pros for each.
Yeah,
And then
I'm telling you.
whoever comes out on top.
I'm telling you. Fight Night Joker. God.
That it's on the ideas list.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, it would be fun to like occasionally do like a fight episode where like we have this versus this. It would be like Joker, good or bad, you know, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I keep saying that the Joker episode would be great because you keep saying, "Oh no, I won't have that much to say." Oh no, I won't. And like I've listened to you two idiots argue about the Joker for like an hour straight without having seen the movie for months. Like,
we'll like argue about it, and then you will send like a text like 8 hours later about the conversation that we had, and then we'll argue about it for an extra hour in text.
oh my god.
the E-Boys and E-Girls episode would be fun.
E-boys versus E-girls.
Hell yeah!
Okay, we're done. We're done.
Okay.
We have to
All right,
stop.
All right,
it's over.
It's over.
3, 2, 1, record.
Don't say that. You fucking fucked me up.
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
I'm just gonna start saying random words, even if they don't make sense.
Well, I made an S sound. If you can sync off of that.
Yeah. Welcome to some episode of the Triple Baka podcast. We are back once again, whether
Yes.
you like it or not.
You won't.
So, what we all been up to?
I've been working full time these past few weeks, so
Yeah,
not exactly.
I've been getting
time.
really back into drawing. So I haven't been watching that much anime.
I too have been doing that.
I have been working on a video for like multiple weeks now, and I've just been hitting nothing but technical issues the whole time. So I'm just gonna scale back the editing vision and include a note at the beginning that's like, "Imagine this video was better, please."
Close your eyes and imagine a good video.
And yeah, that's the one I'm uploading. As for like anime and manga, Garugamesh,
Yeah.
I have unfortunately dropped Rokushin Gatai Godmars. I was on episode 6, and I was no longer feeling it. I felt bad. I was not enjoying it, so I decided, fuck it. I'm done with this. Maybe someday I'll go back to it, but no. Too long for me to really throw myself at it. Anyways, the next show is 75 episodes as opposed to 64. And it's really good. And I don't just mean like, oh, it's like good, like in the terms of like Godmars. I mean like this shit is like almost on the level of Gundam. It is Fang of the Sun Dagram, which so far is like a gritty sort of war drama kind of thing. It has really good animation directing. The actual what's the word? Production values are very low, but I can definitely tell that the animation is very well directed in that, like, you know, everything looks the way that it should. Things move very realistically in this show. It's got a cast that I like a lot. It's got
What was the name again?
Fang of the Sun Dagram, or Taiyo no Kiba Dagram. Which, this isn't one I've even heard mentioned by anybody. So
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
even amongst, like, old school mecha fans, I'm kind of amazed it's fully subtitled. I've only watched 4 episodes so far, so this one's going to be a long one for me, but I am planning on watching a lot more of it in the future. So, there's that one.
They got kind of like a TV head thing going on.
Yeah. No, I like the design of the robot. I think it's cool. It hasn't properly been introduced yet, and the opening is very, like, grand in how it's, like, referring to the robot. Like, the opening of the show is playing very hard into the robot is the symbol of the show kind of deal. Where, like, even the main character is, like, in awe at the big robot that's supposed to be, like, the symbol of, like, peace. Which is really good. I am really looking forward to seeing where this goes. However, at the end of every episode, like, they do, like, the, you know, next time on Dagram part, and every time at the end of that section, you know how normally in, like, this old style of show, the narrator will say, like a catchphrase at the end?
Yeah.
In this one, it's in very broken English. Not even justice. I want to get truth. And it's really funny. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that one so far. However, I've watched one other anime thing this week. I've got manga to talk about, but I watched Ponyo.
Nice.
And did you know that Betty White is in the English dub?
Really?
Mm-hmm. And well, normally I hate, like, when they're like, ooh, big actor in the voice role, to, like, get people to watch the movie.
Ponyo is one of the Disney ones, right?
I believe so. Let me check. Yes, it is Disney.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like, it's weird because they cast Betty White into this really small role. She has, like, I think, like, 5 speaking lines in the entire movie. Anyways, Ponyo's really cute. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, it's one of the most thoroughly just, like, simply enjoyable movies, like, ever.
Yeah. Not a whole lot happening under the hood, in my opinion, but, like, just in terms of, like, a movie that you can, like, just, you know, watch with, like, a group of friends or, like, family or, you know, just whatever. This movie is, like, 10 out of 10 in that regard. I don't really have a whole lot to, like, dissect about it. It's just good.
It's just good. Yeah, Ponyo's, like, one of the... It's just good.
Yeah. Now, as for manga, I have read, I guess I'll sort of step backwards a little bit. I have read So there was a new manga that debuted this week called Doron Dororon. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And it's very standard Shonen Jump. I subscribed to the Shonen Jump service, the app, and they sent me a notification new series today, and I was like, why not? I'll read a chapter of a new series, and it's neat, I guess. We'll see where it goes, because
I'm having such a hard time finding this thing.
It's one word on Mal. Doron Dororon.
I think I found it.
Yeah. No, I couldn't find it either. I went to go add it to my Mal after I read the first chapter, and I was like, what the fuck? Where is it? I just could not find it. Let's see. Otherwise, I have read all of Chainsaw Man these past 2 weeks.
Yeah. Just went right through it.
Yeah, just straight through it. So, here's the thing, right, is it's because I've been working full-time. I get, an hour or two off in the middle of the day most of the time, and then I go back in for another 4 hours in the evening. And I don't normally have the energy to do a whole lot else at that point. So I just kind of sit in bed and, read manga. And Chainsaw Man was manga, and I read it.
Nice.
It was good. I really liked everything from chapter 1 all the way up to about chapter 80, 85, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
I thought all that was really solid, really good stuff. Denji is a really good protagonist. And I liked Power, the girl. You've probably seen her. She's got the horns sticking out of her head.
Yeah.
She's really funny. The thing that I would tell people to sell them about this series is that it is hilarious. It's not tagged comedy, but it is one in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
The main girl, Power, is just one of the funniest manga characters I've seen in a while. So, I don't know, it's a good. I think the ending's stupid though. It became an unfollowable mess as they scrambled to wrap everything up by the ending. And it's really obvious that they were doing that. Otherwise, I think that's really all I have to say about it. I liked the characters, and yeah.
Yeah.
And then I started reading the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds manga today, and we'll see how that goes. And then otherwise, I've read the first, I think, 4 chapters by this point of Yotsuba.
Yeah, what do you think of Yotsuba?
Oh my god.
Legendary.
Literally, I did not understand, but now I get it. I know why it's so good.
It's the most Yashike slice of life, just fun, cute little thing ever.
If you ever need to relax, Yotsuba.
I wish it had at least an anime movie or something. Just some form of audio visual content.
I need to see Yotsuba on screen. There was
actually a soundtrack. There was an album which was kind of formatted as if it was supposed to be the soundtrack for an anime or something.
Mm-hmm.
For Yotsuba, but it's just an album. There's nothing that it's actually a soundtrack to. Let me see if I can find it, because it's really nice. It's really fun to just listen through.
I'll have to listen to it next time I'm reading some.
Oh, dude, RTX voice makes it so that my keyboard can't be heard that much.
Oh.
So now whenever I search something, it's not going to be really annoying.
You want to give anyone context on what you mean by that?
They can Google what RTX voice is.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's everything. Yeah, that's pretty much everything that I've read and watched these past couple weeks. Oh, I guess it's an anime game. I've also been playing the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl remakes. And all I'll say about them...
I guess Pokemon counts.
All I'll really say about them is that it's really telling that Game Freak hasn't made a good Pokemon game since the DS, and yet these games are handled by not Game Freak and are good.
Yeah.
Oops.
I don't know anything about them.
They're good.
I know that they look a whole lot better than the initial reveal trailers, though.
Yeah.
The graphics really weren't final this time. They really
weren't.
were work in progress.
God, Game Freak. Such a mistake.
How many times do you see in a game trailer, like, oh, like, graphics not final or whatever, and it just means that the final version is actually going to be a downgrade? How many times has it actually been, like, worse in the trailer?
Probably gotta be at least a handful, right?
I think
I think at least 5 times.
I think that Spider-Man was actually way better without those puzzles. It really didn't need them.
True. What have I done? I have like 4 things that I've done. I've rewatched Fooly Cooly, and that was the most fun I've had in a while. Fooly Cooly, I swear, like every time I watch Fooly Cooly, it like is better than it did the last time.
Yeah.
Like Fooly Cooly, legitimately, if it was like re-rendered into 1080p and made widescreen, it just looks better than like even shows today in terms of like the digital mastering. For being like a show that came out in I think like March of 2000, like it was like very beginning of the year 2000. It looks so clean. It looks so like new still. Like some of the digital effects are insane. And there's never a dull moment. I mean, what hasn't been said about Fooly Cooly at this point? It's just great. I showed it to somebody who's like basically like a normie who has like only ever watched like basic, not like shonen. They're not like a shonen normie. They just like occasionally watch like really basic like rom-com stuff like Toradora.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, you want to watch like this thing? It's like 6 episodes, and they were like, sure. And like literally the entire time they were like, I don't get it, and I'm like, yeah. We watched the dub. Fooly Cooly's best dub of all time. You know, I've said it before. I know I say it basically every time Fooly Cooly comes up, but I wish that more dubs sounded the way that Fooly Cooly's voice acting does.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough people in the West that appreciate the fact that anime voice acting does not sound natural or real at all to like Japanese people. Like it really sounds like stupid and bizarre. And Fooly Cooly captures what that would sound like in English. Like Fooly Cooly just it sounds so like stupid and funny and great, and I love it. I love that all the voice actors have like this strange stilted dialogue, but it just works. It just works.
Trigun's a similar way with its dub, right? Where it's going for the same thing.
I don't think there's ever been a dub which is really going for the same thing as Fooly Cooly, because Fooly Cooly, like, the way that characters talk in Fooly Cooly is like they have the tonal like intonation of like actual Japanese voice acting, but they're just saying English words.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting. Other than that, I haven't really been watching that much anime. I mean, I've watched like the first episode of a bunch of things from whatever season of anime I'm in right now.
Yeah.
Fall of 1973, and I think I watched some things from the summer too. Gotcha Man was boring and I didn't like it. I'm sorry. I don't know who I'm saying sorry to, but Gotcha Man's kind of iconic, so I just feel like I should have given it more of a chance.
Nah.
I'm about to watch Aim for the Ace, or Ace Ho Narae, from Tokyo Movie Shinsha and Madhouse. Is the next legendary anime in the lineup for Osamu Dezaki. But I haven't actually started it yet, so I have no opinion on it. The only thing I have to say about any of the 70s anime I've been watching is I found this weirdo, like, just, like Monster of the Week show. It's pretty normal. It's pretty standard. Called Dororon Enma-kun.
Yeah.
And it has a banger OP. I love it. But I have been getting really into visual novels lately. That's the other anime thing that I've been doing. It's part of the reason I haven't watched that much anime is because after I fixed up my old PSP, I was like, hey, isn't like a bunch of visual novels on the PSP? I'd play those for like an hour before I go to bed. And so I loaded up Planetarian and Air onto it.
Yeah.
And Planetarian has changed my life. I'm a Moe guy now. I love things that suck. I love playing sleepy games.
No, I've lost another one. God damn it.
It just, like, the more that I play VNs, the more that I feel like they're the perfect medium. Because I'm an illustrator, and I just like characters that make me enjoy being around them, and VNs are all about that. Except Planetarian fucking broke. Whoever made the PSP version made it so that Planetarian's a completely linear novel. Like, there's no choices in it at all. You can barely... Actually, you can't define it as a game. It's just not a video game. It's just a completely linear, like, reading thing.
Yeah.
And whoever made the PSP version, I guess, didn't play test it, because once you get to a certain point in the game, after, like, the robot girl that you're, like, hanging out with finally has a functioning planetarium, because the whole conceit of the game is that you're, like, this weird rummaging, like, homeless guy in, like, a post-apocalypse future, and you come across, like, an old planetarium where, like, a robot was meant to, like, show people, like, planetarium showings. Except it's been like 30 years and nobody's ever visited this thing because everyone's fucking dead. But she's like a robot and stupid, so she like doesn't understand that, and is like, you want to see the planetarium showing? And you're like, it doesn't work. And she's like, no, seriously, just try it, bro. And then you try it and it doesn't work, and she spends like the whole time just being like, can you please fix it? And you're like, fine. And eventually you fix it, and then she starts showing you the big planetarium thing. You're like, oh my god, I've never seen the stars before in my life, because you're in the post-apocalypse like future where like war and global warming ruined everything.
Yeah.
And in the middle it just breaks. I want to keep reading. But I can't get past it. It just freezes. So I started playing Air. And Air, I gotta rewatch the anime for Air. I love the way Air looks so much. It's like one of my favorite aesthetics ever, honestly.
I like how Clannad looks more.
The background, no, it's better than Clannad, because Clannad isn't nearly as detailed and like visually dense as Air, and the faces aren't as exaggerated. Like, the faces in Air are so stupid. I love it. And like, there's just an absolute like visual noise overload sometimes with like the background art they use, where like they have a texture of like leaves, I guess, or something, like trees. And they'll make like the shape of a tree, like where the leaves should be, and they'll just apply this texture over it. And so when you're in like an outdoors area where there's like a lot of plants, you're just getting like this really like noisy, dense tree texture over like fucking everything, and it looks like terrible, but like it actually looks really good, I think. I don't know. So that's what I think of Air. Okay. And I forgot, this is the last thing, I forgot last episode to talk about Belladonna of Sadness,
Yes.
which is another one of the weird art house movies that Tezuka's studio put out. Not Tezuka Studio, but rather the studio that Tezuka founded.
Yeah.
I mean, he founded both of them, but the first one. I'm just forgetting the name of it. It's the one that made Dororo and stuff. Astro Boy.
Yeah.
This studio occasionally like to just put out these weird art house films. Like, I guess because they want to experiment with the animation medium. Belladonna of Sadness was originally Tezuka's production, but at some point he like left it for some reason that I don't know. Yeah, Mushi production. It was Tezuka's thing. He was directing it, but then he just like got off of it for some reason. He gave it to some other guy. But you can feel a lot of Tezuka's distinct artistic sensibilities on it, even though it doesn't have his art style at all. Mm-hmm. And I didn't know anything about Belladonna going in. Yeah, it's like a weird pervert movie. It's really just all about this girl who gets like raped hardcore, and then is just totally ruined, and then she becomes like a sex god, and she like she uses the power of sex and the devil, like literally the devil, who is represented as like a small penis, to like overthrow the king and totally disrupt the power structure, basically, by using her sexy power, I guess. Whatever. Also, there's a lot of drugs. It wasn't really my kind of movie. Like I can respect how distinct and artistically cool it looks, and like I don't dislike the movie. I was just kind of bored because I wasn't really interested in what was going on. But the visuals were interesting. However, it wasn't really animated that much. Like you could clearly tell that they were going far over their actual capabilities with the ambition of the visual style of this movie. And so a lot of the movie is just completely still shots with no animation whatsoever. And it's not even like drawn that well half the time, but in the parts where it is drawn well, and the parts where it is having a lot of motion, absolutely incredible. Like moving watercolor painting aesthetic. It's like super cool. I'm not normally the person that says this kind of thing, and because I think it's a really intrinsically insulting thing to say to a lot of movies, but you know what? I think the creators of this movie would agree. It's the kind of movie that's best watched when you're really high.
All right.
So I'm never going to watch it again. I'll probably forget about it in a few months.
All right.
It was okay. It was, 6 out of 10.
Yeah, all right. Sayu.
That's all I have to say for anime.
Sayu, have you watched any anime?
So I finally made my final decision to drop Dragon Ball because it was really boring. And then I watched like now I haven't done this yet. So
did you guys hear me pouring water?
I heard a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Okay. At least we still got that.
Yeah. Yes. Please.
Finally.
Anyway, so I haven't done this stuff like at all yet until just now. And I'm realizing it, like watching like the first episode of like a bad anime isn't nearly as good as sitting there and staring at nothing.
Yeah.
I think I prefer the experience of like watching YouTube to like half the first episodes that I watched, and that's like impressive. I would almost rather scroll through Twitter than watch like half the first episodes of anime.
I would not go that far. Hold it right there.
No, that's... Honestly, you do have to kind of mentally prepare to hunt for the next good show.
Yeah.
as
Okay.
something that I have discovered.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm normally the kind of person that thinks I should be dedicating my full attention whenever I'm watching like an audio visual medium. But you know what? I've never felt that way about YouTube videos, where like if a YouTube video isn't totally captivating, I'll check my phone, I'll fucking tab out whatever.
The moment I decide I don't like a show, I have no qualms about just fucking tabbing out and looking at Discord.
Yeah, like pretty much 90% of the time when I'm like flipping through these first episodes, it's like unless it has some cool music or something, I immediately am just like, okay, put it in a little window in the corner of my screen and look at like Twitter or something.
That's
Yeah.
weird. I guess I'm the only one who, when I'm hunting, I put it on full screen and I watch.
Oh no, I hate doing that. I just couldn't do that. I would have fallen asleep instantly.
I give every show I watch my full attention, even if I drop it after 15 minutes.
I mean, I will do research on the show before I watch it, so if I know if it has like at least some staff members on it or something that are cool, or like some sort of notability, then even if I think it's really fucking boring, I'll give it my full attention.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's like 1 minute of full attention, and then I tab out.
Yeah, for me, it's like 5 minutes of like full attention. If I can see even like a crumb of quality, I'll continue to give it my full attention. But I did not for like 3 of the anime that I watched the first episode of.
God.
In the 60s, it was a little different. But now there's like more shows,
Yeah.
but and they're like more soulless somehow.
Yeah. So anyway, I watched a bunch of first episodes. I don't remember the names of any of them except for Saint Seiya, which I do plan to
I've heard of
continue.
that.
Yeah.
It's all right. I can see like I can see like little bits that have been replicated in over time into
Things.
modern.
Don't include that, editor.
Okay. I'm sure the like solid 10 seconds of the mic being clipped will like tune me in that something should be cut.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, Sayu, would you like to try that sentence again?
I can see like little bits that have been replicated in like modern shonen.
Yeah.
Like over the years, and you know that's interesting to say, at least in its own way.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like not terribly boring, so I guess I'll watch it.
Yeah.
That's really the vibe I'm at right now after the bullshit beforehand.
Saint Seiya is one of the greats from what I've heard. It's supposed to be very, very good. I don't know how well. What?
There's this guy that I know of. I think he's like Filipino or something. Apparently, around that area or something, Saint Seiya is like the classic anime.
It's the Dragon Ball of South America.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty definitively like one of the most popular shows from that entire time, like that entire era in like South America in general.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure why that is. It probably has something to do with where things got localized. Like, I don't think... Did we get Saint Seiya here? I don't think we did, really.
I think to some extent, like, a little bit of it was localized somewhere, obviously, but, like, I don't think it was, like, on any network that anyone was watching.
No, meanwhile, Dragon Ball was fucking, like, everywhere here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But yeah, Saint Seiya is, like, one of the greats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, just like all great long-running shonen, we'll see around episode 50.
Yeah. Sayu, do you want to give a shout out to the other things that you watched?
Oh, I don't remember the names of any of them. I need to go digging, but
Go pull up your like document thing. I know you've been keeping one.
I know, but then I have to like type on my keyboard, which I'm really self-conscious about.
Just do it.
I'm
I've been
just going
clicking
to, I'm
this
just
whole
going to my
time.
mouth for the one thing I remember. The one thing I remember anything about other than the name, obviously.
Yeah.
Hold on. Fucking. Is there a way to sort by recently added on Mal?
You just check your latest updates. I see the thing you were looking for.
Oh, okay.
It's
I the one thing I remember even a little bit of was Kenritsu Chikyu Boy Gun. I
Yeah.
think it's like, yeah. Which was like a 5 out of 10. I don't really have anything to say about it, honestly. It was really weird.
All right.
It was probably like the least offensive, but it was also very not notable
Yeah.
in any way. So that's it. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Well, 30 minutes in, and we're on to the main topic.
Yes.
So, this time, it was money versus passion or something?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I have no idea what we were going for when we picked this.
I
mean, it was like the
I actually don't know either. I actually don't know what I was thinking when when I selected this out of our list. Either.
I mean, you're trying to get the anime YouTube thing rolling. Is it for money or is it for passion? You know, I don't know.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's for passion, but I want it to
Yeah.
be about money.
That's
here's
the end goal.
Yeah.
Right now, it's about passion. I'll work my way to money.
I want to work my way to money so that I can have the thing I'm passionate about be the thing that I do.
Yeah.
Which would be really cool because we live in a literal hellscape. One of the worst nations in the developed world. I swear to God. I hate America. Like, you heard it here first.
At least it's
take.
not Britain.
True. God, we could be living in France.
Oh no.
Oh. God. Anyways, yeah. I just it's about passion right now. I want it to be about passion forever, but I also want it to make me money. So that'd be neat.
I'm firmly with my artistic endeavors. It's firmly in the passion, cause there's a lot of things which I surely could be doing to make more money. Like if I used my Patreon for anything, other than just like allowing people to donate to it if they so desire while never promoting it. I'm sure that I could be making quite a bit on Patreon, at least relatively compared to artists around me.
Yeah.
But I refuse. Because I can't think of anything that I want to do with the Patreon that wouldn't just be worse than putting out my art for free. So I refuse to get money.
I simply don't want it.
Yeah. And that's where I am.
Yeah. No, the place that I'm at is very much like mentally like working a full-time job, which is required to keep yourself afloat in the US, drains me like too much to the point where like when I get home from that job, the only thing I want to do is I want to either watch anime or I want to like play a video game or read a manga. That's it.
Yeah.
Like I want nothing to do with the editing process anymore at all. I'm like
I don't want to do anything which vaguely resembles work.
it like I'm over video editing. I'm done with it. I'm going to be like I am going to streamline my fucking videos. Like, you've got all these fucking anime YouTubers, right? Who they make these really good, interesting to look at, the animes on the screen all the time videos, And I don't want that for my videos, because I don't want to have to go through fucking clip selecting. I don't want to have to go through getting my hands on all the clips and getting my hands on everything in a proper fucking file type. All the Videon is only available in fucking MKV files, which are not accepted by any fucking video editor, because the MKV is, like, stupid. Anyways, what my videos are going to be is fucking, like, video games in the background, occasional clips, the fucking music from the series I'm talking about, and pictures that show up on screen. That's it. I'm not fucking with anything else. I'm making these as streamlined to create as possible. I don't care if people watch them or just listen to them. Like, just...
I think I remember there was like this weird point in time. I'm gonna start going into the Digibro history. There was this point in time where their editor quit because they wanted to do some other stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
And Digi was left being like, how do I make my videos cool while not having to edit them at all? Because it was like, I don't want to fucking edit shit. God,
Yeah.
that sucks. So they tried some like weird stuff. Like at some point, they just like gathered up like 1 trillion monitors, like because I guess they just had a lot of PC monitors lying around, and they just had like clips from whatever anime they were talking about playing on all of them, and the entire video was basically just like them waving a camera around at all of these monitors. And you know what? I love that style. I love stuff like that where it's like no editing, just like pure, just like kind of a weird visual that's engaging to look at.
Yeah. We'll see if I ever get there.
Yeah.
God, I gotta fucking work on the Dayon video. Oh God, I had the whole thing recorded, minus one part where I flub a line where I have to re-record that now, probably tonight. But that's like it. Like I've had that whole thing recorded for like 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Just have not had the energy to fucking deal with it.
You know, I think, you know, I'm turning around on it a little bit, though. You know, maybe money's kind of good. You know, maybe it would be good to actually, like, have some money. Maybe it would be, like, a good artist. Maybe it would be a good decision as an artist to make it so that my money makes art for me more. Because, like, you know, I've done commissions for a long time, and commissions they're all right. You know, I go back and forth.
Nyuu is now investing in NFTs.
Yes, I am going to be putting out an NFT line soon. No, specifically
true.
because I've been getting into VNs. I've been really thinking about actually, you know, making them. Because I feel like, you know, it would work out. It could be great. It could be awesome. And they are so easy to produce in terms of like a programming standpoint. I don't know how to program, but I know enough to use RenPy now. So I thought like, oh, what if I actually used my Patreon to like, if I had already put out a couple VNs or something and people liked them, you know, like what if I actually used my Patreon as like an early like dev preview thing for whatever my upcoming VN was? What if I just made my thing making like weird niche furry VNs? That would be so epic. And then it would be like, I have money and I'm making things. So the money actually would allow me to make more things of a higher degree of ambition than just making individual drawings for a bunch of random people.
That's what I'm talking about. The fact that I have to work 40 hours a week is holding me back, because if I don't do that, I don't have money to live. But if I do that, I can't put any ambition into my projects.
Yeah. So maybe money's kind of good, you know? Maybe just a little bit. Hot take. I know it's controversial.
I'm gonna, like, take the first chance I get to open a Patreon. Like, 500 subs on YouTube? Patreon time.
Yeah, I mean, if people want things of yours to be made, then, you know, somebody's gonna fund it at least a little bit, even if it's not much at first.
Yeah. Sayu.
What about... What?
Oh, Sayu, where do you stand on
Sayu?
this?
I've come to the realization that I don't actually do like anything yet that like would require me to have this calculus available in my head.
I don't actually do anything. Quote Sayu.
Yeah. Well, I mean, originally when we suggested this topic, I didn't even imagine that we would talk about ourselves that much. That's just what I posited immediately.
Yeah, I was thinking like we would talk about like the big concept of like how money interacts and like kind of fights against passion in a lot of ways.
The creator's process.
Yeah.
I mean, it really has to do with the established systems for monetization in place. Because sometimes, money really facilitates people being able to do passionate stuff, like the OVA market of the like late 80s, mid 90s. So much passion coming out of that, and it was because they found a way to monetize it and make shit tons of money on cheaper projects of higher quality. And now that it's gone, anime's shit now. No, not really. I think anime is pretty good, but we need an OVA thing, because OVAs, there was so much passion in so many OVAs, even if they kind of sucked sometimes.
Yeah.
And they were really short and they were really tiny. But alternatively, on the opposite end of the OVA market, you get like the American films industry, where like, lots of money being generated.
No passion.
But it seems to be like diametrically opposed to anybody in it actually having passion and using it to make anything. Like, it can only produce the vague, like, the simile of passion as estimated by, like, some kind of weird AI that doesn't actually know what emotions feel like.
Yeah.
Where, like, topical, the new Cowboy Bebop remake.
Oh my god.
Where, like, it's really trying to pretend, like, it's by fans, for fans, but, like, no, it feels like a direct insult. To even pretend that that's what's happening.
God. I despise that new Cowboy Bebop.
I'm never gonna watch. I walked into like a 7-Eleven or something earlier, and I was wearing a Cowboy Bebop shirt. Oh, I'm wearing it right now. No way. And the guy at the counter was like, "Dude, nice shirt." And I was like, "Thanks, bro. It's a good show." And he was like, "So what do you think about the new thing?" And I'm like, "I won't watch it ever." and he had a good laugh about that.
Why not?
So universally, it seems like everyone just hates it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even normies in the streets.
I gotta get my hands on more anime shirts.
Yeah,
and not
me too.
like
I have an Ava shirt. I have a Cowboy Bebop shirt.
I don't have any. The only shirts I own like that are like I own 2 Sonic shirts. That's it. I thought I was wearing one today, but I guess I'm not. What?
When I was in middle school, I had a Sword Art Online t-shirt.
Oh my god. That makes me feel so old. Oh god, Sword Art Online came out like that long ago.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I don't know. The new Cowboy Bebop like enrages me, because if you actually go, like, I've gone and I've watched the clips that have been posted and like circulated, and first off, it's full of like Marvel tier like witty dialogue. The whole time, and it's shot like an episode of Seinfeld, as many have pointed out, where it's just shot, reverse shot, shot, reverse shot. It's just like cutting between 2 faces in a bar.
They're like just on like a set.
Yeah, there's nothing like actually happening.
Cowboy Bebop filmed in front of a live studio audience.
Literally. and then there was Ed. The Ed clip that went around was, like, on one hand, completely infuriating on every level, seeing what was happening there. On the other hand, it scratched an itch that I had for really obnoxious 90s gaming, like, advertisements. And I was not expecting to have that itch scratched looking at Cowboy Bebop. Literally. Oh god, it's like it's such a butchering of the Ed character, but at the same time, had this character not been like a butchering of a character that I hold very near and dear to my heart, I would have probably been interested in whatever the fuck was happening. Like, I don't know.
unfortunately, this can't just become the Cowboy Bebop cast because I haven't actually watched the remake, and
I never will.
I haven't even finished the original. I'm very shameful. I know, but I never finished it. I've never seen the thing.
Yeah, I have.
So
I have finished it, and I believe we've been over this story before. Initially, I fucking despised it. I thought it was really bad because I was expecting Space Dandy again.
yeah,
But, you know, at the end of the day, that's not what Bebop was. And I hadn't been through very much in my life that, like, the Bebop message would have resonated with. But, like, as time has gone on, I, like, see Bebop now more for what it is, rather than the fact that it's not Space Dandy. And I also resonate with the message now. So I like it a lot. And I will only continue to like it more as my life goes on. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you
in terms of like,
if you don't like Bebop and you're young, just know it's probably because you're young. You're not ready for Bebop yet.
You'll get it when you're older.
Literally.
this, but unironically.
Like,
I mean, Cowboy Bebop's kind of like about like the passage of time, you know, as you become older, I guess.
Yeah.
But to return to the topic vaguely,
Yeah.
I think like the key difference between like industries that are about like facilitating like passionate projects and like generating money through that versus like stuff that almost stomps out passion is like basically the audience that they're aimed towards, because like the OVA market, you had to be a relatively passionate person to even like pursue buying like OVAs and stuff, because you had to like follow the studios and know when they were putting one out, you know, and stuff like that, you know, keeping track of where the DVDs are going to be released and stuff, versus like people just passively like consuming. Like it's the difference between an audience that will pursue something to try and get their hands on it versus people who just like have content find their way to them, you know? And the content can change a lot depending on that difference.
I wouldn't even say like that is the difference, because at the end of the day, like Marvel movies are the epitome of like the second category, right? Just consume, fucking, like, don't even think about it, just consume more. But people will go out of their way, and it's not a small number of people, who will go just out of their way to track down every single fucking Marvel movie. They will fucking watch them, they will follow the news on them religiously. And, like, it's all this effort going towards Marvel movies. You know?
I mean, I don't know. We just don't know.
I don't have an explanation for that. I'm just saying, I don't think the act of, like, tracking something down and, like, to be able to experience it is necessarily what the barrier here is.
I mean, not barrier, but just, like, I don't know.
I'd say it has more to do with the industry itself rather than the person.
Maybe.
I think there's always going to there's always going to be at least some people who are like really passionate about like consuming a certain thing. Like I feel like it's pretty much the same people who would have been in the OVA market. They're just added on top of the like people who have it like spoon fed to them. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like you know, there are people out there who passionately consume Thomas the Train media, you know? Like, you know, more power to them, you know?
There are people out there who, heavens forbid, passionately consume My Little Pony media.
Oh,
imagine.
Oh, God. Yeah, like, there are people out there who, you know, passionately consume, like, weird stuff, you know? So, it's a lot more to do with the state of the actual industry and whether or not the industry actually allows creativity to thrive, you know? The superhero movie industry is very notorious for not allowing creativity to thrive at all. Every Marvel movie is the same movie. Every DC
I'm just thinking
movie.
about, like, what ends up actually being successful in terms of, like, consumers, like, giving money to it. I don't know.
Well, I think
I guess.
Because, like, a lot of OVAs were very niche things, but they still made a lot of money because they attracted, like, a small amount of people who would just pour all the money they could into it because they knew that that's how it gets funded.
Yeah. I guess, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what allowed, like, a lot of OVAs to get made. Like, Alien 9, this is a 2000s thing at this point, but Alien 9 was a really, really small OVA. That's why it was only, like, 2 or 3 episodes. But not many people want to watch that shit. But, you know, it had an audience, which is how it got greenlit.
Yeah.
And that audience, like, bought enough Blu-rays to make it, you know, like, reasonably viable. So...
Yeah. I don't know. We're also dealing with different markets by that point. The American market's very different from the Japanese market.
I guess Americans just aren't cool enough.
The difference is that Japanese people have souls.
I mean,
No, but the otaku do.
they're like American movies, which like make a lot of money and like have a lot of passion that goes into them too, though. Like,
Yeah, I mean, like a few here and there.
yeah,
but I
like,
mean, I
like
think it's
one
I think
really
we're
good
talking
example
about-
of this is the Joker. Is what I'm saying.
Fight Night
Yeah.
Joker tonight.
Not yet. Not yet. But I mean, like, normally stuff like that, if you look at like the American film industry, it's really like the exception. Like, people are working around the industry itself to like get things out of that quality, whereas
Yeah.
like there are just industries which facilitate and, like, you know, allow good, passionate, skilled creators to make things, you know. I don't know. What about internet communities? Like YouTube. I've been watching a whole lot of old Emp Lemon videos, and he used to complain all the time about the state of YouTube and how it used to be so much better. Like, just outright, like, YouTube internet boomer shit of just, like, doomer boomer rambling. Just like, oh, YouTube rewards bad content now, and YouTube will never be good ever again. And his whole thing was all about, like, basically, like, the algorithm and advertisements, and that's what ruined YouTube, because it used to be about passion.
It's always been about the algorithm. It's just back in the day we didn't know how to game it, so...
No, I mean, I think there was people who knew how to game it. The algorithm was just
to some
better.
extent, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I wouldn't argue that this is like the fault of YouTube, though. This is more of the fault of the systems that incentivize YouTube, therefore capitalism.
I think it is YouTube's fault.
I don't.
I mean,
at all. The YouTube. Okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, YouTube is motivated by, you know, never mind. You're right. Because, like, you're gonna make more money off of advertisements and data collection, and that's what it's really all about.
Not to mention that that YouTube is also Google's like lowest money making service, and like they do need to do everything they can to like be able to scrape by with YouTube.
Well, yeah, but YouTube
as weird
is,
as that sounds, you know.
the reason why they keep YouTube around is because it's their most valuable asset in terms of training, like, algorithms and, like, content, like, AI stuff.
Yeah.
Like, their voice recognition would not be as good as it is if they didn't have, like, the YouTube auto-generate subtitles thing that they've been training on, like, billions of hours of YouTube content every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Google's all about that AI at this point.
I mean, yeah. It's honestly, I don't think the question is whether or not it's YouTube, like, being bad or capitalism being, like, driving YouTube to be bad, because it's very obviously both, in that capitalism is very bad, yes, but YouTube is also exceptionally bad at, like, being good under capitalism.
Isn't the CEO of YouTube, like, haven't they never, like, actually had any experience being the CEO of anything before YouTube?
I have no idea. I am going to refrain from saying anything bad about Susan, so that the AI that is trained to nuke anybody who says anything bad about Susan will allow my channel to thrive.
Our YouTube careers are over before they've even begun.
She's listening right now. You don't understand. Even if you cut this out, she will hear it.
Oh God! Good. I have a Android phone. They're listening.
Oh God! Oh fuck! I just bought an Android tablet. No!
It's fucking over.
I sure do love Susan, CEO of YouTube.
You know what? All right, money versus passion. We're just gonna talk about NFTs now. We were rambling about NFTs before we started recording.
Oh God.
I wasn't there for that part.
NFTs are the ultimate epitome, like the absolute peak of money over passion.
Literally, they will, like, NFT bros will tell you that it's not about the artwork when it is a
I saw this thread about, like, somebody being like, oh, you should just buy prints, you know, it's a much better way to support the artist and you don't need, like, energy and you get a physical thing. And, like, the guy responding was just like, it's not about the art.
Why? Why wouldn't it be about the art? I hate finance bros. I hate tech bros. I hate them so much.
It's just like the Wall Street Bets, like 4chan biz, like mindset of just like, oh my portfolio, oh my cattle, or I don't know what they say, just like their assets, you know, they're increasing, the line go up, and nothing else actually is important over that. Absolute mind virus.
Literally just one of the single worst things a human being can become.
They're responsible for Marvel. They ruined Star Wars.
Yes. And you know that it's true because every fucking big company under the sun is suddenly embracing NFTs as though anyone is using them. But they're not. Twitter is adding a little, like, NFT portfolio thing to your fucking account.
Yeah.
Okay, to be fair, everything Twitter's doing with NFT is based because it like, publicly shows who it's okay to bully, alright?
Yeah, it's literally just, like, Mark of the Demon, you know?
Yeah.
God, who else has been doing stuff? I think, like, NBC has some NFTs that are going around.
Facebook went all in. Like, that's their thing now.
Yeah.
Is like, the metaverse is going to be ruled by NFTs. You're gonna buy an NFT painting and put it on your NFT wall in your NFT house.
Discord
window.
Discord has threatened to like incorporate NFTs.
Yeah, and then they decided to back off. Fucking, like, their Neopets has launched like a line of Neopet NFTs that all look fucking horrible, apparently. And, like, they're planning on making...
didn't look that bad before.
Wait, and they're planning on making, like, a game, like, out of them. Like, Neopets, the game is going to be Neopets, the NFT experience, somehow.
There's something I don't quite understand about NFTs. And it's like, is there like something about like the concept of an NFT that absolutely requires the art to be horrid as shit?
I know. That's what I was talking about with Tom earlier.
Like there's no literally all of it is absolutely horrendous. 100%.
I think it's because, like, I don't know, maybe, like, real artists are, like, the kinds of people right now to be averse to NFTs, because it's like, why are you introducing, like, scarcity into, like, the digital medium for no reason? And also the environmentalist stuff. Like, a lot of artists tend to be, like, more, like, lefty, you know, so it's like, it's really bad for the environment, so I'm not going to use it. Stuff like that. So the only people left over actually using the technology are just, like, the tech bro people who, like, literally, like, more like finance bro people.
It's all finance and tech bros. All of it.
Yeah.
That's the entire user base.
They're called crypto bros, okay?
I don't care. We're using real world language here, Sayu.
Well, I mean, there is actually a subsection of finance bros who are like no coiners, who are like, ugh, I hate crypto because it's like a digital thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I still hate them because they're finance bros.
Yeah, I mean, I hate them too.
But-
They're just boomers. They're just boomers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're actually worse because they're both finance bros and boomers.
Yeah. Earlier tonight, I was watching, like, okay, I was eating dinner with my parents and my dad was watching football. And they, like, in the middle of the football game, you know, the announcers were doing, like, an ad read, right? And they were like, get your digital commemorative ticket for tonight's, or for all the games this season, including tonight's game. You can get them at NFL.com/NFTs. And I was like, are you fucking serious?
NFL, NFT, think about it.
I mean, yeah. That one was a given. All right.
Like, I swear to God, all the stupid NFT bros are, like, in high up positions in companies, which is how you know they're all super disconnected from reality in thinking that anybody wants this stupid shit.
Somebody recently explained to me why they don't think NFTs are going to stick around, despite every company like pushing for them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And their idea was that NFTs, like, if you just look at the market, it's like obviously a weird fad bubble thing, like just literal money laundering and like getting around like non-regulated like ways to like pass money around, basically. And then like at some point, the entire market as it exists currently is just going to get like totally fucked by like regulation. It's just like inevitable, they say. And the reason why companies are pushing for it isn't because they want NFTs, it's rather that they think they can capitalize on them before this, like, regulation happens. So they're just in here to, like, collect their, like, NFT taxes from all the people using their services.
Get your
and
NFL...
then, like, once it gets regulated, they'll pull out and they'll take all the money.
Get your NFL Beanie Baby today.
Yeah.
Like, God, I hate crypto. I hate crypto bros. I hate everything about crypto.
I don't even hate crypto. I just hate NFTs.
I think you should hate crypto.
I think crypto's, I don't care, but like I don't know anything about crypto, but NFTs are just really fucking funny. They're like
they're so funny. They won't be so funny if they start ruining, like, okay, like Tom Oliver, not the fucking host guy who makes the funnies, the internet art man.
Yeah.
He's been absolutely seething for like months. Like he's having like a continual mental breakdown over NFTs. Because he's like, if I want to do art as a job, then eventually I have to do NFTs because they're going to take over the internet art world. Because, like, he thinks about it like Patreon. Like, he doesn't want to use Patreon, but Patreon is how you make money as an artist online now. So he's like, what if NFTs become the new Patreon? What if I have to use them? He's like, no. And that's what I feel. Like, I kind of subscribe to the theory that, like that other guy said, that like NFTs are totally like just going to get fucked at some point and they're totally temporary, and like even if the technology sticks around forever, it won't resemble what it does currently. But like there's a small part of me, there's a small Tom Oliver in me, which is like, you know, because I do stupid internet art as a job right now, and I do things that I wouldn't if not for it being the way that I live, like commissions and Patreon and stuff. And I don't want to do NFTs. Like the very thought of that taking over like the furry community, like, oh, there's just a bunch of furry NFTs going around now, like it makes me want to die. It makes me want to like crawl into a cave and then just like become a fossil.
Is that not currently the NFT market? just a bunch of furries?
Are you telling me that Lazy Lion isn't just a very, very prolific furry artist?
Now, I may think that, like,
Yeah, you know
Westoid
what?
furry art is really ugly, but it's not that ugly. Come
You know
on.
what? No. I think Sayu's onto something. They're all named kind of similarly, you know. You got lazy lion, you got bored ape, you got bad dragon.
Oh, is there a Bad Dragon NFT?
Oh no.
They wouldn't.
They would never. There's no way, right? On the other hand, it would be so funny if they did.
Yeah.
God.
I just wanna...
I completely derailed every thought I had to make that
So-
joke.
This episode has just become the NFT rant.
Yeah,
That's what it
Literally.
is.
we can remove that from the topic. I guess.
Please make the title of this episode NFTs. We hate them, to go alongside as of recording this, the last episode to come out, which is movies. We like them.
That would be good.
Yeah.
I still just really like the cadence of the phrase the NFT rant, you know, calling back to the good old days of YouTube in 2016.
I missed the Leafy rant.
Yeah. We need more the X rant.
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh my god.
Are
I
we
mentioned
floundering?
Phil Spencer hates NFTs. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not floundering. I'm just seething. I can't even come up with words because I'm just thinking about NFTs. But then I remember Phil Spencer said they were stupid.
I fucking
and he's the
yeah.
president of video games right now, so
yeah. You know, speaking of money versus passion, fucking Phil Spencer and Xbox right now. Oh my fucking
Yeah.
god, they're going so hard.
Xbox in my mind used to be like the image of what I thought of when it was like a company that's all about money in the games industry. Like they ruined everything. They made Xbox Live. They turned everything into like just like I didn't like Xbox. But Phil Spencer has kind of turned that around somewhat. Like apparently Phil Spencer does make quite a lot of decisions at this point that he thinks are like he thinks more about what do like people who are genuinely into games as like their passion, what do they actually want, you know? And he's trying to make games more like that.
Yeah.
Now obviously he's trying to make billions of dollars along the way, but the billions of dollars need to be compatible with the gamer spirit, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like
that. I'm excited to see what we end up getting out of Microsoft soon. Because, like, Microsoft themselves are very light on the actual games that come from their brand. You get, like, I think, like, you get, like, a Gears game occasionally, and sometimes you'll get a new Halo, but those are pretty rare nowadays.
Somebody pointed out to me that Xbox controllers still use, like, AA batteries instead of, like, lithium-ion batteries, which is just objectively way better for the environment.
Is it?
Yeah.
I did not know
lithium-ion batteries will just eventually get thrown away and become the worst things ever. But if you just get like a pair of rechargeable AA batteries, they will last forever and they can be easily recycled.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay.
And
yeah.
a lot of people complain about the fact that Xbox controllers still take AA batteries.
I
They're
don't.
Like, why don't you just? Yeah.
I love that fact. Yeah, it's great. Like, the reason is I don't have to wait for my controller to charge. I just go and grab new batteries. With like, fucking, when I'm trying to play my Switch, you know, months pass between me touching my Switch. So, my Pro Controller runs out of charge. So, before playing my Switch, I have to plug it in for like half an hour before it has any amount of charge to be able to use it.
For me, what I have to do with my Switch is I always leave my I also leave my Switch off for like months at a time. It's like not docked or anything, and then like I have to go through like the panic of like my Switch isn't turning on, it's plugged in, but like it's not even responding to me turning on the power button.
Yeah,
and this happens every time I think my Switch done broke. And then like an
wish-
hour and a half later, it gets charged enough to like be able to be turned on, and then yeah.
I wish that what is it? My Valve Index controllers just took AA batteries.
Yeah. The Steam controller does.
It do, and it only takes 2 of them,
And they last
that
forever.
Shit lasts. Yeah, like I have literally like when I first got my Steam controller, I used it at least a couple hours on a daily basis for an entire month, just completely normal AA batteries, and it still wasn't out of battery.
Yeah. That
It's
shit's
great.
like wild, considering it's powering a little bit more than most controllers do. Because it's got
It's got like great haptics. It's got like a bunch of Joy-Cons, like not. It's like all the shit that a Joy-Con has in it.
Yeah,
like the gyro and the accelerometer and the fucking magnetometer and just a bunch of stuff.
It's got the
HD
fucking
Rumble.
trackpads. Yeah.
Yeah,
They got HD Rumble.
they do. The Steam controller was the first HD Rumble gaming controller.
Yeah.
Yo, that's sick.
Yeah. No, Microsoft has been so good, especially like here's the thing about Microsoft that I think is fucking amazing, is that they've released 2 versions of their console, right? The Series X and the Series S. And the Series S plays everything that the Series X does, just not in 1080p, you know? Not in 4K. It goes up to 1440, I believe, so 2K. It is the same price as the Switch, which is so fucking cool, because let's just say, modern day, you're a kid in high school, right? Money's tight, your family's not super wealthy or anything, and all your friends have the Series X, you know? You can be like, oh, Santa, bring me the Series S or whatever, right? And if Santa, real man, has the money for it, and like your family like pools their money, really gets you it, you can still play all the same games that your friends are playing, just on like a console that is $200 cheaper. Like, that's really fucking cool. Sony, they made no such effort. There is a physical enabled version and a digital only version for like, I think it's only like 100 less.
I thought on launch it was literally like 50 less.
Yeah, it is way too close to even warrant ever considering picking up the digital only one.
Speaking of money versus passion, what about Valve? All money, all passion, but no output.
They really have cracked the code, haven't they?
Yeah, just from what I can tell, everyone in Valve basically just gets to work on whatever they want. And because they have infinite money, it doesn't matter if they just don't ship anything, and they never ship anything.
Mm-hmm. The thing about Valve is that they're running an all-digital storefront. They don't have to worry about the physical production costs or anything.
They get a 30% cut of PC gaming.
Yeah. Period. It's like so wild to me.
Not only PC gaming, they get a cut of all of the fucking weird marketplace shit.
Yeah. Well,
what the fuck?
That can't be that much, to be fair. How many people actually use the
the
marketplace?
Steam marketplace generates like so much money.
Really?
Yeah.
Like an ungodly amount.
Huh?
And like there's not another game company on earth that could do what Valve does in terms of their actual game development projects.
Yeah.
Where like there was a solid just like 9 years of not putting out any games. Like they left their biggest franchise ever just completely on hold after it got left on like the biggest like cliffhanger ever. And they were like, what if we made a fucking weirdo controller and a console that nobody bought, and like all of this other stuff just because they thought it would be cool to like push Linux. Like they've been working on like, Proton. And the only thing that seems to have come out of it is a VR game, which VR gamers say is really cool, but nobody else played. And the Steam Deck. And we have yet to see what the Steam Deck will actually be, but it seems like it'll be probably cool. Except the Steam Deck probably won't even make Valve, like,
that much money
Yeah.
because you could just install Windows on it. And you can make competitors to the Steam Deck that still run Steam OS. So like you could literally just have a Steam Deck without even buying one.
Yeah.
So
Oh my god.
so it's like I don't know. I literally don't understand Valve. I don't understand how they exist. They like it's like they hit the super ultra lottery.
God. While we're dragging video game companies, we got to talk about Nintendo. All money, all passion, but if they see you expressing even a little bit of your passion, they will see.
Yeah. The passion in Nintendo comes from purely their game developers. From what I understand, I think maybe even in like the world, but at least in Japan, Nintendo as a company has the highest retention rates on employees. So that probably means that the people in Nintendo really like working there because they don't quit. Like not only do they retain a lot of employees, they stay there for a really long time. Like there are a lot of people in Nintendo who have been working there for almost their entire lives. And people who work in Nintendo love it. They think it's a great company. Everyone outside of Nintendo hates them because they they DMCA all your projects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
flag your YouTube videos for advertising their games.
Yeah, and on the business side, they're so fucking out of touch. Like, I swear to God, they've never looked at the Steam store. If you showed them a Steam sale, they would turn to dust immediately. Like if you look at the Steam and Microsoft stores, and to a way lesser extent the Sony store.
Yeah.
You know, you've got like a service that lets you download free games. Typically, not on Valve yet, but you know, rumor has it they're in the works.
Was a true gamer.
Yeah.
And he really made Nintendo what it was. You know, I mean, they still DMC'd everything back then, but at least, like, as a company, I used to really respect Nintendo. I used to think they were cool. I used to think they had a really good mindset when it came to designing hardware and games and stuff. And ever since Iwata died, it's, like, slowly left the company, and I don't respect them anymore. When they put out a game, like, I'm going to look forward to Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
But I am very tentatively... just honestly anxious for the announcement of their next console because I don't think it's going to be cool. I think it's going to suck.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like an Xbox, but Nintendo.
Yeah.
Which, like, when Xbox did it was really cool, but following the trends in the gaming industry, anytime someone tries to copy Xbox, it goes so horribly and comically wrong that it actually drags all the video games as a medium down.
I think I've explained this before, but like, Miyamoto, back in the day, he really regards like the GameCube with a lot of spite, because the GameCube was specifically meant to compete with like Sony consoles, because Nintendo and Sony had a weird thing going on where they were like, oh, Sony's pushing like discs and like big hardware, and so like that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna compete with the PS2, and Miyamoto sees the GameCube as like basically like the darkest moment in like Nintendo's history, and so that's why immediately afterward they started making just fucking weird shit like the DS and the Wii.
Yeah,
Wii U with the weirdest console in my opinion.
Yeah, Wii U was definitely odd.
One of the weirdest consoles, yeah.
But after Iwata died, and then like following the absolute failure of the Wii U, like I think that spirit has been like traumatized out of Nintendo in a business sense, where now they're like, okay, we're just gonna compete with Xbox again.
I don't think that's anywhere. I don't think that's at all what the Switch feels like. Honestly.
No, the Switch feels like a weird product that was rushed out in the middle of a really tumultuous time at Nintendo. But I bet you that the next Nintendo console will more closely resemble like a PS5 or an Xbox.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know. I still have like some amount of faith in Nintendo. Like, I don't know.
I don't.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
Fuck
Well.
Nintendo.
Damn.
Not totally, because they do have some of like the best developers in the industry. Like a lot of Nintendo games still are like, I feel like the rest of the games industry doesn't like understand what games are like about as like an entertainment medium, whereas Nintendo games just do. And so I love their developers. I don't like any of the people handling the business side of Nintendo. I think their console, I think the Switch is going to be like the last cool console from Nintendo.
Did you guys see the Nintendo Black Friday sale that happened on the Switch eShop?
Oh, I
No.
didn't. I wasn't.
Whereas every other company on the planet was running insane sales, things being like 90, 80% off,
Yeah.
you could have gone over to Nintendo to see about 20 games on sale,
Nintendo never puts their games on sale.
most of which were $45.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know why Nintendo is so committed to keeping their games at the full price tag all the time, but they just consistently do that every console gen.
Yeah. It
Except
makes it so hard to like play Nintendo. It makes it so hard to like play Nintendo games. So like I can't
Exactly.
afford that at all.
Exactly. I sit there and I'm like, dang, I want to play the Kirby game on Switch, Star Allies. I'm not spending $60 on that.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding? And then being like, okay, fine, it's 25% off now. Feels like they're fucking insulting me. Like,
Yeah. Well, I can go to like the Steam store and like fucking buy Ori and the Blind Forest for it's like $10 right now, the new one.
yeah, I can fucking boot up my Xbox. I can buy fucking what's like a good game on the Xbox? D-Blob. That's a fun one that I picked up recently. I got that for $5.
Oh, Darkest Dungeon is $4. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just looking at sales now. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through Steam sales.
yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about VR. Just like because I mentioned the index controllers a while ago.
Oh, I did want to say one more thing about the Nintendo thing. I feel like I feel like they kind of like got like confused on going back to the money versus passion thing. Like they're making less money and for actions that could be interpreted as like not having passion for their product.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
They're kind of lessening both ends of that spectrum.
I think a lot of companies that are like soulless and just want to make money and do nothing else actually are like really like not like they could be doing a lot better, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like to some extent, you know, to make the most amount of money possible, you still need to have people like, you know, like you. You know?
Oh, that's not true. Candy Crush is still one of the best. It's one of the most. It out earns World of Warcraft. I'm pretty sure, in terms of like
I guess
what
I
makes
forgot
Blizzard
about-
money.
I forget about the hellscape that is like the phone market, phone games.
God, we're not even going to talk about phone games. I'm cutting this conversation off here. That is a rabbit hole we'll never escape from, and we're already at an hour and a half.
We need the phone game rant.
Oh fuck! I wanted to talk about gacha game.
I'm putting phone games versus portable games in our topics chat, and we can get to that when we get to that.
Phone games, yeah.
If you guys don't know, I don't think we've actually mentioned this on the podcast yet, have we, Sayu? Me and Sayu have an ongoing argument that I'm not entirely certain how serious Sayu is about it, where Sayu will insist on calling games on portable consoles mobile games, when mobile game refers to very specifically things that are on mobile phones, which are two very different markets, one of which doesn't even exist anymore.
There's still a portable game market. Look at the
There's
Switch.
actually okay. The Switch, the market, quote unquote, for the Switch is a console market.
No, I think the Switch in most people's minds is primarily. I don't know, actually.
It's a portable console, and a lot of people do make like portable like esque games. Like Bravely Default 2 could be like on a 3DS, but it looks like a console game.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously the Switch is going to be a hybrid no matter what angle you approach it from.
Yeah.
But the Switch, you know, it, like, let's just, like, look at it first party, right? What kind of games do you have on the Switch from first party? Oh, you've got Mario Odyssey, a fully fledged 3D Mario. My chair is squeaking something fierce right now. My other chair broke, by the way, so you guys get to deal with this one.
That's good.
Anyways, Mario Odyssey, you know, fully fledged Mario game. Zelda Skyward Sword HD, a game that is fundamentally incapable of moving off of your sofa.
But they added stick controls.
Oh, it is so bad. Those stick controls are fucking awful. What else you got? You got like, the first big 3D Pokemon console game. Woo! And, you know, Nintendo is very much so approaching the console from this is a home console perspective.
But it's still but still like
I'm gonna play devil's advocate.
Okay, still like games like Metroid Dread that looks like the 3DS game for one.
Oh, okay. First off, that is more of a compliment to Samus Returns rather than anything about Metroid Dread.
I know, but it looks like it could very easily be a portal. It's like a portable console game, you know. It looks like it could be in like that middle ground.
I kind of disagree. I think you have this association because every Metroid you've played has been a portable game.
That actually is true. I've only played the GBA ones.
I think if in subtle, I think Nintendo's really trying to do like a balancing act with their current like design philosophies on games.
Yeah.
Because of the Switch, where I think it's noticeable that a lot of like big first party Nintendo games. Now, I mean, Breath of the Wild was originally supposed to be a Wii U game.
Yeah.
But they definitely switched over to the Switch at some point, and you can see that in the fact that they, like, removed all the Wii U gamepad elements and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Dude, I was, so sad about that, honestly.
Yeah, I think that Mario Odyssey especially, you can see that they're trying to make it so that all of their, like, big first-party games are things that you can pick up and you can play for as little as, like, 1 minute before you, like, put the console into sleep mode. Mm-hmm. And that's still, like, a fun way to play the game.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to move away from games that are, like, you know, stuff that you really want to, like, sit down and spend a lot of time with because of the Switch. So I think that Nintendo's trying to play, like, a weird balancing act with their, like, game design right now.
Yeah.
Anyways, point is, pretty much everybody is pulled out of that portable games market. Like Nintendo is there.
No Vita.
Yeah, Sony is gone. Fucking like everybody else who's tried has failed. It's just.
Did you know that the Vita is actually still being like bought in Japan? Like they're still selling it.
The Vita is.
It's basically just like exclusively a VN console at this point.
Yeah, the Vita is excessively popular in Japan. Like,
yeah,
it's weird. And you can tell that Sony has completely stopped caring about the Japanese market in any way because of how they treated the Vita.
Yeah.
It's just awful, the way all that went down.
And Sony has totally moved out over to America now.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of their Sony Interactive Entertainment is based in America.
Yeah. I mean, I hate Sony, personally.
I am deeply disappointed in Sony all the time.
Yeah. As you should be.
I was never like a Sony guy, but like whenever like I played like a PS3 or PS2, I always thought they were really cool. You know, when I got the PSP, I was like, oh my god, it's so cool. Even though I was always more of a Nintendo guy. Mm-hmm. And now, when I look at the PS5, I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah. I am, I grew up as a Sony kid. I mean, Sony and Sega were, like, my big two.
Yeah.
Like, Sega was a little bit before my time, but I, like, went out of my way to get my hands on most of their consoles. And Sony I just sort of kept up with as my, like, generic console of choice. And I was very disappointed in the PS4, and the PS5 isn't even worth me looking at, to be honest.
When the PS4 first came out, I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Just because it was like, I still felt like the PS4 was like a big jump from the PS3, and like the going all in on like the weird new like next gen console sort of thing. It was like it was a new thing in the game market at the time.
Yeah. And the Xbox One was a flop, so.
And now I don't like it, and I wish we could go back. And now like the PS5 is just the PS4 again, but with like ray tracing cores in it, I guess.
The thing that I didn't like about the PS4, it had nothing to do with the games on it or anything. I think the PS4 is a pretty solid lineup of exclusives, to be honest.
Yeah.
The problem is the console itself. The PlayStation 4 is very... What's the word I'm looking for? It's very soulless in terms of actually utilizing it. Almost as much as the Switch, to be honest. You know, like, the home menu customization's very, like, bland. Sure, you can get themes, but those themes are just, like, a JPEG plastered in the background for the most part. And it's just a very cold menu. The music isn't very warm or inviting at all. And then there's the problem of, like, the PS4 was the first console where when you put the disc in, the game does not play off of the disc. The game plays from the system memory after it installs off of the disc.
Yeah.
Which,
I mean, I don't like that. That's...
I think it's bad.
I really wish that, like... I mean, this is something that everyone said at this point. This isn't even interesting. But it's like... graphics have become such a big deal to, like, the games industry that it's just bringing down, like, the entire experience of games. Like, Switch games can be played off of a cartridge. That's not, like, more expensive than making a disc or whatever, because the cartridges are really small. But because we need to have games that are, like, 100 fucking gigabytes now, it's like, oh, you can't play that off of a disc, you gotta install it. And that's just objectively a worse time than just plugging in the cartridge and playing the game.
Yeah. Like, it's so fucking frustrating the way that, like, physical media is handled on modern consoles entirely because of this bloated game size that we've been dealing with for so long now. Just, there's no reason for me to have the disc anymore. If, like, the reason I want physical media is, I mean, partially because I want something to set on my shelf and be like, ooh, look at that. But also because in 20, 30 years, I want to be able to sit down and play that game. And I don't want to have to worry about constantly keeping that console, the one console that I had, in check and keep making sure it works all the time so that, like, my digital library is maintained, you know?
I've already accepted that any console from, like, 20 years ago is either going to be emulated or modded, so...
the original Xbox came out 20 years ago.
Hey, we're kind of getting a good emulator now for it.
Kind of. We're not there. We're not there. That's just it.
Okay, but that's why you can... It's really easy to mod an OG Xbox.
Okay, did you know that OG Xboxes, at least all of them produced before a certain point, have this funky little problem where their clock battery will leak over the motherboard, destroying the console permanently?
Replace it fast.
Replace the motherboard?
No, the battery before it does that.
Oh, no. The solution is to straight up rip that thing out of the fucking console. You don't want that thing in there at all.
Okay.
No, like, oh god. The thing about older game consoles is you never know the problems that are going to pop up. And having an all-digital game library tied to something like that means that your games are going to be lost someday, almost guaranteed. You know, I have my Wii hooked up right now in this room that I'm in, and it has my WiiWare library on it. These games, for the most part, are games you straight up cannot purchase anywhere.
Okay.
This is why the solution to this is every single video game should release on PC.
You know what? True. I will say that. True. Every single game
I'm gonna
should
go
be
further.
open source as well.
Yes, every game needs to give me its source code with it.
So that I can port it to whatever I want. If I want to fucking load up my Wii and play Dark Souls 1 at 3 FPS, I should be allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Like, as I was saying though, like, there's very large obvious problems with digital libraries, and obviously I've gone in on them a lot more recently with, manga, of course, and with, Steam, and with the Xbox, which, you know, I have my justifications for each one, but at the end of the day, it's just me getting into the digital library space, of, like, owning stuff, and physical stuff is good because, you know, you put in the thing and it plays, which is not the case for the PS4, largely because in, like, let's just say in 10 years, you know, PlayStation Store for PS4, gone. Sony has said, we don't care about preserving video games anymore. Fuck you, die.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there and I'm like, damn, I want to play some Dark Souls 3. And for some reason, you know, let's just say my Steam library was stolen from me by a rabid NFT bro who heard this episode and decided to kill me or something. I don't know. Like, I take out the disc and I put it in my PS4 and it installs to the hard drive, which at this point I've probably had to replace 3 times. And once it's done installing, I launch it, and I am now playing the version of the game that is on that disc.
This is unrelated, but a while back somebody realized that, you know how, like, Cyberpunk was, like, super rushed out the door?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
On the PS4 disc, I don't know if the Xbox One is this way, but when a game, like, goes gold, that means they, like, sent out the discs already that, like, are going to be sold. And Cyberpunk went gold a really long time before the game actually, like, ended up going up for sale. So they kind of rushed it out the door, like basically they just compiled what they had and they put it on the PS4 disc, and that's like, oh, there it is. And the game changed so much in the day one patch. The version on the disc of the PS4 disc, you can just turn off your network on your PS4 and you can basically play a pre-release, like, beta, literally unfinished version of the game. Like people said that, oh, when the game was shipped it was unfinished. The version on the disc literally has, like, features that, like, don't even, like, they don't have all the code necessary to run. Like, they have features that literally are not finished yet.
Oh my god.
There's, like, all of these, like, vendors scattered around the entire game. Like, there's all these, like, street vendors and stuff that, like, look like they're supposed to, like, sell food and stuff. In the final version of the game, they cut this feature completely. You can't talk to any of those guys.
Yeah.
On the PS4 pre-release version, you're actually able to talk to a lot of them. So there are literally cut features on the PS4 disc.
Oh my god.
Wait, why would they cut something like that?
Because they couldn't finish it.
Oh, I guess.
I'm just gonna say this.
That didn't stop them with the other features they added.
I'm gonna say this right now. If you are planning on doing this, use a burner PS4.
Oh yeah. The pre-release version of the PS4 Cyberpunk can literally brick your PS4.
Yeah.
Wait, like, oh.
There is a small chance that it will just render your console unusable.
I want you to really think about that. They shipped a game with the Sony seal of approval that bricks your console.
Yeah. It's like how, like, the beta test version of, like, Amazon's weird MMO could literally like burn RTX cards.
Wait, really? I didn't hear about that.
There was a small window of time where like the open beta test for like whatever their
New
MMO
World.
game was. A
New
lot of
World.
people with like RTX 3080s and stuff were literally getting their GPUs bricked because of the game.
Oh,
my god.
oh, is Cyberpunk like actually like burning the inside of the PS4? Is that what it's doing?
Something like that.
I thought I thought it would like getting your fucking console like reported by Sony.
No.
No,
Like-
it's not that. It's that it bricks the console.
Yeah.
Oh, like, huh.
It breaks it.
The only context I've heard the term bricking is like when like Nintendo will brick your console if they learn you've been installing homebrew things.
No, bricking is typically like when you install a homebrew thing incorrectly and you accidentally delete all the system files.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's PS4 Cyberpunk. Very good upside to physical media is you could play unfinished games on it.
Yeah.
All right. We're totally off topic
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah,
I think
it's-
we're reaching the end.
Yeah, it's almost midnight as well.
You know, the episodes where we stray off topic are the best ones.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
like this one will be an entertaining watch. At
Yeah,
least.
it's fine.
Yeah.
Since I'm so productive, I should channel that into editing the podcast fast.
Yeah. Are you caught up on podcast episodes right now?
No.
No. All right.
Unfortunately, I don't know. I'm just really focusing on like drawing right now. But I am actually doing it. I'm actually doing it.
You could edit the podcast, or you could channel that energy into a 30-minute long YouTube video. Watching it, I mean.
No. I haven't been watching that much YouTube lately. Just been like listening to OSTs for visual novels and drawing.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. But what? All right. Now that we got money versus passion out of the way, what's our next topic?
Wait, before we do next topic, we gotta comments and voicemails.
Oh yes. Yeah. All right. Well, let's check the voicemails. There isn't any. Let's check the comments. Gotta log in. We had the movie episode, right? That's
Yeah.
the one that we. The episode where we famously actually talked about things we liked.
Oh my god, yeah. I also really like the thumbnail for that one, thank you.
Yes, good one. I still can't believe that I rendered the thing and started uploading it without actually changing the episode part.
Yeah.
It's just blank. I won't do that again.
Also, you never brought Gamamon up on screen, so I'm gonna give you a second
Yeah.
chance. Editor!
I did some stupid edits in this episode, like ones that took way too much effort and time to do, but then I just forgot to do that.
Editor! Gamamon! He's Gamamon!
Like at some point when I'm talking about Escaflowne, I like do a weird like effect where like I track like a character's face over another one. It's stupid.
I gotta
it took too
listen
much
to
time.
the rest of this episode, yeah.
All right, but Robert Anderson, I saw House, the movie that you talked about, one time, several years ago. Sadly, I almost forgot all of the movie, but Tom mentioning it caught me off guard. Anyway, I like how all three of you had at least one moment that warranted an editor's note, like a cut
Yeah.
in, how like we said something afterward. Nobody was left out of the train wreck. And a random aside, that one movie being called Wonka slightly infuriates me for some reason. It comes off as like it's trying to be vaguely artsy. I can't really describe it. I think I said, I don't like it. I don't like these like one word movie titles that happen a whole lot because they do feel in some way like slightly pretentious somehow.
Yes.
Yeah.
But also like I don't know. I think it's like it's supposed to be more memorable.
Mm-hmm.
Where like it's supposed to just be like phonetically simple to remember.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
something about it just bothers me.
It's because you can feel how vapid it is, like, oozing right out of the title. It's just, you know, like, who's gonna remember Wonka versus Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, you know?
Yeah, it does become, like, less memorable.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, it's
just like it's just dumb. That's why I don't like it.
Also, that statement applies to the movies as well. Nobody is going to remember Wonka, and yet Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is still, to this day, a classic. And I'm saying this before Wonka has even wrapped filming.
But the next episode topic.
Yes. Is it my pick?
I think so.
It was.
We almost went a whole episode. Almost. God damn it.
Wait, half a dead name?
Yeah. I gotta finish that bingo card.
Yeah.
I guess you said we were going down the list, right?
No, we just select a random one.
Well, no. I mean, like, we're going down the server list.
Oh, yeah, you go down, you move from the top.
So, yeah.
So it's you.
It's me.
It's you.
Alright, Okay, I've made my pick.
Alright.
Okay.
Things we think are cool. Going for a positive episode next time.
I like the positivity episodes. Those ones are way better.
We have to come up with cool things over the course of the next 2 weeks.
Oh, fuck. I didn't consider this. I didn't consider the consequences of my endorsement.
Alright, yeah. Is that everything?
I think so.
No voicemails?
Nope.
Guys.
Never.
Speakpipe.com/3Baka.
I think that's it.
Yeah, that's it. I checked it as I was saying it.
Alright, we have it in the pin.
Alright,
so
we're done.
I'm
Good.
Bye.